Chapter 27. An Unfortunate Turn of Events. Felicity insisted on flying around and causing mischief in the higher-up noble townhouses closer to the Blackspire. There are so many valuables I could get my hands on, and painting frames I can tilt just a little bit so they aren't positive if it is askew or not. An idea popped into Tristan's head as he finished scrubbing a bit of soot off his body in the tub. "Can you do me a favor? Some scouting?" She perched on the edge of the tub and looked at him inquisitively. "Depends on what it is." "Go and spy on Giselle. Gauge her emotions and what's going on in the Damedan household. I'm pretty sure she isn't the person responsible for the assassins, but I'd like to have some reassurance. You should be able to find their house easily enough if you look at front gates for the emblem she was wearing." Felicity reached into her extra-dimensional storage space and pulled out a starberry. Preparing to chomp down on it, she nodded. "Can do. Want me to leave you anything from storage before I go?" Tristan pointed to the desk, where his new dagger was already sitting in the sheath. "The essence lantern, the cloak, the primer on artifice, the one for ice elementalism, my armor, my sword." "Going to investigate all of the items?" she asked with her mouth full, as she flapped over and began pulling items out of the storage dimension. Tristan nodded as he got up and dried off. "Yes, I want to know exactly what everything I have does." She finished pulling the items out, then gave him a small salute. "Going to scout and cause some mild discomfort." She flew out the window, shimmering as she went, invisible to all but elf-blooded and fairy dragons once more. Tristan pulled on some decent clothes, strapped the small dagger to his waist, and headed downstairs as the dinner bell rang. The table was full of all manner of foodstuffs, and the various guards were seated and chatting jovially. When Tristan entered the room, they all stood up and bowed slightly. Benjamin, the oldest of the bunch, said, "Thank you for your gracious invitation, Lord Tristan." He gestured to two identically dressed men who had to be twins, one on each side of him. "I'm sure you've already guessed that these two are Theron and Theros, who will be guarding the back entrance." Turning to the guards standing across from him, he said, "And these two are Valerie and Sela, who will be guarding the front." The various individuals thanked Tristan and took their seats once more. He glanced at Gertrude, who was standing in the doorway leading to the kitchen. "The table looks set. Come, take a seat and join us." "Oh, young master, I couldn't possibly—" Tristan waved her comment away. "Nonsense. I want everyone to eat and enjoy. Please, I insist. I'll get the wine and—" he glanced at the night shift guards, "some water to dilute it. Can't have drunk people guarding house and home, can we?" The guards shared a slight chuckle, and Theron, a young man with a crop of medium-length black hair, nodded. "Absolutely. Watered-down wine should be good enough." Tristan pulled out a chair for Gertrude before doing the same for Marlowe and Teresa, though he did so for Marlowe grudgingly. Then, as the rest began eating, he ducked into the kitchen, down to the cellar, and acquired several varieties of wine and a few jugs of water from the cool casks. Heading back upstairs, he was quite pleased to hear the sound of jovial conversation and general enjoyment. He began pouring the wine and water for each person, and only when everyone was served did he sit down to start to serve himself from the platters of food. As he was heaping some potatoes onto his plate, the conversation went silent. Tristan looked up and saw that everyone's eyes were bulging. Veins swelled against their skin as their pallor began to turn dark purple. Immediately, Tristan got to his feet and went around behind Gertrude, hefting her out of the chair and trying to force out whatever she was choking on. But then it hit him. They can't all be choking at once. He looked down at the food. Did they? Oh, gods, no. Poison? Did someone try to poison me? He turned Gertrude's face to his, and he could see the panic in her eyes. No, no, no! He backed away as the guards, whose names he had just learned, the asshole servant Marlowe, the young Teresa, and the beloved chef he grew up with, all were dying in front of him. There has to be something I can do. He sprinted up the stairs and looked around for the alchemist's kit. Where did I put it? I could swear I put it in the... He had put it in Felicity's storage. Tristan ran to the window and screamed out, "Felicity!" Several times he yelled her name. "Felicity!" But he heard nothing. Rushing downstairs, he saw that everyone was slouched against the table, had fallen out of their chairs, or were wheezing and on their last legs. He ran over to Gertrude and held her close to his chest. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "It shouldn't be you." A noise stood out to Tristan. The slight rasp of steel drawn from leather. He looked up toward the kitchen and saw a black-cloaked individual who had drawn a dagger that was very similar to the one Tristan had taken from the assassin at the estate and turned into the king's court. Tristan could not make out the masculine figure's features, for a mask covered his mouth, and the hood covered all but his eyes. Those cold, deep, blue eyes that seemed to pierce Tristan's soul. "Not hungry?" the figure asked. "How about some steel?" Tristan turned and sprinted up the stairs, hearing the assassin right behind him. But Tristan knew a few things about the townhouse that this assassin didn't. He knew that there was a small closet at the top of each landing, and that Marlowe never put away the cleaning supplies correctly. As he turned the corner on the first landing, he pulled open the closet, and the incorrectly stored objects, buckets, mops, sponges, soap, all came tumbling out and down the stairs. The assassin slipped slightly, but grabbed the railing to keep his footing as he kept up his pursuit. The strategy had bought Tristan a few precious seconds, though. Rushing into his room, he grabbed his sword from its sheath and turned to face the open doorway with a bladed stance to present the smallest target possible. No armor. I have to be flawless. Just pretend you're dueling Giselle. Deep breaths. He tried to calm his racing heart and focus on the door opposite his open doorway, trusting to his grandfather's advice. When you're fighting something, don't focus on it. Instead, focus on something in the distance behind your foe. You react better with your peripheral vision than you do by staring at the danger. He spun his essence crucible, feeling the cooling, soothing embrace of the empowering, magic-fueling substance race through his body and assist in his calming breaths. He focused the energy down his essence channels in his arms and to the blade he held. It shimmered with a silvery glow before extending, as it had done during his test. Thanks to the artifice spell, it will naturally be drawn toward vital areas, I think. I don't know if it works on non-dragons. I just have to trust my training. Imagine their blades as claws and teeth. The assassin rounded the corner and paused for a moment before letting out a chuckle. A big sword like that in a small environment like this? You really are a stupid mongrel. Why are you hunting me? Tristan shouted past the sorrow choking him. My mother? Everyone here? Why? He saw the figure's grip on their weapon tighten as they growled, Ready to die. Tristan pushed down the sorrow and focused on the swirling essence in his chest, the soothing cool bringing a sense of calm and clarity to his mind. Not today. The assassin lunged forward, trying to duck under Tristan's blade. But Tristan was fast, especially when unarmored, and he pulled his body back before stabbing forth, catching the assassin in the gap between the neck and collarbone. The blade sank down several feet before protruding from his lower back. The assassin went limp, and Tristan drew his thin sword back. Just like the prior assassin, this one vanished to dust, leaving behind his weapon and cloak. Tristan closed his eyes and focused on his hearing, trying to pick up any out-of-the-ordinary sound. They changed tactics once already with the poison. They might have sent multiple agents. Pat-tap, pat-tap. He heard the sound of feet coming up the stairs, and readied himself once more. Another 2 cloaked figures came through the door, paused, took in the scene, and then rushed forward. Tristan slashed at the left one first, and the figure parried his strike before closing the distance. Tristan let the essence fade from the blade as it shrank to the point he could use it to parry up close. But the one on his right came in toward his blind spot. Tristan unsheathed the dagger at his waist and got it in the way of the approaching blade, deflecting it. Pulling back slightly, he kicked out at the one on the left he had parried with his sword, buying himself a bit of space as he turned into and bull-rushed the one on his right, shoulder-checking them into one of the support columns of the bed frame. The wood splintered and cracked as the assassin had the wind knocked out of them, and Tristan felt a piercing, red-hot pain just under his ribs. He was able to get his knife up next to the assassin's throat and slide the blade across the vital area. Blood spewed out in a geyser that Tristan had to turn away from so he wasn't blinded. The blade slipped out from his midsection as the assassin collapsed, but Tristan had to turn and face a brutal assault from the other assassin. They moved in and stabbed at Tristan, who could only weakly deflect the blade before giving a half-hearted counter-stab. The assassin pulled back and stabbed forth yet again, but Tristan was able to move his knife arm in the path of the blade, intentionally taking a hit. That gave him the opening to get in a strike of his own with his blade, and the longer reach of the weapon ensured that he got a good hit. Right into the man's ribs as he stabbed up and into the center of his torso. The assassin staggered backward, bleeding heavily, and then collapsed. He turned to dust, leaving only the dagger and cloak behind. Tristan sat on the bed, glancing down at the other assassin whose throat he had slit. He finished bleeding out, and as the light left his eyes, his body vanished, also leaving behind the cloak and dagger. I'm alive, Tristan thought. He reached down with a shaky hand and felt the slowly growing wet spot where he had been stabbed underneath the ribs. Shit! He stumbled over to the apothecary kit and tried to flip open the primer on healing remedies, planning on making a curative potion that he could cast infuse elixir on to increase its potency. His only chance to survive. But as he fumbled through the pages, he felt darkness closing in around him, and he heard a faint flapping noise. Tristan woke up on the floor of the townhouse and felt a wicked pain in his stomach area. His throat was parched, and he heard clinking noises on the desk above him. Wah! He tried to say water, but couldn't get the words out. Felicity's head popped over the edge of the desk, and the look of relief on her face was quite evident. She spoke rapidly, and the concern coming from her voice was something that Tristan had not heard before. Oh, thank the matriarch you're alive. I bandaged you up, and I'm trying to work on the potion that you can turn into an elixir. I think it is about ready if you have essence to spend. Tristan gestured with his uninjured left arm in a sipping motion, and Felicity hopped over to the tub and scooped up some of the water in a phial before bringing it over. Sorry, I don't know where you have clean water. He took the phial and quaffed it, ignoring the grit and dirt that went along with it. Felicity jumped back up to the desk and then back down once more, holding another phial in her paw claw. You need to do the infuse elixir spell. Tristan put his uninjured hand on the phial and spun his essence crucible. Biting the cork to remove it, he shoved his finger into the mixture and began swirling it as he spun his essence crucible. The words were hard to get out, but he did get them out in Elvish. Increase the inherent qualities of this solution. Imbue this substance with my power. Bring out the true nature of these ingredients. His essence swirled out from his torso and into his hands, and he pushed it into the potion in his grip. The mixture of crushed and powdered herbs with some type of light oil glowed with a brilliant light blue sheen before fading and becoming a ruddy hue. He swallowed the herbaceous liquid. The warmth hit his stomach, and that warmth spread through his body and filled him up to the brim, almost seeming to fight against the coolness of the essence flowing through him. He felt the pain leave his arm, and as the minutes ticked by and he focused on calm breathing, he felt the pain in his abdomen decrease to nothing. "I think it worked," he said weakly in the standard tongue as he pulled his shirt up and felt along his abdomen. "No wound." Felicity sighed with relief. "Good. When I came back, you were bleeding pretty badly." Tristan pushed himself to a sitting position, wincing at some tightness and soreness in the midsection. "What recipe did you use?" "The one labeled Healing Elixir Greater. It took a lot of your herb supplies." "Well, worth it to keep me alive." He coughed slightly as he moved over to the assassin's robes. He saw the same symbol on them all, and, inspecting the daggers, saw that those were similar as well. "Same people. And they—" Sorrow rolled over him. The people downstairs had all died from the poison meant for him. People who would possibly be alive if he had not tried to make nice with them. The same thing he had done since the traits manifested. To try and get people to look past his half-breed heritage and instead see him for who he was. He slammed his fist on the ground as tears fell. "Damn it!" Chapter 28. A Father's Return and a Reckoning. Felicity flapped over and put her paw claw on his back. "It'll be okay." Tristan shook his head. "They didn't have to die. They died because of me." He looked around at the cloaks. 3 assassins, he whispered. "We need to get to the bottom of this and find out who sent them." He looked over at Felicity and saw sympathy on her face. "What did you find out spying on my sister?" "I don't think it is her," she said. "Giselle was crying in her, I assume, husband, his arms, and telling stories about the nursemaid that you advised her was slain." "Confirms what I thought. I don't think she's the one." Which leaves Father as the only likely suspect. Tristan gestured around the room. "Put the cloaks and daggers into storage." He stood up and went to the desk as Felicity swooped around the room gathering the items. Tristan swapped out his blood-stained small clothes and put on his armor, the knife on the same belt as his sword, hung the essence lantern from his hip, and took the cloak of Winterbloom out of Felicity's storage, wrapping it around his neck and letting it hang over one shoulder. He made sure his family's crest was on the front of his armor, hanging from the chain and with the king's favor slotted into the top. Spinning his essence crucible, he poured the energy into his amulet and assumed his half-breed appearance. "Are you sure that's smart?" Felicity asked. "Fairy dragons and learned people will know what that cloak means." Tristan spoke through clenched teeth. "I want them to come after me, not people around me. Even if it marks me as a target, no one else dies on my behalf. Let them see me and what this cloak means, if they do know what it means." He picked up the alchemist's kit, taking note of what had been used up in Felicity's frenzied potion-making attempt. She was successful despite wasting so much, he thought, as he saw the oils and herbs that were flung around the desk's surface. He put everything, save for his artificed gear, into the storage dimension. "I'm going to Blackspire," Tristan said. "Hand me that small hip pouch." Felicity flew over to the bedside table and snatched up an old coin pouch that Tristan had left behind when he was a child, a present from his father, the only really valuable gift he had ever received from the man. He fitted it to his belt and pulled 10 gold pieces from Felicity's extra-dimensional storage space. "Want me to just shadow you from the outside again?" "Yes. I'm going right to the Archon. I'll inform him of what happened and let him know that I cannot just stay in the capital. Too much of a chance for collateral damage. Like downstairs." He trailed off as memories of Gertrude flooded into his mind. The woman was a beacon of positivity and joviality, almost like an aunt. Tristan shook his head clear of the memories, pushing them deep down into the recesses of his mind. "Not now. I can grieve later. I'll ask the Archon about taking care of the bodies. Give them a proper funeral." Felicity fluttered into the air, preparing to leave. "I'll track you the best I can and meet back up when you're clear. Don't get imprisoned, eh? I can jailbreak you, but it would be a pain." She took off through the window. He headed down the stairs and out the front door, cutting a course directly for the main boulevard. But the streets were crowded. "It's not a festival day," he muttered as he pushed his way through the crowd to see what was going on. And his heart sank into his stomach. Far down the road, heading up toward the castle at the center of the hilltop, the same destination where Tristan was headed, was a man he was very familiar with. The man who had fathered him and then foisted him off on his grandfather after his elven heritage manifested. Fox Anorax. The man was atop a magnificent destrier, waving to the crowd as the corpse of a fledgling-sized dragon was hauled behind on a series of 4 carts that had been lashed together. Elemental realm of wind, judging from the light green color, Tristan thought. Not the most naturally aggressive of dragonkind. Why would one of them harry a kingdom's borders? His father's light gray hair still had a few streaks of black youth running through it. The beard and mustache matched up to the short haircut, but most prominent of all were the eyes. His father's eyes were the color of warm amber honey, and they were piercing, as if they were digging into the soul of whoever they made contact with. Tristan immediately turned to the castle and began running toward the Black Spire, showing his sigil to any guard who questioned his approach. The sight of the king's favor was enough to get them to back off. "He's vain. He'll drag out this victory parade," Tristan thought. "I have time to talk to the Archon and explain what happened." Getting to the Black Spire itself was easy, as was getting inside. He received a few curious glances, and many disgusted ones, but he ignored those as he walked up to a servant dressed in fitted black robes. "The Archon, where is he?" The servant raised an inquisitive eyebrow. "In the main hall, waiting for the return of the mighty Lord Fox Anorax." He glanced down at Tristan's family crest and paled slightly. "Oh, you're the half-breed dragon slayer." Tristan turned on his heel and went right to the throne room. Thankfully, the doors were open, and the hall was slowly filling out with the upper crust of nobility. He saw the Archon at the far end next to the king's throne, where the two were conversing with a handful of other advisors. Tristan approached along the side of the room and was stopped by 2 of the crown guard, who crossed their halberds. "Archon," Tristan said, raising his voice enough to be easily heard. Grimtome looked over at Tristan, and his face immediately darkened. He turned to the king, said something, and then walked over to Tristan, waving off the guards. "What is it that makes you break decorum on such an—" "Assassins," Tristan interrupted. 3 of them. Poisoned everyone. I fought and killed the 3. The Archon's eyes narrowed, and he gestured to a servant's passage behind and to the side of the throne.
This way. Now. I have little time.
Tristan followed the man until they were well into the labyrinthine passages of the servants' tunnels that ran throughout the Black Spire. They emerged from another entrance in a well-appointed office, and Grim Tome stood behind his desk, pointing at a chair in front of it.
Sit. Talk. Now.
Tristan shared his making nice with the guards, inviting them all to dinner at their shift change, Gertrude's instructions, the poisoning, everything except for Felicity and the stolen jewelry and gemstones. He ended with, "And everyone is still down there at the table. The assassins turned to dust like last time." The Archon raised his hand, and Tristan fell silent. The man leaned forward and rubbed his temples as he sank into his chair.
I have to return to greet the conquering dragon slayer. But, with him around, we do not need you to stick near the capital in case of another dragon incursion.
The Archon reached into his desk and removed a white cloth-wrapped object, handing it to Tristan.
Open it.
Tristan did so unquestioningly, and inside was a small, squiggly bar of metal, its surface adorned with a black, wavy line intertwined with one that was white. What is it?
My favor. It slots into your noble crest, just like the king's favor would.
Tristan nodded and felt around the edge of the sigil, finding another slot on the bottom that the favor clicked into. I always wondered what the bottom sockets were for. "Why give this to me?" Tristan asked.
I want you out of the capital. I can't risk these assassins that are coming after you harming more of the populace in their cause.
He pointed at the favor.
I can use that to talk to you. It's artificed. You might be a half-breed, but you are only one of 3 dragon slayers at the king's disposal. Until your sister delivers and recovers, at least. We could always send out soldiers, but having trained specialists reduces casualties.
He pulled out a piece of parchment and began scribbling instructions.
I'm writing out orders that you will keep on your person at all times. You are going to be on patrol in the outlying provinces, hunting down another fairy dragon.
His eyes darted up to Tristan.
Perhaps one followed you after your escape from the Fey realm. We know that the treasury was looted and priceless paintings were damaged very recently.
Tristan frowned. That's unfortunate. But still, it doesn't
Your official task will be to hunt down this fairy dragon. But, as you said, they can shapeshift and turn invisible. Hence, you could be on this hunt for any amount of time. The perfect excuse for you to get out of the capital and away from the populace. The assassins are obviously after you. Say your goodbyes, pack your shit, and leave the capital.
The Archon frowned and tapped the parchment that was rapidly drawing before him.
You will be expected to answer my call to respond to dragon sightings. But this document gives you the ability to leave on official business without stirring too much attention. And when those assassins come after you, maybe you can get more information out of them.
Just as I planned, Tristan thought, glad his idea had paid off. None of the responsibilities of nobility. Well, save for being on call to deal with dragons, which was the whole point of his training anyways. But now he could travel wherever this assassin plot took him. Tristan stood up and nodded, clasping his fist to his chest and bowing. I'll be ready to answer the kingdom's call for a dragon slayer. Can you deal with the bodies at the townhouse? The Archon put his wax seal on the bottom of the document and then rolled it up into a scroll and handed it to Tristan, who put it inside his collar and slipped it down between his torso and breastplate. The Archon nodded.
Come, we greet the returning hero of the realm.
Tristan scoffed as he was led back through the sinuous servants' tunnels. It was only a fledgling. That's hardly a difficult...
Have you hunted one that size?
No, Tristan sheepishly replied.
Then I would not recommend talking of it. And I will send some of my agents to clean up the mess at your family's townhouse. We cannot have your father returning to a slaughter, can we?
The man kept walking, and soon enough they were in the throne room. The Archon patted Tristan on the shoulder.
You be safe now.
Why are you watching out for me? Tristan asked with genuine curiosity and some suspicion. You're taking everything I've said at face value. The Archon lowered his voice to a whisper and leaned in, his lips almost brushing Tristan's elongated ears, still shrouded in illusion.
I have learned much about you through divination spells, Tristan Winterbloom. Based upon your bloodline alone, you are destined for greatness. And, well, I hope that you don't forget the people who helped you in your time of need. It is always good to have friends in high places.
An opportunist. Well, that was good enough for him. Thank you, he replied. A cheer went up from the front of the hall, and the Archon nudged Tristan back toward the general gallery. Tristan joined the crowd as he watched his father, the man who had all but disowned him, stop before the king and bow. Fox's raspy smoker's voice came out in a deep baritone.
Your Grace, I, Fox Anarox, first of my name, have slain a mighty beast that threatened your lands. Its corpse lies on the doorstep of your mighty fortress.
Bitter rage roiled Tristan's stomach. The man hated him just because of what he was, had despised his mother and used her only for pleasure. This was the person who should have loved Tristan unconditionally, but instead shoved off his parental duties to Tristan's grandfather, the person who should have died to assassins, rather than his beloved mother. Tristan seethed as he stood there, listening to the king praise his father's actions. Finally, Fox stood up and glanced around the gallery. When his eyes met Tristan's, his gaze narrowed, but he maintained his composure and bowed once more to the king before being awarded a huge trunk of treasure. One of his squires, a wannabe dragon slayer, came up and helped move the treasure chest aside. Tristan couldn't help but scoff, and this drew glances from others around him. The king clapped his hands, signifying the conclusion of the audience, and left the chamber, and the various nobles began congregating in small groups. Giselle walked up to her father and embraced him, leaning in close to his ear and murmuring something that caused the man's face to become like stone. Fox turned to Tristan and made a beeline to him. His stony visage altered to one of sheer rage as he shoved his half-breed son against the wall.
You did what?
The room went silent as everyone looked at the returned hero pinning his son to the wall. I didn't do anything! Tristan sharply barked back, holding on to his father's wrist. Giselle must have lied to pin the blame on me. I went to the manor and found everyone dead. Explain that, father! A gasp echoed around the room as multiple people held hands to mouths. Tristan continued on, raising his voice. My mother was assassinated. Every servant was killed. And where were you? Off hunting a fucking fledgling? For months? Some mighty dragon slayer you are. Fox punched Tristan in the face. To his surprise, the blow barely registered.
You shut your mouth, boy,
his father growled. Tristan felt that rage explode into an inferno in his chest, and almost against his will, his essence crucible began spinning. He felt the cooling energy arcing through him, but the essence carried with it the sparks of crimson and gold from the blood he had drunk, amplifying Tristan's anger. You hated mother. You hate me. You're the one who hired them, right? You hired the assassins. You've wanted me dead for years and shoved the responsibility for raising me onto grandfather. His father's face turned almost purple with rage, and he punched Tristan again.
I would do no such thing,
he shouted, trying to save face in the light of the true accusations that Tristan levied.
Never. Why the fuck would I kill my own servants?
Tristan was past the point of rationality. He wanted his father to pay for the years of neglect. He wanted the man to finally acknowledge, in public, that he hated Tristan, versus simply tolerating him. If not you, then who? Tristan shouted as he pushed his father away. Admit it! You hired them! Guards began to approach, but they were waved off by some higher up that Tristan didn't spot. Fawkes was grinding his teeth, seething with anger. Then he let out a laugh laced with fury and satisfaction.
That bitch of an elf finally died, eh? About time. I can marry a proper woman.
Don't talk about her like that! Tristan screamed as loudly as he could, unbridled fury filling his voice. His essence crucible surged within his torso, and he saw the world blur silver, white, and icy blue as the cascading crimson and black sparks scattered all around. She was your toy that grandfather forced you to marry for the sake of her honor. His father took a few steps back and drew his sword.
You bastard! I never wanted you!
People cleared out of the center of the chamber, and Tristan heard booted feet approaching. But once more, they seemed to be held back in some way. He could feel his cape fluttering behind him as his essence seeped from him unchecked. And then, people gasped, and he heard exclamations. An elf? How'd he father an elf? He was a half-breed a second ago. Boo! Boo! Fawkes looked at Tristan with utter disgust.
I disown you. I disinherit you.
You can't! Tristan shouted as he felt righteous vindication rising up in him. Grandfather is the head of the family, not you. You can't remove me. Only he has the right. Tristan felt a tap on his shoulder and glanced sideways to see Archon Grimtome with a grimace on his face.
Your elf side is showing.
Tristan froze and felt his rage melt away, replaced by the cold, hard truth of what had just been spoken. He looked around the room and saw disgust, hatred, and outright contempt on every face. Even the Archon's face mimicked those of the people around him. But the corner of his mouth whispered,
Get out of the capital. I'll talk to you later.
Tristan looked at his father and readjusted his cape. Well, if the owl cat was out of the hut, then he'd just embrace it. Give these assassins a nice, pretty target to lure them out like he'd planned. Tristan stood to his full height and spoke with as much strength as he could muster. I am Tristan Anorax, first of my name, and an heir of the Anorax family. I am Tristan Winterbloom, of the Elven Winterbloom bloodline, lords of the Fey realm and rulers over all other elven kind. He glared at his father, who seethed with hatred. And I am going to go slay a dragon you could never find, let alone kill. He turned and began walking out of the room. People moved aside, afraid of the elf who walked among them, seeping magical power from his being and freezing the ground where he walked. The guards didn't stop him, but did follow a short distance behind. As did his father, who he glanced back at to see his hand on the hilt of his sword. As soon as Tristan stepped out of the castle, he recited the blended body spell as he performed the gesture and spun his crucible. He blended into the environment, and his pursuers were left lost. Felicity flew down and landed on his head, making paw-claw biscuits on his head, somehow able to spot him despite the blending spell. "Good show. Really good job." Tristan grunted in response, only glancing up as he felt something glass thud against his skull. "I got you something special. Some of that dragon's blood. It still smelled fine." She put it into the extra-dimensional storage space. "What now?" "Now I leave the city," Tristan replied, "and I don't know if I'll ever come back." Chapter 29. An Extended Fey Realm Stay. Tristan hugged the walls of the streets and blended in with the still jovial atmosphere of revelers who were celebrating the returning, victorious fox. He left Highreach without sparing a single glance backward toward those that had merely tolerated him, and none seemed to notice him. "I'm still an Anaurochs," Tristan thought. "Grandfather won't ever disown me, especially once he learns about what happened at the manor." The amulet around his neck began vibrating. As soon as he picked it up, he heard the Archon's voice in his head.
"Not a wise decision, exploding in anger and showing your true identity like that. We have 2 minutes before the spell fades."
"How do I—"
"Talk, and I hear."
"Who are you talking to?" Felicity asked. "The Archon," Tristan replied, before focusing his attention on the sigil he gripped.
"Done? Good. Did you leave any notice for your head of house?"
"Crap, I didn't," Tristan thought. "I didn't leave anything at the townhouse."
"I will assist you, then, to avoid any misinformation. What do you want conveyed to Hervan Anaurochs?"
"Everything I've told you, including my suspicions about my father being behind the assassins."
"Noted. I would not advise your return to the capital any time soon."
"I'm going to be going away for a while," Tristan said. "And Grimtome has been very helpful. I trust him. I'll be in the Fey realm."
"Interesting. I would assume growing your essence crucible and training?"
"Yes," Tristan replied. "I have a bunch of spell primers I bought for my bloodline restrictions. I need to learn them. And I need to prepare elixirs, items of artifice."
"Your bloodline can make items of artifice?"
"All elves can," Tristan replied. "Is that not common knowledge?" He kept moving through the city streets as he spoke. Some people glanced his direction but saw only the chameleon-esque outline as he walked along the boulevard.
"No, I had no idea. This is why I detest the way the Kingdom of Bant does things regarding heritages. Well, my communication does not travel across realms. Tell me, is there a time dilation?"
"No, 1 day here is 1 day there."
"Then 5 days from now, an hour after sunrise, I will attempt communication again."
There was a chuckle, followed by a slight sigh.
"I wish you luck in your essence-weaving endeavors. I cannot delve into these assassination matters without seeming invested, so you are on your own for the investigation continuing forward. It very well could be your father."
Tristan sighed. "I figured that would be the case."
Time comes to a close. Again, I hope that when you do come into your own, you do not forget the kindness I have shown and the invaluable aid I have provided."
"I won't forget. Thank you for everything, Archon Grimtome."
"Obadiah. Call me Obadiah. The spell comes to a conclusion."
His voice was cut off as the amulet ceased vibrating. Tristan pushed the amulet under the collar of his armored breastplate and continued his journey out of the capital, hugging the walls through his journey, save for when he had to cross an intersection. Thankfully, the crowds were still milling about and talking about the triumphant dragon slayer who had gone through the streets not too long before. It gave Tristan plenty of cover to lose himself in the crowd, and none noticed his outlined form walking past them. But he started to feel weak. I must be running low on essence from fueling this blending spell, he thought. Channeling the magical power into the amulet, he applied his half-elf illusion and dropped the blending. Word hasn't spread yet. I'm ahead of that. He strode up to the main gates with confidence, holding up his noble seal with both the king and the Archon's favor slotted into it. I'm going out to hunt a dragon. One of the sergeants of the city guard, not the Black Company, thankfully, gave him a disgusted look and hiked his thumb over his shoulder. Sallyport. Tristan nodded and put the sigil back under his armor, headed to the side entrance leading out of the walls, and was let out of the heavily reinforced doors. It was just another dig against his half-breed heritage, making him go out of his way to traipse through the high grass and muddy ground outside of the walls, instead of along the cobblestone main road that led to and from the capital. Felicity hung her head down to look at Tristan. What's the plan? Going to the countryside and heading to the Fey realm, like I said. Training, then? Yes. I want to go through one of the outside towns to restock my alchemist's kit. I am going to be well prepared against assassins going forward. Artifice items, curative and essence elixirs, panaceas for poison, anything that I can think of. Felicity sighed. Going to be a boring bit of time in the Fey realm, then. It doesn't have to be. I'm going to be out every 5 days. A thought struck him, and he smiled. You could stay out here and cause your mischief, but also keep investigating the assassins. We can reconvene at my departure point at the same time I'm talking to the Archon. Sorry, Obadiah. Felicity giggled. That's his name? That's a silly-sounding name. Tristan reached a hand up and scratched her head right between the antlers. Some may say Felicity is, too. So, what do you think? Yep. Sounds like a plan. I'm going to do so many shenanigans. Tristan chuckled. You'll need to give me everything from the storage space, though, before we split paths. She nodded. Once you restock. Finding an herbalist outside of the capital was easy enough. Many farming-oriented towns were located at each of the cardinal directions away from Bant's Holdfast, places where those who owned and worked the farmsteads could go to for a hot, non-home-cooked meal or to spend their wages. Tristan did not get the best quality supplies. Those would be the herbs that were already dried out or in oil solutions, prepared for use. But he got plenty of raw ingredients, spending 20 gold pieces to buy up effectively half of the existing stock. Don't want to take all of it, he thought. Even though I could afford it, I'm not going to deprive this town of medicine for my own sake. After gathering that together, he also stopped by the blacksmith. He had not seen anything akin to a blacksmithing setup at the Queen's Wood, and wanted to have all the basics to maintain his armor and weapon. A miniature anvil and smith's tool set cost him 30 gold pieces. He wouldn't be forging anything, but this gave him more than enough for maintenance. Making a mental checklist, he ran down everything that he thought he could need for an extended stay in the Fey realm. He had food and water covered, plus the primers to work on learning new spells. I guess a cooking set with some herbs and spices so I can play around with the starberry flavor profile. The idea of having the exact same meal for a week was not very appealing. Another 5 gold, and he had a full chef's kit with a nice little box of spices included. And lastly, as a bit of a treat, he also bought a few bottles of whiskey with all of his 200 copper coins. The cheap stuff. A gift for the fairy dragons that will be helping out. With all of the items bundled under his arms, he walked through the night and into the following day, putting as much distance between himself and the capital as he could. He had a specific destination in mind, a small mountain range that his grandfather had once taken him to. It was populated by herders who raised rams and goats in the higher elevation, but in the lowlands there were many caves.
"This is where you're going to go," his grandfather had told him, "if the kingdom is invaded and we all get separated. The caves are not connected by tunnels. Each is a little hideout. We'll find each other there."
As the second night began to fall, Tristan found one such cave. Having been awake for almost 2 days, he was bone tired. The cave had seen occupation recently, as the ring of stones and cinders on the ground attested. Going to the back of the cave, he found a stalagmite, seated himself behind it to prevent someone from just spotting him through the entrance, and began spinning his essence crucible. Felicity looked at him with a concerned expression. "You okay? You've been quiet since we left that last town." She began pulling everything out of the extra-dimensional storage space as she moved about in front of him, piling it inside a small circle she drew in the dirt with her tail. A circle which included Tristan, the stalagmite, and the forgotten-until-now great bow and quiver of arrows. "I'm fine," he muttered in response. She walked over to him and put a paw claw on his knee. "You don't sound fine." Tristan shook his head. "I don't want to talk about him right now." "Talking helps." He looked at her and saw those large eyes full of a desire to understand, to sympathize in some way. Tristan sighed and spoke in a whisper. "I finally got to stand up to him. It felt good just unloading all of my feelings. But it didn't do anything." Tristan felt the slight ember of hatred still burning in his chest, almost beating along with his heart. He is still going to be praised for saving the kingdom from a dragon. He'll just replace the household staff, get married, and when grandfather eventually dies, he'll remove me from the family. Felicity harumphed. "Who cares about the Anorak's family name? You're a winter bloom. That is far more It's not more important to me." Tristan snapped back. "I have to carry on the legacy for my grandfather. I want to carry on his name." But as he said the words, he knew how hollow they sounded, and what the reality of the situation would be. Father is going to remarry, disown me, have more kids, ones that will inherit the bloodline. He felt sadness well up in him. All of his years of work, trying to overcome the stigma placed upon him by the circumstances of his birth, wasted. Grandfather might see me as the true successor. It's why he showed me the Archdragon blood vial, after all. But he cannot make me the heir over father unless he died. He looked up at Felicity, the tears dripping down his cheeks. "I'm sorry," he said, wiping them away with the back of his hand. She nodded in sympathy. "It is a lot. You need time." She had a dour look on her face. "But the sooner you accept it, the easier it will be. You aren't a half-breed Anorak's dragon slayer anymore. You're a full-blooded elf. Be the first ever elven dragon slayer, if that's what you need to feed your ego." "I don't have an ego," he muttered. "I want to carry on grandfather's legacy. He even told me that he wishes I was his son instead of his grandson. He doesn't want father to inherit, but he has no choice. I'd never be accepted as the next Anorak's family head." "The sooner you come to terms with that, the sooner you'll move on." Felicity trotted over to the cave entrance. "I'll see you in a week. Take care of yourself, Tristan."
"Stay safe,"
Tristan replied as she flew off. He returned his focus to the ring before him and kept spinning his essence crucible to channel the stream of arcane power into it. He was tired. The day of travel, recovering from the assassins, the emotional tumult. The only thing he could do while waiting for the ring to activate was replay the day's events and see what he could have done differently. First, he'd eat no food unless he cooked it himself. Couldn't risk poisoning. The same went for water. So, I guess I'm making a ton of clear cool elixirs when I'm in the Fey realm. Second, he would sleep in the Fey realm every night, even if he was traveling. Couldn't risk someone killing him while he slumbered. Third, preparation. He needed to see what artifice was upon the essence lantern, his ring, and the cloak of Winterbloom. Then he'd need to study the spell primers and practice as much as he could, not only to build his repertoire, but also grow his essence capacity. Then, apply artifice to his new dagger and the sheath, if the sheath was of high enough quality. He thought it was, but he wouldn't know until he tried. And elixirs. Tons of them. Clear cool for food and drink, healing for curing any injuries, essence for restoring his power in a pinch, and a panacea for any diseases or poisons. Maybe that much essence weaving will be enough to enable me to open the second door in the vault. The ring glowed white, and he whooshed into the Fey realm. Fairy dragons flew around the Queen's Wood and bowed when they saw him. One in particular he recognized, with curly antlers, flew over to him and cleared its throat, speaking in Elvish. "Lord Tristan, do you feel okay? You look terrible." "I'm not okay, but time will heal all wounds. For now, we have work to do." "You have all of this stuff you brought?" Tristan stood up. "Did my ancestors have anything like a smithy or a forge?" The fairy dragon shrugged and looked up, shouting the question to some other fairy dragons, who all swooped down and perched on the new addition to the dirt circle in front of the Queen's Wood. There was chatter back and forth, and then another, higher-pitched fairy dragon voice spoke. "Yep, we have something like that." "Okay then," Tristan said. "Here's what I would like, please. Take the alchemist's kit up to the top bows. The same goes for the smith's tool set and the chef's kit. The whiskey is for all of you to enjoy." There was a small cheer at that, and several fairy dragons flew down, grabbed whiskey bottles, and began imbibing from them. Tristan continued, "The same goes for the miniature anvil. I want all of the primers moved up to that same platform." He heard an enormous flapping behind him and turned to see the matriarch landing.
"Ah, Lord Tristan, you return. Where is Felicity?"
"She is scouting on my behalf," Tristan said. "I'll fill you in a moment. But first, I would like to get every possible crafting station we have supplies for. Alchemy, cooking, smithing, tailoring, whatever you can think of. Let's get that all set up on the treetop platforms."
"Of course. Your will be done, Lord Tristan. We will muster what we can and bring it up."
"I saw 2 more platforms as well. We'll save those for other endeavors. That platform with the astrologer's glass, I'd like to add on to that so it acts as a study. So any couches, bookshelves, and the like." She raised an inquisitive eyebrow. "Couches?" "Something padded I can spend hours sitting on while I read these spell primers."
"Ah, of course."
She smiled softly.
"You will be staying for a while, then?"
5 days. The matriarch nodded.
"As long as we do not have you stay longer than a season. If that happens, then the sealed-off portions of the realm may stir, and you are not ready for that.
Sealed off parts of the Fey realm? That's something to investigate later. I plan on staying to do quite a bit of training and crafting. Oh, I don't know if you saw, but I opened the first vault. The matriarch's eyes went wide.
Congratulations! What was within?
Tristan gestured for her to follow him, and she shouted out some orders to the surrounding fairy dragons in Elvish at a speed that Tristan was barely able to keep up with. But effectively, she was conveying his instructions about setting up the platforms in top boughs of the tree. He walked down to his chambers and grabbed the scroll from the bedside table and held it up for her. She read through it rapidly.
Well, I knew that. Winterbloom were the first elf bloodline and helped to build up the Fey realm they emerged within. The never grow old refers to your body. You will remain at the peak of your physical form throughout your lifetime, and that lifetime can be quite long. Elven lifespan increases based upon essence capacity, up to a limit based upon bloodline. Save for Winterbloom, who could be effectively immortal. Did I not explain that before?
Nope.
An oversight, then. It happens when millennia of learning is within one's mind. As for the rest, I do not know what is in the vaults, so that treasure that lies beyond, your guess would be as good as my guess. The last part about being able to rule, that is a tricky topic.
Why? Tristan asked, as he sat on the bed and began taking off his armor and divesting himself of his equipment. To his slight surprise, a cadre of fairy dragons flew in and began undressing him and putting his equipment on the armor stand and weapon rack, as well as stripping him down while they filled the tub.
The Winterbloom are the lords and ladies of the elves. You are the ruler of this realm, along with any others of your bloodline who arrive. Therefore, other elves are compelled to listen to your orders. The strong-willed can overcome this effect, and they will never do something that harms themselves or goes against their nature. But the compulsion is akin to a permanent enchantment spell laced through your voice, your very being.
Tristan nodded as he got into the tub now full of hot water. If I went to a place with more elves, say the Sapphire Coast, and started ordering people around, they would just do what I told them?
Yes, minus the prohibitions I listed.
Interesting. Right. Well, I need to fill you in on everything that happened in the last few weeks. Chapter 30. Identifying Artifice and Basic Enchantment. The matriarch was silent for a few seconds after Tristan concluded. Then she said,
Well, Lord Tristan, I would have to say that based upon your descriptions, your father could very well be the source of the assassins. I am truly sorry that you had friends die.
Tristan dipped his head and let out an exhausted sigh. I'm tired, matriarch. I need some alone time. She nodded and whistled a loud, trilling sound. The various fairy dragons who were flitting about, fluffing the pillows, smoothing the sheets, laying out nightclothes, all flew out. She too left the chamber, and her tail pulled the door shut behind her. Tristan sank below the still warm water and kept his eyes shut. I'm sorry, Gertrude. I'm sorry all of you died because they wanted me dead. 8 guards. The new maid he barely knew. Tristan knew of Marlowe's daughter and wife in their small apartment in a lower district of the city. That little girl is going to grow up without her father. And all the servants at the manor house. Whole families he had known growing up. Gone. Tristan emerged from the water and collapsed onto the floor, back against the wooden tub, pulling his knees up to his head, letting his emotions pour out as he cried for the lives of those lost. The next morning, Tristan was woken up from his slumber by an interesting smell. Sitting up, he saw several fairy dragons who were walking quietly on the ground, carrying a few plates and cups. They froze in place. "Sorry, Lord Tristan. Didn't mean to wake you up." "Breakfast is ready." "We even found eggs. Not sure where they came from, but we fried them up anyways." "They tasted good." "Excellent, even." The different voices overlapped, and Tristan couldn't help but smile at the bad pun-based joke. "Right. I'll eat your mystery food." They left the plates and cups on the desk nearby, and Tristan left the warm, comfy bed to partake of the repast. It was delicious, and he could not help but wonder what type of eggs he was eating. But he didn't care much. The fairy dragons had also left out clothing, and Tristan quickly swapped out to the more active wear made of the silken strand vine before grabbing his armor and weapon. Ascending to the top of the Queen's Wood, he saw quite the change had been wrought overnight. The alchemy station had been pushed to the side of one of the platforms, and a variety of workstations had been set up or brought in. An enormous red tree had been transplanted from elsewhere in the Fey realm, and the center was hollowed out and glowed a deep cherry red. He could feel the heat radiating from it, and the anvil he had purchased was placed in front of it on a stump. Deep black wooden tools such as pliers were placed around the space, along with barrels and buckets. Alongside the new smithy on the platform were more mundane crafting stations. A desk with several grooves for artificed items to be placed upon, which could double as an imbuing workstation, a tailoring bench with a nearby stack of the large leaves from which his clothes were made, a cooking station similar to the alchemist one, with all of his gear set up, and, most curious of all, a low bench with a fancy set of metal tools on it. The fairy dragons had seemingly converted the whole platform into a workshop. Going over to inspect the low bench and intricate bits of adamant wood, he saw that they were jeweler's tools. Did elves do jewel crafting? He thought, as he went over to the other currently filled platform. The astrologer's glass was still fixed in place on the platform, but nearby were several circular-shaped bags that were stuffed with a substance that felt granular but provided a comfortable seat. And the bookshelf. It was old, gnarled wood that had been carefully crafted to form a gentle oval along the top. All his spell primers and the potion manual were sitting there, awaiting his perusal. Right then. What to do first? It made the most sense to identify the rest of the items I have. So, pulling out the artifice primer, he returned to the crafting benches and set the first object down on the desk, the essence lantern. Following the instructions in the primer and making the appropriate spell gesture, he performed the spell required to discern artifice. Spinning his crucible and speaking the spell phrase in demon's tongue as the essence pooled into his limbs. I seek the knowledge of what this object does. Fill my mind with understanding and let the effect flow through me. Distill the response to the utensil in my grip. The device thrummed with energy and vibrated almost out of control, but then settled as his essence finished its swirling and his writing hand stilled. Essence-seeking lantern. Detect essence weaving. First, divination. When in the presence of essence that is directed, that is, non-ambient, within 30 feet, the user is notified. Moving through the next few items, Tristan repeated the Discern Artifice spell, draining his essence crucible down to the last drop before reverse spinning it to draw in the ambient essence within the realm. Ring of the Fey Lords and Ladies. Inter-realm warp, 5th, teleportation. By channeling essence into the ring, the user may travel across the barrier between realms without creating a rift, taking themselves and anything within 3 feet of their location. The departure and arrival point in each realm is the same. Cloak of Winterbloom. Thrice command. 3rd enchantment. After activation, the next 3 command words that the user says will be followed by all who can hear and understand the user's speech. They will attempt to follow the command words to the best of their ability for the next minute. Command words that require harm of oneself or others will be automatically ignored. Tristan gasped. Okay, wow, enchantment spells were powerful. How would resisting enchantment work? If someone, say, wanted to affect him with an enchantment spell, how would he resist it? He heard the loud flapping of the matriarch as she landed on one of the open platforms, and her body shifted into that of a tall, well-muscled woman with fairy dragon features, a more Amazonian version of Felicity's elfinoid form. She spoke in Elvish.
"Ah, I see you are busy identifying the various items you have been gifted."
Tristan nodded and replied in kind, "I'm wondering how resisting enchantment works." The matriarch frowned slightly.
"That is a tricky topic, and hard to quantify. Those with weak wills or who are easily manipulated will fall victim to that spell type without much resistance. But the stronger-willed a person is, the more resistant they will be."
How would I protect myself against something like that? She sighed and leaned over the table, glancing down at his papers. Despite her leaning over, she was just as tall as he was, even so.
"First, you need to know what enchantment feels like. Once you can recognize it, then you can react to resist. May I use such a spell on you?"
"Yes. I need to know what I might be up against." She turned to face him.
"This is a first-order spell called Command, much like the thrice command of your Cloak of Winterbloom. However, this only allows for a single command word. Mine will be Sit. With me so far?"
Tristan nodded as he focused wholly on what she was saying, putting to memory everything, including the fairly simple spell gesture she made. Index and middle finger of the dominant hand, pressed together and placed horizontally along the lips, matching the top and bottom. She held the position for a moment and turned slightly, and he could see that her lips were not touching the fingers, but were very close to doing so.
"You will first use a spell phrase. Then, after the spell phrase, you pull the fingers away from your lips like this."
She moved her fingers down to her throat and held them there for a second.
"And you then speak the command word."
"Can you say the spell phrase before putting essence into it?" She nodded.
"Read the words upon my lips and obey my orders as you are best able."
She paused for a moment.
"I will write this down for you as well. Are you ready?"
Tristan took a deep breath. "Yes, do it."
"Remember, you will feel something foreign, almost pressing against your temples. To resist, you will need to focus on a single object to the exclusivity of everything else. Something solid is normally appropriate, such as a rock or metal."
"Or my armor," Tristan thought. "I can visualize it protecting my mind." He nodded. "Ready." The matriarch held up her hand and repeated the 2-finger spell gesture, said the phrase, then moved her fingers to her throat before speaking a single word.
"Sit."
Tristan felt an enormous pressure against his temples and inside of his ears, as if he were diving deep down into the lake they used to travel to in order to learn how to swim. Staring at his armor nearby, he tried to think of only the protective metal carapace. It had saved his life a few times previously. Never from dragons, since he had not yet fought any real dragons, but the shell that gave him a sense of comfort was easy to envision wrapping him fully. Then the pressure vanished, and he let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. That felt weird.
"You are still standing,"
the matriarch said with a faint smile.
"That is good. Now that you have felt it, you will know when it is happening and how to resist it. But be aware, higher order enchantment spells are far harder to resist and will act much more quickly."
She turned to the alchemy station and waved her hand over the artificed surface, the top heating up as the air warbled.
"I will assist you in your preparation of these various potions, leaving the essence infusion of proper imbuement to you, so that you may improve upon your essence capacity."
"Thank you," Tristan replied. "The recipe book—"
"I read all of those books last night,"
she said haughtily, as she looked back at him with her lips drawn into a very slight grin.
"I was curious. I can perform the same spell types as Felicity, so the ice elementalism was not very useful. But I am very well versed in essence weaving in general."
Tristan returned to his task as he responded with a question. "How did you learn essence weaving?"
"From your ancestor, the first Fey lady."
"Who would that be?"
"Zeltana,"
the matriarch replied.
"The progenitor of the Winter Bloom bloodline, the first elf who emerged when the Fey realm first came into being. She was one of the most powerful archons that elvenkind ever saw."
"What happened to her?"
"She died,"
the matriarch muttered, as she began grinding herbs down into a paste. Tristan turned back to the bench and pondered what the matriarch had said. How did she die?
"She sacrificed herself."
The matriarch looked down into the paste she was grinding and was silent. With no more to an answer forthcoming, Tristan sighed and stood up. "Well, I'm going to go read those spell primers." The only spell types he didn't have primers for, but could access, were Dragonbane, which just had the one spell that scaled with his essence capacity, according to Grandfather, and Fortune. "Who could teach me fortune spells?"
"None of my children,"
she replied, as she continued grinding away with the mortar and pestle.
"All fairy dragons may only use illusion, flora, and enchantment, plus our innate spell-like ability to shape change and turn invisible."
Felicity said she could use a little transmutation as well.
"Yes, sometimes my children develop an extra spell type, but none have manifested fortune thus far. To learn that spell type, you will need one of those books from the mortal realm, or find a teacher."
"Thank you for helping with the potion making, by the way. It makes doing the elixir part really easy."
"Oh, it is not a problem at all. Flying around the Fey realm on my patrol leaves me quite physically tired, and letting my wings rest is a nice break. Plus, I can get some of these lazy children of mine to help out."
She said that last bit with a glance up to the highest boughs above them, and Tristan followed her gaze to see dozens of fairy dragons looking down and eating starberries. "Oh, right. Coming, Mom. I don't want to mush berries." "Hey, at least you don't have to carry buckets of clear coal up and down." Tristan chuckled and moved to the study area as fairy dragons swarmed around the matriarch. Some began helping her with the herb processing, while others flew off into different directions to get ingredients from around the Fey realm. Which spell primer first? Chapter 31. Flinging Frost in Flurries. Tristan sat down and grabbed the primer on ice elementalism. It was written in the standard tongue and was an easy read. He flipped past the author's introduction and went right to the basic information that preceded the different order-ranked spells. Welcome to your primer on ice elementalism. As with all basic spell primers for elementalism, there are a few items to take note of before we can begin to delve into the wonderful frost that is ice elementalism. First, a general rundown. Elementalism entails controlling the elements of creation. Many exist, but the primary categories are these: water, fire, wind, lightning, earth, poison, shadow, light. There are, of course, rarer types of elementalism. Examples include sound, metal, lava, and the focus of this primer, ice. Now, all elementalism is used in one of three categories of spells: offense, defense, or control. All categories of elementalism spells come with backlash, which is a portion of the spell's energy that affects the user. Think of it as a sort of universal limiter that the laws of reality impose upon us essence weavers. We cannot go throwing around spheres of lightning over and over without risking catastrophe. Each category is listed below, along with some sample effects and the backlash that accompanies it. Whilst the backlashes listed below are specific to ice elementalism, since that's the primer you're reading, you can imagine similar effects for other spell types, or go purchase my other primers. 1. Offense. Sample effects: flinging shards of ice at a foe, encrusting an opponent's body to reduce movement. Backlash. Your internal temperature will lower drastically, to the point that you risk hypothermia. 2. Defense. Sample effects: defensive walls of ice, shields of ice. Backlash. Your body will become encrusted in ice, hampering and hindering movement. This also will be quite cold and could contribute to hypothermia. 3. Control. Sample effects: manipulating existing ice, melting ice, turning water into ice. Backlash. Dehydration. Drink plenty of water. Ice elementalism is very combat-oriented, consisting of a variety of spells, from protective walls and shields of ice, to projectiles of sharpened ice, to encrusting foes with the freezing substance so as to hinder or fully stop movement. This spell type requires more essence in dry, hot, or arid conditions, and less essence if in damp, wet, or cold conditions. Keep this in mind. You would not, for instance, be able to use a first-order amount of essence in a desert for a first-order spell. You would need to use essence equivalent to a second or even third-order spell to overcome the shifting essence cost thanks to the environment. Lastly, you will notice that these spells are written in Dragon's Tongue. This is due to the Draconid heritage's ties to the elemental realms. They are the ones who are most closely tied to these elementalism spell types. Other languages can be used to enact the effects, but they often misfire in some way. This drawback has stumped scholars for centuries. Just learn some Dragon's Tongue if you're serious about being an elementalism user. Lastly, this primer contains 1 offense, 1 defense, and 1 control spell for first order through third order, as with all primers. Tristan paused and looked up at the boughs of the trees. The offensive backlash won't affect me since I'm cold-proof, thanks to being Winterbloom. Defense backlash, no cold to worry about, but the ice encrusting my armor would be a hindrance up close. He flipped open to the first order spells. The spell phrases were written in Dragon's Tongue. Frost Flurry. First. Spell phrase: I summon forth the fury of ice and frost. Form shards that will pierce and slash my target. Spell gesture: hold your hand out in front of you, with the fingers all pressed together, and the thumb tucked on top, with its tip on the side of the knuckle of the index finger. Stand with your body bladed toward the target, and ensure that your eye sees down your arm to the point where you cannot see the fingers beyond the slightly raised thumb. Closing the opposite eye helps. Ensure that the bump of the raised thumb is level with your target. Spin your essence crucible and push the essence into your fingertips, not the thumb. Other notes: the effective range of the spell is 100 feet before the projectile begins to arc downward. If you memorize the speed and angle, you can bypass the normal distance limitation. Tristan stood up and looked around for something he could target. Walking to the edge of the platform, he spotted a slight bulge of a branch about 20 feet below himself. First, blade my stance. He pivoted his feet and put his right arm up at shoulder height. And now the fingers. Lining them up was simple enough, and he ensured he placed the thumb on the edge of his knuckle. This is going to be tricky in gauntlets. I'll have to do a test run with them on to see how they affect the spell. Closing his left eye, he lined up his right eye with the top of his thumb, and then pivoted from the hips so that his arm remained straight aligned with his eye. He put the bulge in the branch right above the slight arch of the thumb. Now spin the essence crucible. He spun it slowly, feeling the cool essence fill him up with a refreshing burst of energy. Focusing it into his fingertips, he saw a small cascade of icy mist exude from his hand. He muttered the spell phrase in dragon's tongue, the harsh, guttural language second nature to him, thanks to his mother's insistence he attain full fluency, rather than passing familiarity like his half-siblings. A spear of ice formed in front of his palm alongside the fingers. He could feel the essence draining from his crucible and into the projectile, and he kept spinning his crucible faster and faster as he tried to push out as much essence as he could. The icicle kept growing and growing until it was the size of a horse's torso. When he let the essence cease, the projectile rocketed forward faster than an arrow could fly. It pierced into the bulge of the tree, embedding itself partway in and remaining lodged there. Tristan fell to his knees, fumbling the book out of his left hand. It landed on the platform next to him. Sucking in air, he closed his eyes and visualized his essence crucible as best he could. It was not vibrant and full of energy, but quite dull. Spin it in reverse. He focused on that reversal and saw the motes of crystalline, icy blue energy begin to gather as he drew in the ambient essence of the Fey realm. Within seconds, full up, he grabbed the primer. Rising to his full height, he looked at the still frozen and now slightly slick icicle below. Now to test this out a bit. In the bladed stance, he raised his hand once more and repeated the spell. But he stopped pushing essence into the icicle when it became the size of a small knife. Loosing it at the back of the other icicle, he saw it impact and embed itself deeply with a resounding crack. And let's try different sizes to gauge the essence cost. Over the next several minutes, he generated icicles of varying sizes, and fairy dragons began to gather around him. Tristan stopped after practicing the spell with different intensities for 5 minutes straight, only taking breaks to suck in more of the ambient essence to refill his reservoir. Once he lowered his arm, fairy dragons began flying down to investigate the icicle and licking it. So cold. Refreshing. Oh, what if we shaved off pieces with our paw claws? Then flavored it with starberry jam. The fairy dragons began dislodging the enormous icicle and flew it down and away toward the surrounding forest. Tristan shook his head and chuckled slightly. Interesting spell, the matriarch said as she stepped onto the platform next to Tristan. Ice elementalism is potent for combat, especially in your hands, since your bloodline enjoys the privilege of ignoring most of the backlash. She glanced at the spell primer, As a winter bloom, you do not have to use dragon's tongue for ice elementalism, you know. You can use elvish without the chance of misfire, if you elected to. Shall I write down the spell phrase? I'm good with just dragon's tongue for elementalism. I'm fluent in it. Tristan looked at her and couldn't help but grin. I'm starting to feel like a real mage, and I can see now how essence weavers could use some spells in combat. The spell phrases are relatively short, and the gestures are extremely simple. You will find that to be true of most combat-oriented spells, she replied. So, how does it feel coming into your own? Tristan looked at his right hand and flexed it. I feel good. This feels right. I've always wondered what using essence weaving would be like, and now I'm just like my family. He stopped mid-sentence. My human family, he muttered. Looking over at her, he frowned slightly. Sorry, I'm still getting used to embracing my identity as a winter bloom, and not as an anorax. The matriarch squeezed his shoulder gently. You are a lord of the Fae. You should embrace that. But I understand it will be an emotional and mental process, extricating your identity from that of your human side. I want to see my grandfather, Tristan said as he met her gaze. I will always be his grandson, and unless he disowns me, I'll always be an anorax. But I need to be what I am. I'm a winterbloom elf, but I'm also a dragon slayer. That's in my blood, and always will be. He looked out over the enormous forest. And I'm going to claim whatever my birthright is in that vault, and be the strongest, most renowned dragon slayer ever. I should practice this spell more and get used to the range, the drop-off, and how to arc it. Plus, find out if the larger version for more essence has a more significant drop-off. Glancing at the matriarch, he noticed her intense gaze on him. It did not make him uncomfortable, but it did feel as if she were evaluating him. Do we have something like a training ground, with practice targets and the like? The matriarch pointed down to a small gap in the surrounding forest to the west of the Queen's Wood. There is a clearing there where your ancestors used to train for combat. The same clearing where I fought you in the faux dragon form. Good. Shall I give you a ride down? It is far faster than walking. Tristan felt a giddy excitement in his chest and nodded enthusiastically. That would be great. Oh, wait a second. He ran across the platform to his armor and sword, gearing up as quickly as he could. Just a minute. Take your time. We are in no rush. Tristan got his gear on, strapped his sword to his hip, and shoved the primer into the small satchel that hung off the belt. If I'm going to a training field, I want to practice using swordplay and this offensive spell at the same time. The matriarch's elfinoid body shifted, the limbs distorting and twisting before being shrouded with a rainbow glow, and she transformed into her full fairy dragon form. The size of a cottage, she was smaller than most elemental realm dragons, but Tristan could almost feel the air humming with magical potential, more so than just the latent realm's essence imbuing the atmosphere. He could see the characteristic shimmer in the air of an essence-weaving effect being manifested for show, just like in the towers. She reached out her claw, it warped into a hand, and she lifted him up onto her back before launching herself over the ledge. Tristan let out a whoop of excitement and exhilaration as she flew down at a steep, steep angle. The rush through his hair, the air streaking past him, and the trembling in his stomach made him giddy. "This is amazing!" he shouted out, clamping down with his thighs reflexively to fix himself in place. The matriarch pulled out of her dive, smoothly transitioning to a glide as she approached the clearing. A crowd of fairy dragons flew alongside, almost as if an aerial escort. Or the oddest bird migration one could imagine. Tristan just reveled in the experience that he knew in his heart very few had experienced. When Felicity gets bigger, we could travel so much faster. Chapter 32. Blending Spells with Combat. The clearing where the matriarch sat down on was easily 200 feet across in all directions, a massive circle of soft green grass. She helped Tristan down, and he found the footing beneath to be surprisingly firm, considering the grassy terrain. The ground seemed to welcome him, as the blades of grass flattened before he had placed his foot down. Fairy dragons began flying to the edges of the clearing and working in tandem to move a variety of cross-shaped target dummies into the training field and then plant them in the ground. The matriarch shifted to her elfinoid form and gestured widely at the whole space. This is the training ground of your forebears. The wooden targets are regenerative. When planted in the ground, they will regrow. And, if you seek to practice against a foe that is actively attacking you, we have plenty of adamant wood weapons and armor that my children can outfit themselves with. As she spoke, 4 fairy dragons flew out from the forest line and landed in front of him. Then they shifted into elfinoid forms a little shorter than Tristan, teen-sized. More fairy dragons flew after them, and with much chatter, several comments regarding how well endowed they were with their physique, and plenty of insults levied both ways, the group of 4 elfinoid fairy dragons were equipped with armor and weapons. Tristan nodded. Good to know, thank you. Do you have a spare practice sword? I don't want to risk hurting anyone. A pair of fairy dragons flitted away to the edge of the clearing, vanished into the trees, and then returned with 4 different adamant wood weapons: a 2-handed maul, a 2-handed sword, a 1-handed sword, and a 1-handed hammer. They set the weapons on the ground and then flew over to the trees at the edge of the clearing, joining dozens of siblings who lounged on the boughs as they ate starberries and watched the field. Some had small bowls filled with ice that crunched as they chomped on their cool snack. Tristan looked over the various weapons. I'm most familiar with a sword, he muttered as he reached down and grabbed the 1-handed blade. The hilt was shorter than that of his family weapon, because his had the space for 2 hands to increase cutting power. And this blade was shorter. But if I'm going to be doing spell gestures mid-combat, I need to keep a hand free. He studied the 4 fairy dragons dressed up in equipment as they idly chatted with each other. The matriarch tapped Tristan's shoulder. If you plan on sparring with magic involved, be careful. My children are sturdy, but they can perish, especially with such an unrelenting spell type as ice elementalism. I wanted to train on distance and drop off a bit, Tristan replied as he walked to the far edge of the clearing. The matriarch and the 4 fairy dragons followed him. I have a great bow back with my gear, and a quiver of arrows, but I think that being able to fight with a sword and then swap to fire at a distant target is going to be beneficial. I agree, the matriarch replied. If you are well settled here, I will return to preparing your various potions for eventual imbuement. She bowed, shifted to her full fairy dragon form once more, then lifted off. The mighty flaps of her wings bent the grass downward and threatened to bowl Tristan over. He turned to the 4 fairy dragons dressed up in armor. I'm bored. Can we start hitting each other? As long as no nutshots are allowed. That's one of the best ways to win, though. Fight dirty. Tristan shook his head and chuckled. What I'd like to do is practice a few frost flurries at the more distant targets, and when I've got a gauge for the arc of the projectile, practice fighting one of you while also shooting projectiles. He looked between the four of them. One of you will fight with me. The others are going to grab some of those targets and run around with them, varying ranges. The fairy dragons all saluted and then immediately circled up, bickered for a few seconds, and then picked some grass and drew straws to choose the three who would have to run the targets back and forth. With that decided, one of the older-looking ones who came up to just under Tristan's height squared up to him. "Give me a moment to test range first," Tristan said as he turned to the field. Raising his left hand, wanting to get used to using his offhand to fire the projectiles, he put his fingers together, thumb on top of the knuckle, and spun his essence crucible. Pushing the essence into his fingertips, he took aim at a tree on the far side of the clearing. Okay, 100 feet before the fall-off, and that full distance from here to there is 200 feet. Hopefully I can still use the spell despite the armor. He cleared his throat and spoke in dragon's tongue. "I summon forth the fury of ice and frost. Form shards that will pierce and slash my target." He poured as much essence as he could into the spell, spinning his crucible as fast as he could. The tiny bead of ice grew to an enormous icicle within seconds, and he launched it forth. After flying out the 100-foot distance, it began to arc downward. Then it buried itself into the ground. Tristan was shaking from exhaustion as he reverse-spun his crucible to suck in the ambient essence of the Fey realm. Right. Now to do some of varying sizes, and then see if there is a difference in fall-off distance based on size. He raised his hand and repeated the spell a few times, creating different-sized icicles. Then he called out in Elvish to the fairy dragons scattered across the field, "What's the drop-off like?" One of the armored fairy dragons unfurled his wings from small slats in the back of his adamant wood armor and fluttered over to the impact points. "They're all equal." Projectile drop-off isn't affected by the size of the projectile. Good. Okay, how far did they go past the 100-foot mark?
What?
Tristan sighed. "Go to where it started to curve downward and tell me how much farther it went before hitting the ground." The fairy dragon nodded and began pacing out from the top of the projectile's line of fire to where it descended and ultimately impacted. "Looks like a couple of feet. Like 10. Tristan closed his eyes and imagined the arc of an arrow. This was way shorter than an arrow's flight. Maybe a quarter draw from the bow he had to practice with. Which means if I angle this just right, I can find the maximum range. Clear off the center." The fairy dragon did so, and Tristan aimed his hand up into the sky at the perfect launch angle for a maximum range bow shot. Spinning his essence crucible once more, he fired off a fist-sized icicle, watching the projectile sail upward before gently arcing and flying to the edge of the tree line. Seems like the maximum with the perfect arc is 200 feet. Double the base distance. An archer would outrange me, but firing perfectly straight projectiles within 100 feet is still a really valuable surprise maneuver. Reverse spinning his essence crucible, he looked at the fairy dragon who was leaning on his sword and picking his ear with a hand. "Ready to fight?" Tristan asked. The fairy dragon quickly flicked his finger away from him, gripped the wooden practice sword, and raised it. "Ready whenever." Tristan shouted down the field. "Start running across with the targets." The other fairy dragons did so, and he turned back to the combatant in front of him. "I want you to come at me like you're trying to kill me." The fairy dragon frowned a little. "The matriarch said we should never really hurt you." "I believe I outrank her," Tristan said with a smile. "Do as I say. And please come at me like you're trying to kill me. If I look badly injured, stop." The fairy dragon nodded and rushed forward, unleashing an overhead chop that was vicious and almost wild. In fact, it was such an amateur swing that Tristan just stepped forward, met the blade with his own, and deflected it down to the side, putting his foot out and kicking the fairy dragon on the rump, sending the smaller person sprawling into the grass. As his opponent recovered, Tristan raised his offhand and aimed at the closest of the moving targets. "I summoned forth the fury of ice and frost. Form—" He was only part-way through saying the spell phrase in dragon's tongue when he had to focus once more on the threat in front of him. He once more parried a wild strike, this one horizontal that he deflected upward, and he pushed forward as he swept the legs with his heel. The fairy dragon went down. Can I just finish the phrase, or do I have to start over? I mean, this is training. I'll just finish the phrase. He finished the spell phrase. "Shards that will pierce and slash my target." The shard of ice manifested in his palm, and, at his current crucible spin speed, he could only push enough essence into it to create a finger-sized projectile. He willed it to release, and it rocketed forward, hitting the target just to the left of where he was aiming. It doesn't home in on the target, so when they're moving, I have to lead it. Once more he had to turn to face a simple attack. Instead of parrying and pushing his foe off balance, Tristan simply engaged in a series of blocks. This isn't really a challenge, not like those mercenaries I fought. I don't want to be rude, but do you have any more skilled fighters? The fairy dragon frowned and pulled back, huffing and taking deep breaths. I'm a good fighter. Tristan rolled his eyes. Sure you are. Look, you're outmatched here. I need someone who can keep up with me. He heard the enormous flapping once more, and, looking back, saw the matriarch had returned. She unshifted, walked over to the smaller fairy dragon in elfinoid form, and pushed him to the edge of the clearing. Go on. Lord Tristan needs a stronger opponent. The smaller fairy dragon nodded, handed his gear over to her, and then reverted to his small, fox-like form, shouting, Beat him up, Mom, as he left. The matriarch chuckled. I apologize, Lord Tristan. My children are not trained combatants. Is that something you wish to alter? I can put together a training program. If you think it is valuable, Tristan replied. I trust you to rule the Fey realm as you have been for however long you have been. You know better than I how it should operate. She smiled gently. That is thoughtful. Now, you wished for a combatant who pushes you to your limits? She put on armor and helmet discarded by the prior combatant, the wood warping under her fingers to fit her body, and picked up the practice sword. It was almost dainty in her hands, and she held up a finger. One moment. She walked over to the area where the various weapons had been placed and picked up the two-handed maul. It looked like a one-handed weapon in her grip. That was just how large she was. Taking up a combat stance, the soft smile turned to a taut expression. Ready? Tristan nodded and twirled the one-handed blade in his grip. Ready. She rushed forward and swung the enormous hammer horizontally. Tristan knew he could not parry and would have to deflect or dodge. Jumping back, he began spinning his essence crucible and pushing the essence into his left hand. In between the matriarch's swings, he spoke each word of the spell phrase, little by little. I summoned forth. He dodged to the side as a massive, overhand swing went thud into the ground. The fury of ice and... He stepped into her guard and stabbed forward to her midsection. She brought the shaft of the hammer up to deflect his strike, and then brought the head of the maul in a small, tight circle, which crushed into his chest and flung him backward onto his butt. He groaned, but made sure even as the air escaped his lungs, he spoke the next lines. "Frost, form shards that will pierce and slash my target." The matriarch ran up and swung down at him, and he had to roll out of the way before scrambling to his feet and raising his sword. She came in again and choked up her grip on the hammer's shaft to enable faster swings with the heavy head. Tristan was pushed to the limits of his capabilities when it came to deflecting, feeling the reverberating impact shake his arm with each successful deflection. Then, an idea struck him. On her next swing, he intentionally let loose the grip of his weapon so that the expected resistance she would have anticipated was not there, and it made her swing slightly beyond what she anticipated, bringing her just a little off balance. Tristan leaped forward toward her, getting right alongside her and pinning the shaft of the hammer between their torsos. Once more, he incanted the spell phrase for Frost Flurry. The icicle formed in his hand, and he pressed it against her stomach. "I win," he growled in Elvish. She glanced down and let out a slight laugh that was enchanting, was the only way Tristan could describe it. "Excellent show. Surrendering your weapon to get in close and relying on a ranged spell to inflict damage up close, that would catch even an Essence Weaver off guard, much less a normal combatant." She tapped his shoulder. "I yield, but you should still try and hit one of the targets held by my children." Tristan pulled himself back from her and took aim at the farthest dummy at the far side of the clearing. Angling his arm up and glancing to make sure he was leading the target, he let loose, and the icicle went rocketing upward before beginning its descent. The icicle embedded itself right in front of the dummy being carried by the fairy dragon. "Oh, so close," the matriarch said. Tristan clicked his tongue as he leaned down to pick up the practice blade. "I need to practice more." She smiled. "Further rounds, Lord Tristan?" He nodded and gestured for the hammer. "I want to try something. It seems like the best way to reliably blend essence weaving with martial prowess is to use large weapons to buy space and time to say the spell phrase." The matriarch nodded and handed the maul to him. "That is the way of your ancestors, blending spells with weapons. That is called spell weaving. The Fey Lady Zeltana fought with a massive hammer that came from the Queen's Wood, an enormous, mighty maul that was quite unique, in that in her hands it was terrifying to behold, perfect for spell weaving." Tristan nodded as he hefted the weapon. "This won't be super useful against dragons. You need blades to get in between the scales or into vital spots. But against people?" He flipped the weapon in his hands a few times to get used to the weight. "Yes, I can see how it is valuable." The matriarch went over to the two-handed sword and lifted it. "Shall we give this a go, then?" Tristan nodded and lifted the maul. "I need to hone my use of this offensive spell." The matriarch rushed forward. "Here I come." Chapter 33. Hefting Mauls and Ice Walls. The matriarch's assault was fast and relentless. Tristan was immediately pushed on the defensive, as he had to intercept the intense flurry of strikes with the shaft and pommel of the maul. It was well balanced, but still top-heavy, which he had expected. But this type of weapon was not suited to a fast, single opponent who was relatively unarmored. It would be much better against slower, heavily armored foes. Tristan was able to get enough distance to make use of the weapon, taking large, wide swings that kept the matriarch at bay while he spun his essence crucible. The swirling, silvery, icy blue energy filled him up, and he pushed the flow down to his right hand. I'm going to have to say the spell phrase, then take my hand off the maul for as long as it takes to launch the icicle. The matriarch didn't even give him a second to speak, as she got inside his reach and rained down several harsh thwacks against him that were so impactful they dented his armor. He grunted in pain as he dropped the maul and jumped backward as he drew his long, thin blade with extreme speed. The essence that was swirling in his right hand shot into the blade, and it elongated as the silvery, icy blue clouds cascaded from it. The matriarch pulled back and frowned. Lord Tristan, I do not wish to fight you with you wielding a lethal weapon. Tristan glanced down and grimaced. Sorry, instinct. He let the essence flow fade, and the blade reverted. He sheathed it, took off the belt, and put the weapon on the ground. Go a little easier on me, okay? I'm not skilled with a maul. He bent over and grabbed up the enormous hammer. The matriarch tossed the practice sword to the side and glanced to the trees nearby. Children, your mother requires another training target. She gestured to the trio still running in the field. And tell them to take a breather. A few fairy dragons flew off to the ones in the field who were carrying the training dummies back and forth across the space, and they scattered to the outskirts of the clearing before shifting into their dragon shapes and flying over to the trees nearby. At the same time, 2 fairy dragons flew over with a training dummy and buried it into the ground. Tristan glanced at it as he hefted the maul. I don't think a training target is a good starting point, matriarch. She chuckled and shook her head. I saw how you wielded it, like a quarterstaff. Too much focus on holding the center of the shaft. She took it from his hands and showed him a proper grip, with his topmost hand at the center of the shaft and her other hand near the base. The way you swing it is that you begin the swing with your leading hand, but then pull it back to the base of the shaft to ensure the most powerful rotation you can muster. Observe. He stepped away as she took up a ready stance in front of the target. Pulling the weapon back so that it was upright alongside her shoulder, she slowly demonstrated the strike and technique. Pulling the hammer down and around, she transitioned her center shaft grip to the base, letting the weight of the maul's head increase the force of the blow as it hit the wooden target with a resounding thud. And now, at full speed. She pulled it back and repeated the move once more. Tristan was able to follow it, but the force it imparted on impact was jarring, completely uprooting the target and sending it flying a few feet. She gestured, and the 2 fairy dragons who had set up the dummy repositioned it. Now, the maul requires very specific knowledge of range and reach. If, for instance, my swing is too close... She swung again, and this time stepped forward as she struck, which caused the shaft of the weapon to hit the target and deal almost no real harm. You lose quite a bit of power. And if you are too far away... Once more she pulled back and swung, but she took a step back as the hammerhead came around, and it just missed the front of the target. But he saw her swing had taken her a little bit off balance, just as it had when he had allowed her to knock the practice sword out of his hand. Like that, you will just miss entirely. Tristan nodded as she handed the maul to him. There's a lot to learn about a simple hammer. She smiled gently and patted him on the shoulder. Yes, there is a lot to learn, but you have a very, very long life ahead of you. Now, start swinging, and I'll give you feedback on your strikes. Tristan nodded and spent the next few hours drilling relentlessly with the weapon. The matriarch was a fount of knowledge about its use, and once he had grown familiar with the range of the maul, she began teaching him various swing combinations. By the end of the day, He was covered in sweat and shaking from the exertion. But he was happy. For the first time in a long time, he was really, truly happy. It reminded him of his training against the dragon puppets with his grandfather. Planting the hammer next to himself, he wiped away the sweat and let out a small laugh. I was going to spend today focusing on essence weaving, but this has been useful. Thank you, matriarch. She inclined her head. Of course, Lord Tristan. Well, the potions have all been prepared and await your imbuement spells. Tomorrow, Tristan replied. I have 3 things I want to do tonight before heading back. He grabbed his sword from the ground. First, have some of your children carry targets back and forth. Small targets, even flying ones, are fine. I just want to practice Frost Flurry until I get used to the travel speed to hit moving targets. Of course. The matriarch looked up to the branches where a group of fairy dragons had been lounging about all day, watching Tristan's training. Come on, boys and girls. You heard Lord Tristan. She looked at him as the fairy dragons went to grab some targets. Do you require my assistance further this evening? Yes, please. He fished around in his hip pouch for the spell primer on ice elementalism. You said you had read this already, but I want to practice the other 2 first-order spells. Could you refresh yourself to teach me the ones for defense and control? If you can read it. I can read many languages, she replied, as she went over to the edge of the clearing. Incursions from the elemental realms are rare, but have afforded the chance to learn dragon's tongue from captured foes. Sitting down on a fallen log that had been grown over with moss, she flipped open the primer and began reading it. Tristan looked out to the fairy dragons and spun his essence crucible, feeling the energy cascade through his body and soothe the warmth of physical exertion away. He repeated the spell phrase and gesture for Frost Flurry several times over, using the smallest amount of essence possible, since he knew the speed and range drop-off was not affected by the size of the projectile. He began dialing in the correct angle and how much to lead each target. Barking out instructions for varying speed and patterns, he challenged himself over the next hour as he drained and refilled his essence crucible. Eventually, as the 5 moons began to crest the trees, he stopped his training. That is good progress for one day, he thought. This was something he should practice every day. In fact, he should establish a routine while he was there. Martial training in the morning, perhaps. Spell training after. End out the day with some artifice or imbuement. And in the evening, read the spell primers to add to his repertoire. Thinking of that, he looked over to the matriarch, who had set the spell primer aside and was watching with a mildly bored expression. Walking over to her, he said, Ready? She stood up and handed the primer back to him, and he tucked it back into his hip pouch. The first-order defense spell is called Frost Wall. The spell phrase is, I summon forth a wall of ice. Seems fairly short. It is. Elementalism spells tend to be complex in the control category, of middling complexity in the offense category, and trivial in the defense category. She held up a finger. Do not forget that there is a backlash effect of crusting yourself with ice. And the gesture? She knelt and placed her fist on the ground. Her thumb was curled inside the other fingers, which, if done during a punch, would break that finger. You place it on the surface you want the wall to emerge from. It will come out perpendicular to that surface. So if you put your fist on a wall, it would emerge horizontally. Tristan nodded and spun his essence crucible. He put his fist on the ground, curling his thumb inside the other fingers, and felt the cool energy spread through his body. Where should I direct the essence? All elementalism originates in the hands. Tristan nodded and pushed the essence through his channels, which, he noted, were far more readily accepting of the increased flow. Must have grown over the day, stretched from my constant use. He took a deep breath and uttered the spell phrase. I summoned forth a wall of ice. Just in front of where his fist was planted, a wall began to grow. It was slow, and the matriarch commented, If you want it to grow faster, you must spin your crucible faster and push more essence into it. Tristan nodded and did so, and the whole wall manifested before him, 10 feet tall. As he got up and walked around the side, he could tell it was a foot thick. Width-wise, it was the same size as the height. A giant square, he commented. The ice is thick and can take several heavy hits. To emphasize this, she grabbed the maul from the ground and swung it with all the strength she could muster, and where the hammerhead hit, cracks began to spiderweb out. But Tristan looked at the other side and could not see any damage. Quite a few hits, Tristan commented. Very neat. He felt the drain on his essence from casting the spell, and knew that he could only do 4 of these walls before draining himself. The matriarch set the maul down. And the last of the ice elementalism first-order spells from this primer is simply melt ice. Freezing water is higher order, and changing the ice's properties is even higher than that. She put both of her hands at her midsection and bent her fingers so that each was like a small crook. She interlaced them so that, from the front, Tristan saw a small lattice. This is the spell gesture, and you must stand within 10 feet, facing the object. Tristan repeated the spell gesture and stood in front of the wall. And the phrase? This is the most complex. Repeat after me. Ahem. She began speaking, and Tristan spoke right after her as she paused between words in the lengthy spell phrase. I order you, frost and ice before me, to obey my command, melt in my presence, and become liquid once more. The wall of ice immediately turned to water and splashed down into the grassy ground below. Tristan felt winded and lowered his hands as he sucked in a lungful of air. That is amazing. The matriarch smiled. It has been many, many millennia since I have seen ice elementalism used in this realm. It pleases me. She looked at him. Come, let us return to the Queen's Wood. You must eat and rest. Chapter 34. Meditating, Essence Crucibles, and Imbuing Elixirs. As Tristan and the matriarch started back to the Queen's Wood on foot, fairy dragons handed Tristan cups of clear cool and clay plates of starberries until he had eaten and drunk his fill. He also spun his essence crucible in reverse, sucking in the realm's ambient power to refill it. The matriarch glanced sideways at him as they reached the base of the enormous tree. Tell me, if you would, what does your essence crucible look like? Tristan replied as he finished chewing on a slightly less ripe starberry, savoring the delicious, gooey texture of the tart flesh. When you enter your inner world, what does it look like? Tristan gulped down his bite. I can visualize it, if that's what you mean. I can close my eyes and imagine it. She frowned and shook her head. Not what I meant. Let us go to the top boughs. As her wings manifested, she stepped behind him, grabbed him around the chest, and rocketed skyward. Tristan felt that giddy feeling in his chest and the fluttering in his stomach from the rapid ascent, and within moments they were standing on the platform near the study. She gestured to the 4 cushioned seats, and Tristan sat in one as she seated herself across from him. A group of fairy dragons clamored for the remaining 2 seats, shoving each other out of them or squeezing onto them as best they could. The matriarch cleared her throat, and they quieted down.
When an essence crucible forms, it does not just create a spherical object in your torso that's part here, part ethereal. It creates an entire miniature world inside of that crucible. An inner world, as it is called.
So, when I close my eyes and visualize the crucible, I'm just visualizing the outside?
That is correct. Now I am going to walk you through a meditative exercise. But before I do, you need to know that this type of meditation can have side effects. First, whilst you are in this inner world, this mental mindscape, your senses are dulled here in reality. Someone could lightly push you, and you would not notice. A hard pinch, however, you would notice.
She raised 2 fingers.
Second, while you are in this inner realm, you may feel awake, alert, and refreshed, but your physical body is not actually resting.
Oh, I see. I simply can't spend too long doing this, Tristan stated. When the matriarch nodded in confirmation, he continued, "And how will I be able to tell time?"
It takes training. In your case, since you can always have one of my children along with you for your travels, you can skip that part of training. Instead, just tell them a duration and have them pinch you out of it.
She raised a 3rd finger to join the other 2.
Third, this type of meditation will allow you to slowly, and I do mean slowly, grow your essence capacity.
It's similar to spinning my crucible?
It is spinning your crucible. The difference is that you gain more essence capacity than just spinning your crucible. The downside is that you'll enter a trance while doing it this way, versus spinning your crucible, which can be done while doing any other activity.
Tristan nodded. All right, let's start.
Close your eyes.
He did so.
Good. Now I want you to focus on breathing in, and with each breath in, I want it to be as deep as possible, and focus on spinning your essence crucible. When you breathe out, you want to reverse the spin of your essence crucible, reversing your breathing to the movement of essence.
Tristan spun his essence crucible and felt the cool energy surging through his chest. He made sure to inhale deeply, and then on the exhalation he reversed the spin, drawing in ambient essence until he was full to bursting. He heard the matriarch's voice as he completed his 3rd breathing cycle.
Good. Now focus on visualizing that spherical crucible.
Tristan envisioned the spherical shape in his mind, the silver orb with crisscrossing cracks of icy blue and sparkling with crimson and gold flecks. "I see it," he whispered as he exhaled and kept focusing on the reverse spin.
Now, envision yourself traveling inside of it, going closer and closer, drawn in as you draw in essence and reverse the spin.
Tristan did as she instructed, and he could feel himself almost being sucked into his essence crucible. He lost all awareness of his body, but saw himself, dressed in his armor, standing in a massive snowy field. There were sparkles of glittering white snow. No, silver snow, falling all around him. Flecks of bright blue, gold, and crimson flitted down among the snowy drifts. He took a deep breath and felt the crisp air. The sky above him spun first in one direction, and then in another. There were no items of note in this space, except for the single tree that stood erect in the center of the snowy field. It looked to be a miniature version of the Queen's Wood, the size of an apple tree. He walked through the snow with ease, pushing his legs through the powdery substance as he got closer. Running his fingers along the bark of the tree, he could feel the life within it, almost like a heartbeat. Wait, no, it is my heartbeat. He put a hand on his chest and felt the two beating in time with each other. This is wild. Then he spotted something that was out of the ordinary. Well, as ordinary as this space was. A portion of the essence crucible's outer edge bulged inward slightly. He walked over to it and saw that the bulge was like a dent in armor. I wonder if I can hammer this out. As he thought that, a wooden maul manifested in his hands. Oh, well, that simplifies things. He pulled his arm back and swung. He could feel a resonance, a ringing inside of his head, and his torso hurt like someone had punched him. But the indent was fixed, and the sphere grew slightly. The tree to his side grew ever so slightly. The snowfall increased just a little. He felt a hard pinch on his arm. "Ouch!" he shouted, and awareness flooded back. He gasped and almost fell out of his chair as he regained control of his body and his surroundings. The matriarch was standing several feet away, and she rushed over, grabbing the fairy dragon with curly horns that Tristan now saw had been partially frozen in a cube of ice. "Oh, damn it, Jeremy!" She ran him over to the cooking station and dunked him into a pot of liquefied, hot Clear-Cool. Tristan got up and made to move over, but he saw that everything on that external platform was coated in ice, including the spell primers. But the fairy dragon, this Jeremy, was more important. He rushed over to the matriarch. "What happened?" She huffed and looked at him as the fairy dragon began to thaw and wiggle around a bit. "I underestimated you." "How?" I felt that you had a strong essence crucible. High quality, effectively. But power like what you just exerted, being able to freeze an entire area just by meditating? None since Zeltana has been capable of that. Tristan felt incredibly small at that moment, as if he had just been shoved into the shoes of someone much larger, and he was unable to move about because of it. "It's because I was the first elf here in so long, right?" She nodded and smiled as Jeremy fully thawed out and began wiggling his wings around. She pulled him out of the bubbling water and threw him up into the air a few times, tossing him in little spins as the watery Clear-Cool splashed around. He was quite floofy before he flew off mid-spin throw, grumbling to himself. "Sorry," Tristan shouted after him. The matriarch looked at Tristan and brushed some strands of hair behind his ear. "You are correct. I knew that the realm's imbuement of you with essence would result in a strong essence crucible." Tristan frowned. "But I don't have enough essence capacity to even use second-order spells." Essence capacity does not equate to quality. Essence crucibles have various... Well, I guess the best way to describe it... Have you ever been to a tournament where warriors evaluate rankings in competition? Yes, we went to a few melees and jousts. And what reward did the officiants give? Normally, jewelry. Mm-hmm. And what are the most valuable at those competitions? The same as the money system. Gold, electrum, silver, and then copper for those who competed but did not place in the top 3. Now, imagine that your essence crucible has a place, a rarity based upon how well it performs. It might not have a large essence capacity, but it can regenerate essence more quickly
and utilize it more efficiently than a lower rarity one.
Tristan let out a deep exhale. That is a lot to take in. He looked over to the study area, where fairy dragons were playing on the smooth, icy surfaces as if they were slides. It brought a little chuckle to his voice as he kept speaking. Well then, let's rescue those primers so they aren't ruined. The matriarch and the fairy dragons assisted Tristan in chipping the ice from the various surfaces, and they were able to rescue the cushions and all the books from the ice encrusting them. The astrologer's glass would be fine, as it was made of metal and glass. After relocating the items away from the ice, the fairy dragons kept playing on the slick surface, and Tristan rejoined the matriarch over next to the crafting stations. She began pointing out the 3 covered jars of substances and a huge barrel made of hardened clay.
I have a large amount of the clear cool potion ready to be turned into an elixir, and the 3 jars have the panacea, healing, and essence potions ready as well.
As Tristan walked over to the enormous barrel, he recalled the words she had taught him. Moving the large leaf off the top, he reached his arm down and began swirling with his finger as he spun his essence crucible. He felt the refreshing breeze throughout his body and willed the essence into his fingertip. Increase the inherent qualities of this solution. Imbue this substance with my power. Bring out the true nature of these ingredients. The clear cool elixir surged with a brilliant silver-white light, then faded back to its previous appearance. Almost instantly, a swarm of fairy dragons flew over and formed a small assembly line. One of them used a ladle to reach down into the barrel and pull up the liquid that other fairy dragons then put into the small wooden jars for single-dose sizes. They covered each with a leaf tied tight with twine before putting the jars aside. Efficient, Tristan observed. The matriarch nodded.
My children are quite skilled at teamwork.
Tristan went to the 3 different potions and performed the same spell, only having to pause a single time to reverse spin his essence crucible and refill it. The fairy dragons worked their way down the line, and by the time they had finished bottling the various elixirs, he had quite a large supply. 70 clear cool elixirs, 10 healing elixirs, 10 essence elixirs, and 5 of the panacea elixirs. Since the healing and essence elixirs had been made with the lesser quality herbs he purchased outside Bant's Holdfast, the elixirs would be classified as lesser in potency. As he watched, the last fairy dragons on the assembly line packed the jars into small wooden crates with separate cubbyholes for the jars. One of the fairy dragons was using colored dyes to indicate which elixir was which by adding the coloration to the leaf tightly bound on top. Tristan grabbed the potion manual, flipping through it to the entry for each different item, save for the clear cool elixirs, which were specific to the Fey realm, and as far as Tristan knew, not listed anywhere. Panacea Elixir. This potent curative is based upon the Panacea potion, which is a simple, all-round remedy for many common ills, coughs, shakes, fever. However, unlike its potion counterpart, which acts in a slow, measured fashion, the elixir version performs its task almost instantly. And with the elixir, poisons or diseases that are not too far advanced can be cleansed. Healing Elixir. This simple healing potion is used for minor aches and pains, and can help cuts, scrapes, or bruises heal slightly more rapidly. The elixir version comes in various potencies, depending on the quality of the herbs utilized. Minor, cuts and bruises mend faster. Other injury healing is accelerated slightly. Lesser, as the minor version, but all injury recovery is accelerated even more. Greater, as the lesser version, but with even faster recovery. Supreme, the pinnacle of alchemical healing, These potent elixirs will almost instantly heal any injury that is not a mortal wound. Essence Elixir, used by essence weavers. The Essence Potion is a simple boost to the natural essence regeneration rate. Imbibing one without a crucible can allow for the formation of one, but only at the higher qualities. The elixir version comes in various potencies depending on the quality of the herbs utilized and provides increased regeneration rates. Minor increases essence regeneration rate by approximately 10%. Lesser increases essence regeneration rate by approximately 30%. Greater increases essence regeneration rate by approximately 60%. Supreme increases essence regeneration rate by approximately 100%. Tristan put the book down, and the matriarch said, "Well done. It is late. I would recommend resting." Tristan rubbed at his tired eyes. "I think you're right. Thank you for everything. Tomorrow we get into a routine." She raised an eyebrow inquisitively. "Oh? Do tell." "In the morning, I would request that you train me further with the maul for a few hours. Then, melee with sword and maul, while I focus on simultaneous essence weaving. Just ice elementalism for now, for a few hours. After, we will do meditation in that clearing. I don't think I need you present for that, outside of the first few days to get me into the habit." "And then?" "I'll head back here, read the primers, practice some new spells." He glanced over at the gear nearby as he slowly took off his armor and unbelted his sword, and infused the last few items with artifice, if they are high enough quality to take it. I've got that dagger, the sheath, maybe, and the great bow. "We should get you one of the more finely crafted mauls as well." "Yes, I think having it for fighting other people is going to be valuable." He smiled. "I've always been a fan of routine." The matriarch laughed lightly. "Well, that is definitely your human side talking somewhere deep within you. Most elves do not stick to a routine. They are whimsical, just like us fairy dragons." Tristan chuckled and shook his head. "Maybe it's just because I was raised by my grandfather, who had a strict training and schooling routine for me." "Likely. Absolutely a likely possibility." "And in 4 days, I have to go back to the mortal realm to speak with Obadiah Grimtome, and meet back up with Felicity." "Before you do leave, make sure you try the next level of the vault." Tristan nodded and headed down to the spire to take a bath and go to sleep. "Will do. Thank you again." "I live to serve." Chapter 35. Establishing a Routine. Evening passed, and Tristan woke up to the bright sound of a small horn being played softly, but slowly ramping in volume. He sat up and saw a small group of fairy dragons in elfinoid form pacing back and forth at the foot of his bed, playing instruments. The one who was blowing into the horn instrument lowered it. "Wake up call." "All right, we rehearsed. 1, 2. "I was going to be the conductor."
"Oh, shut up. Okay, we'll go on 3.
3.
Tristan was at first quite dismayed at the sound and thought to cover his ears. But after an initial burst of loud noise, the volume level lowered, and they created a hauntingly beautiful melody. The horn pierced through in small moments among the string instruments, and the one responsible for percussion, wearing a small belt with tons of little drums on it, beat out a lively rhythm. Tristan found himself just sitting there, enjoying the performance, and when the song came to a close, he made sure to applaud. "Excellent. That sounded wonderful. A great way to wake up." The fairy dragons gave each other high fives, congratulated each other, and left. Tristan dressed in the fresh set of clothes that had been brought in for him the night before and donned his armor, strapping his sword to his hip. Grabbing the small plate of breakfast, some mushrooms that were fried in an oil with a slight, fragrant, flowery scent he found on the table beside the bed, he carried it as he walked up the spire and met the matriarch in her elfinoid form out in front of the Queen's Wood. She bowed her head slightly.
"Lord Tristan, I have taken the liberty of having some of my children fly to the far reaches of the Fey realm, to the ancient armories at the boundaries of this place, and they have brought back several practice weapons, and their lethal versions."
She gestured to a long route stretching out from the base of the Queen's Wood, where dozens of weapons were displayed, some that Tristan had never even thought to conceive of. All were made of adamant wood. He shook his head in amazement. Walking over to the root, he set the plate down on it, only for a fairy dragon to fly by, snatch it off the surface, then dart away. Tristan shrugged and reached out for the lethal version of the largest two-handed maul, a massive warhammer. What increased the lethality was the fact that this one did not have a rounded top. Instead, it was slightly pointed. He was able to lift it easily, although it had to weigh at least 20 pounds.
"I just want to be really skilled with a handful of weapons."
The matriarch nodded.
"Gain mastery with a few weapons rather than versatility with many. A wise move."
Tristan smiled as he let the hammerhead dangle next to his leg. "Yes, I'm already quite skilled with the sword. I would not say I'm a master, but I am skilled with it. I'm decent enough with a bow, and the same goes for knives." He hefted the maul up to rest the shaft on his shoulder and let that act as a fulcrum as the heavy head dangled over his back. "Knives for up close, my sword for lightly armored and dragons, the great bow for range, and a maul for heavily armored foes." The matriarch walked over and picked up a maul of her own, along with a large shield.
"Children, be dears and bring the rest to the training clearing."
She began leading Tristan to the grassy field, and the fairy dragons flew past, carrying the weapons and shields of various sizes.
"You know,"
she said as she glanced at Tristan,
"you may wish to pursue shields as well. Something small to strap onto your forearm, so that you may use spells but increase your defenses."
Tristan shook his head. "I always feel off balance with shields. Even bucklers just feel wrong."
"Suit yourself,"
she said, as they arrived at the training field. First, the matriarch walked him through several simple combination strikes, swinging her maul with ease and deftness, and had him repeat those while she critiqued his form and made corrections. Then she brought out the training dummy and had him practice approaching from different angles. Lastly, she wielded shield and a sword, approaching him with a protected stance and engaging in a practice bout. Tristan kept his lethal maul, since a training version would just be a less hefty variant. The matriarch was perfectly fine with that, as she could repair minor to moderate injuries on her own by simply spinning her crucible. The same feat Felicity had pulled when Tristan had sliced her wing. And he wanted the weight of the heavier, lethal version of the weapon. "I actually want to get into a habit of this." He spun his essence crucible during their third practice bout, with the matriarch primarily on the defensive, and pushed the essence into his armor. The stored spell, Scales of Our Foe, was activated. As the essence crucible spun, he could feel a small, thin, cool stream feeding the armor and filling him with a giddy sense of elation. The armor became more draconic, with the metal plates shifting into scales. The white color became more brilliant, and the slight black linework shifted to an icy blue. The helm came out of the back of the armor and covered his head, and a mask came down to cover his face and protect all but his eyes for vision. "Maul goes with the heavy armor, so that I can trade blows and focus less on defense, since the weapon is so offense-focused," And when I'm using the sword, dagger, or greatbow, I stop the flow of essence, focus on my speed. As Tristan's armor shifted, the matriarch retreated a few steps.
What did you do?
She asked. Tristan rapidly explained what his thoughts were, and she smiled.
I agree with your idea. How is your finger maneuverability?
Tristan tried out the simple spell gestures for ice elementalism and found to his satisfaction that he could still perform all of them, as the miniature scales were quite articulated, flexing with ease.
Looks good. Shall we move on to spell weaving?
You had mentioned that.
The Elvish term for those who fought up close with a foe while using spells. Spell weaving. Literally weaving weapon attacks with spells.
Oh, yes, let's do that. They engaged in light sparring, Tristan focusing first on creating frost walls using the spell of the same name to impede the matriarch's path of approach, paired with the occasional flung starberry from the fairy dragons watching. Eventually, the matriarch encouraged her children to do more of that, and they jeered and shouted as they pelted Tristan with the food projectiles. This forced him to use multiple frostwall spells in rapid succession to prevent himself from being covered with the goopy berries, simulating a barrage of rocks from slingers, arrows, or even crossbow bolts. And he felt himself tiring. He had to let the armor shift back to its usual state and focus entirely on defense, as the matriarch came at him in a measured, smooth, and semi-aggressive approach. During this defensive move, Tristan reverse-spun his essence crucible, then stopped himself. I won't be able to do that in the mortal realm. I need to be able to fight while in a deficit. He stopped the spin of his crucible and focused on trying to stay behind his frost walls to avoid the incoming barrage of fruit and hold the matriarch off. She took a few steps back to disengage and raised an eyebrow quizzically.
Why not draw more essence to continue at full capacity?
Tristan let the maul head sink to the ground as the matriarch waved off the next bombing run of starberries.
I wanted to fight like I would if I was in the mortal realm.
He leaned forward on the weapon as he took a quick breather. Almost immediately, he sensed movement. Starting to pull back, he felt a thwack on his head. "Ouch!" he shouted as he brought his hands up to rub the rapidly forming bruise. "What was that for?" The matriarch continued battering him around the shoulders, chest, and legs while Tristan tried to dodge, finding moderate success.
You want to fight like we are in the mortal realm? Your foes will give you no quarter, and you left your weapon behind.
Tristan took up a pugilist stance and tried to compose himself as the next sword swing came in. Moving his open palm to the inside of the matriarch's arm, he gripped the forearm and pulled her forward and off balance, sliding his hand down to hers and wresting the weapon from her grip. She pulled the shield around and bashed him on the back with it, but he held tight as he finished the spin that reversed their positions. She was now in the spot where the 3 frost walls had been erected to block Tristan off from the aerial assault. He slammed his fist into the ground as she regained her balance, barking out in dragon's tongue, "I summoned forth a wall of ice." He poured all of the remnants of his lingering essence into the spell, spinning his crucible as quickly as he could. The wall of ice sprang up and trapped the matriarch within the 4 walls, and Tristan fell backward from exhaustion. There was a tremendous crack, and Tristan rolled back up to his feet, going for the maul and hefting it once more as the matriarch bashed the shield over and over again at the frost wall.
"Neat trick,"
she shouted in Elvish as she grinned and laughed, her voice echoing from the 4 walls, which gave it an odd tone.
"Children, go get him."
Tristan was immediately set upon by a hail of starberries, and he covered his eyes to avoid being blinded as the sweet-smelling, sticky berries splattered against him. He couldn't help but let out an exhausted laugh at the impromptu food fight. The matriarch finished breaking out of the icy prison and planted the practice blade on the ground.
I think that is enough practice for one day.
The fairy dragons called off their assault, going back to perch in the trees and brag to each other about how many hits they managed to land on Tristan. He looked at the matriarch with an exhausted smile, speaking in Elvish. This is what I need. But tomorrow, blending frost flurries instead.
Practice does make perfect. Now, I believe you said meditation was next on your planned routine?
She led Tristan to the center of the field, and a group of fairy dragons brought one of the cushion-style seats from the Queenswood for him to sit on.
I'm going to walk you through the process and then leave you to it. The band will come rouse you after a few hours.
Tristan nodded and followed her instructions as he relaxed on the cushion. Breathing in against the direction of his essence crucible spin was jarring, but once he got used to the rhythm and began visualizing, he felt himself going deeper and deeper, almost as if he had been dropped into a trance. And when he became aware of his surroundings once more, he was inside his essence crucible, his inner world. It was just like before, but he could see the progress he was making now. The tree at the center was slightly larger, and the crucible itself felt just a little bigger. He looked around and saw a few more dents, and he set to work with the phantom maul that he had in his grip. Walking over to the edge of the barrier, he lightly hammered out the flaws, feeling a little bit of chest pain every time he did so. But the snow glowed more vibrantly and shifted to a deeper silver instead of the white silver it had been. He walked over to the tree and measured its height compared to himself. It was about 1.5 of him in height. I wish I could measure my progress somehow, other than just guessing at the height. As if responding to his thoughts, a series of concentric rings appeared in the center of the tree trunk, a small circle with surrounding circles, almost as if they had been carved into the tree and then healed over. Elvish lettering within each circle shifted to standard tongue, labeling each circle with First Order, Second Order, and onward all the way to 20th Order. The inner circle was almost filled with the silvery light of his essence's manifestation, with sparkling flecks of icy blue, gold, and crimson. Does this mean I'm close to being able to perform second-order spells? The idea filled him with excitement, and he scanned the spinning crucible around him for more dents to hammer out. Now I at least have a good, consistent way to track my progress. And a long ways to go. I never even heard of 20th Order before. Such spells must be capable of completely changing a realm. Hours had passed, he was sure, when the same group of fairy dragons playing instruments woke him up with a raucous beat. He was brought out of his reverie almost instantly and saw the band a small distance off, easily out 20 feet. And for good reason. The whole area around Tristan was covered in rime and ice. Standing up, he heard the sound of practice weapons on armor. Glancing to the far side of the field, he saw fairy dragons in elfinoid form fighting each other. The matriarch must have decided to have a defensive force after all. Arriving back at the Queen's Wood, he snacked on some starberries and drank some Clearcool before going up the spire to the boughs of the tree. In what he thought of as the library, he sank down onto a cushion and scanned the spines of the primers on the bookshelf. He had yet to look into the illusion, flora, imbuement, and enchantment ones. Ice elementalism, as far as he knew, was on hold because he had learned and memorized all the first-order spells the book offered. The same with artifice, as he didn't plan on stripping the artifice from any of his equipment. He drummed his fingers across the spines of the books. I suppose imbuement is as good as any. He grabbed the primer and flipped it open, skipping past the introduction. Why does every one of these essence weavers have to advertise they are the ones who wrote it? The name is on the cover. I don't care about your life story. He got to where the interesting parts began. Welcome to your primer on imbuement, the more useful, if less renowned, lesser cousin to artifice. Imbuement is used to create items such as scrolls, which are one-time use spells, and elixirs, which are herbal concoctions, and remedies, which are empowered by essence to bring out their true characteristics. There are other forms of imbuement for other consumable items, such as food, drink, poultices, and other single-use objects or substances. However, this primer will not touch upon those, as this is meant to detail the basics. Go buy the next book in my series if you want to really take your food to the next level with magically enhanced flavor. Imbued items are consumed upon use, whether ripping a spell scroll in half to cast the spell stored within, or drinking an elixir. Once it is used, it is gone for good. New stores will have to be created. Depending on the type of imbuement, that is, scrolls or elixirs, you will need the following. 1. If creating an elixir, a prepared potion, to ensure liquid consistency, suspension in a solution, such as a light oil, is preferred. 2. If creating a scroll, parchment, vellum, or another paper-like, tearable, flat consumable that can accept ink. A. 3 inches by 3 inches is the minimum size. Larger is allowed, depending on the size of your quill strokes. B. It is ill-advised to go beyond 1 foot by 1 foot in size, as spell scrolls are meant to be quickly ripped in half. C. Once written upon with imbued ink, and a spell cast to scribe the spell into the scroll lasts until used. 3. If creating a scroll, imbued ink. A. Imbued ink lasts for 1 season. Please reference each section by order for an explanation. And, don't forget, the Imbuement Cookbook is out now. Go spice up your life with essence weaving. Back to the matter at hand. Elixir imbuing requires only a prepared potion, but you need imbued ink for scrolls. How do you do that, you may ask? Well, flip forward to the spell section. Oh, and one last item. As with artifice, you cannot use imbuement to make, say, a scroll that enables the use of imbuement spells. The same goes for trying to put an artifice spell into a scroll. The two spell types do not play nice with each other, or even themselves, beyond their specific uses. Tristan flipped through the pages. Scanning the instructions for Infuse Elixir, he saw that it was the simpler of the two, and he had already done it before. The only difference was the language. This one was written in Demon's Tongue, whereas he knew the Elvish version and had already etched it into his memory from his use of the spell the day prior. Going past that section and all the subsequent elixir sections, he flipped to the portion about spell scrolls. The spell phrases were written in Demon's Tongue. Imbue ink. First. Required components, inkwell, filled with ink. Spell phrase, take this drop of infinite possibility and guide my essence into the tip of the quill. Transform the power of this spell, allowing it to be stored for a time of need. Spell gesture, hold the inkwell in your dominant hand, or, if ambidextrous, either hand works. Cover the top of the open inkwell with your thumb and wrap the container fully in your fingers so that it is not visible. Instructions. After performing the Imbue ink spell, set down the inkwell and pick up the quill. Dip the quill into the inkwell and then write the words of the spell you want to store in the scroll. Speak the spell phrase at the exact same moment you write it down. Take appropriate pauses as necessary with your speaking and quill dipping. While speaking the spell phrases, you must push your essence into your writing hand's fingertips and down into the quill. Note, imbued ink can be used to make a scroll of any order, but you need to be able to actually use the higher order spell, and have the essence available to cast that spell. It is highly advised to make a few vials of imbued ink to have on hand for future use. Keep in mind the expiration time. This must be why imbuement was easier than artifice. All you needed was the imbued ink and appropriate parchment. At the sound of a soft melody, Tristan looked over to the center spire of the Queen's Wood to find a few fairy dragons dancing with each other in a slow waltz, accompanied by a single violinist from the earlier music troupe. Getting up and walking gingerly around them, he went over to the imbuing station and saw several sheets of a large, dried-out leaf that he knew functioned similar to parchment. He picked one up and grabbed a rudimentary pen which looked to be a hollowed-out needle. Then he picked up an inkwell and shook it next to his ear. Full up. Putting it into his right hand, he closed his eyes and spun his essence crucible. He felt the cooling energy surge through his body and whispered the spell phrase for imbue ink. He saw the silvery-tinged, icy blue essence flow down his hand and into his thumb, and then his hand grew warm. Setting the inkwell down, he saw the liquid was swirling with the same color as his essence. And now, what spell do I want to store? He tapped the quill against his temple a few times before it struck him. The Invoke Growth spell from the Flora spell type. He began writing out the words, muttering them under his breath as he wrote, and only pausing to re-dip his pen. Accelerate the growth of these plants. Help them take root. The ink flowed out of the pen and onto the page as he wrote, and the letters almost took on a life of their own. As he finished and put the quill away, the ink faded to a silvery color, matching his essence. Curious. Tristan jumped a little as he looked up to see the matriarch. Oh, you startled me. She pointed at the spell scroll. This would be excellent to sell a budding herbalist or gardener, or if you desired to grow your own garden, which there is space for already. Tristan gestured to the scroll. I wrote in Elvish instinctively without learning it. You had mentioned something about that before. Indeed. It is your heritage, Lord Tristan. Congratulations. Due to your heritage and bloodline manifesting the way they did, you gained full fluency in Elvish. It just took a while to manifest. Tristan chuckled. Learning Dragon's Tongue was a pain in the ass. I'll take free fluency any day. Good to know. Time to test it out. The matriarch sprouted wings from her back, grabbed Tristan, and flew him down to the ground at the base of the tree. She led him over to a series of small grasses that were just breaking through. You should be able to just tear the scroll, and the spell will manifest. This was weak the last time I did it, Tristan said as he crouched down next to the small, verdant growths. And I could only do one plant at a time because of the spell gesture. How will this work? To be frank, I do not know. I do not often make spell scrolls. Tristan sighed. Well, I need to test this out regardless. He held the spell scroll above the centermost sprout and ripped the scroll in half. It flared with a silvery light before bursting into sparkles that shimmered in the air around him. The shimmers began to settle on the plants below, and all of them grew a tiny bit. Putting his head flat on the ground, he saw they were very slowly growing. Looks like it affected everything the sparkles touched. The growth continued for 10 seconds before stopping. The matriarch helped him up. A good test, to be sure. We are drawing toward the evening. I would advise skipping artifice today. My children have been preparing a treat. Tristan raised a quizzical eyebrow, but followed her into the tree. To his surprise, Its interior had been completely redecorated with hanging lanterns of shimmering purple, with little bursts of green and blue light inside. The band that had been in his room earlier had expanded to a full ensemble, and there were grassy reeds laid on the floor all about to form a flat surface. Many fairy dragons had transformed into elfinoid shapes. Some were taller, some shorter. Seeing how the matriarch towered over all of them, Tristan assumed their height corresponded to their fairy dragon size. She gestured, and the group bowed.
You should not just learn the language, essence weaving, and fighting prowess of your ancestors, but also our revelries and culture. Therefore, my children have been practicing, cleaning the rust off, figuratively speaking, both for the song and dance. Please, do not feel pressured to join in, but if you wish to learn, we will of course teach you of your people's traditions.
Tristan chuckled and walked to the center of the dance space. The matriarch joined him and began guiding him through the dance steps. It was similar to a waltz, which Tristan was familiar with from being in court culture. However, this was not slow and gentle. It was fast and continually involved him turning in multiple directions. The matriarch was an excellent teacher, and despite his few stumbles, which elicited some laughter from the surrounding fairy dragons, he found joy in the activity. Tristan laughed along with them, and the lesson on elven culture lasted deep into the night as he danced and danced. It felt right, as if he was meant to be doing this, as if he was born for this. Chapter 36, Inner World Combat Training. Tristan followed the same routine the following day. In the morning, he went with the matriarch to the training field and rotated between fighting with his knife, the maul, and his sword. After some practice, he swapped to the great bow and made sure he was not too rusty with the weapon. Thankfully, his muscle memory kicked in, and because his physique had improved when his elven heritage pushed out his human side, the bow he used to struggle with bent back with ease. After training with weapons and nothing else, they began to practice spell weaving. Tristan was able to utilize the Frost Flurry and Frost Wall spells with ease, fending off archers in the form of starberries flung at him from slingshots that the fairy dragons had put together, and shooting moving targets at various ranges. But the matriarch pushed him to his limits, consistently coming at him with potent combinations of weapon swings that forced Tristan to focus more on his weapon skills rather than integration spells, to the point where he had to ask her to slow down.
What is the matter, Lord Tristan? This should be easy for you to deal with.
Tristan was breathing heavily and shook his head as he set the maul down.
I can't keep up with you and practice spell weaving. You're just too skilled for me to split my focus like that.
She frowned and tapped her foot on the ground.
I may have underestimated your essence crucible, but it seems that I overestimated your combat prowess.
Tristan chuckled and nodded as he leaned forward on the pommel of the maul.
I trained to fight dragons, not people. I'm not an expert in that.
The matriarch raised a quizzical eyebrow.
And yet you have not actually fought a dragon, have you?
No, he admitted,
but Grandfather told me that I am skilled enough, based upon my practice against his puppets.
The matriarch nodded and pulled her sword up to a combat stance.
Well, until you can test your prowess against the real creature, I think you need to get better at blade work.
She lowered the sword.
Have you been practicing in your inner world?
No, Tristan said, confused.
I didn't know I could do that. I've just been hammering out dents in the Essence Crucible's shell.
The matriarch let out a barking laugh.
You've been using a hammer on your Essence Crucible? Doesn't that hurt?
Well, it does feel a little painful, but each time the shell grows very slightly. The matriarch chuckled and put the sword down. No, you don't have to do that. Just push against it with your hands next time. And practice in that inner world. She planted the sword in the ground before her. An essence weaver with an essence crucible can use their inner world to help reinforce their muscle memory and their learning, and improve upon their essence capacity. I would advise we stop training for now, and you do an extended meditation session. Focus on practicing your fighting prowess. Tristan nodded and left the maul sitting on the ground as he headed to the center of the clearing. The grass was much shorter now, since the ice from his last session had pushed the plants down into the dirt. He sat down and crossed his legs as he took a deep breath. I know that I can manifest weapons while I'm in there. Could I manifest foes to practice against? Your inner world can manifest virtually anything you can imagine. It should be noted that you will feel some pain if you suffer an injury, but it is not real, just phantom pain. If you were to, say, imagine an arch-dragon from an elemental realm, and it killed you, you would just snap out of the meditative trance. She held up a finger. But the things you imagine will act how you imagine them to act. Their behavior is based upon your experience and observations. Tristan nodded and closed his eyes. All right, let's do this. I want to try without your walkthrough. Very well. He heard the matriarch move a small distance away. Tristan began his breathing exercise, reversing his breathing against the motion of the essence crucible, breathing in and spinning his crucible to push the essence out into his body. It gave a deep, soothing, brisk chill that cooled his warm-from-exercise body. Then, breathing out, he pulled the essence back into his crucible, along with some of the ambient energy in the environment. He envisioned his essence crucible, a glistening silver sphere with icy blue cracks that were slightly larger than before, and the gold and crimson flecks now embedded inside those cracks. He felt himself moving into the essence crucible and then found himself in his inner world once more. The space was larger than before, and he went over to the tree. The first circle was almost filled. Turning to the snowy expanse, he thought about holding his sword and wearing his armor. Both appeared on him, and he walked a small distance from the tree. Okay, me, let's do this. I want to fight a single mercenary. He pictured the Black Company members he had fought a few weeks prior. In front of him, the ice and snow swirled and then formed a frozen facsimile of the mercenary, dressed in black studded leather armor and holding a wicked-looking mace with protrusions that would crush bone. It stood there, waiting for something. Fight me? The figure ran forward and almost caught Tristan off guard, but he was able to get his blade into the path of the mace and deflected it to the side. Don't look at him, Tristan thought. Look at something beyond him. Trust your peripherals. He focused on a spot beyond the man's shoulder and brought the weapon up into a ready position. The ice mercenary came back with a vicious horizontal swing that Tristan was able to deflect upward to make an opening, and he scored a vicious slash across the torso, cutting deep, through armor, into where organs would be. Then he put his leg up, knee to the man's torso, and wrenched his blade out of the opening. The figure crumpled. Looks like training with the matriarch, even if just for a little while, has helped my progress as a fighter. Tristan smiled as he tossed his sword into his other hand. Let's turn this into the longer, more deadly version. As he thought that, he saw the sword elongate to its essence-fueled artifice form as the stored Dragon's Doom spell activated. Now, let's make a dragon. The ice and snow in front of him began to swirl in a tremendous flurry, and he saw the gold and crimson sparkles flutter from the edges of the essence crucible to color the figure before him. Let's see what Grandfather fought. Go for worm size, the same as the archdragon. Tristan had seen the puppets that were appropriately sized for a worm, and his mind drew upon the pictures his grandfather had sketched out, as well as paintings and artwork of the powerful creatures. The icy swirl before him spun and grew in size until it was easily 100 feet long from tip to tail, with an enormous barrel-like torso covered in glimmering icy scales that were flecked with gold and crimson sparkles. Its wings spread easily 200 feet in either direction and were leathery, tipped with spikes where the bone structure extended out. The claws were easily the size of a horse and gripped onto the snowy ground. From the ground to the top of its back was 30 feet up. The head was most imposing of all. It was akin to the dragons from the elemental realm of fire, as those were the ones that his grandfather drew sketches of. A large crested head with spikes ringing the crown and jowls. An extended snout lined with countless razor-sharp teeth the size of long swords. And the creature stood completely still. Tristan stood there, in awe of the creature that dwarfed him. Grandfather fought and killed something like this? Insane. He glanced down at his sword that could maybe poke the giant, tower shield-sized eyes of the creature. How am I supposed to kill a dragon of that size with this? He shook his head and then shook his arms and legs, trying to get rid of the tension. This was the perfect chance to train and practice against something that was like the real thing. Thanks to training against the puppets grandfather made, he knew how dragons fight. Now he got to apply the practice to more practice. He took a few deep, calming breaths and then stood 50 feet away from the creature. Let's go. The creature came to life, moving and shifting as the powerful mass underneath the icy scales emulated the creature's movement, based on the descriptions that Tristan's grandfather had provided. It let out a roar that sounded powerful, proud, and commanding, an apex predator that knew it had no equal. That's how Tristan envisioned the sound. And it brought a quivering to his heart. But he pushed that down and let his training take over as he replayed his grandfather's words as he trained against those enormous puppets.
Worm-sized dragons always roar before fighting, an intimidation tactic. Use that opening to close the distance. You must be quick and get as close to their underbelly as possible.
Tristan heeded those words as he sprinted, far faster than he used to be able to, into the area right between the dragon's legs. As he sprinted forward, he held the blade in his hands aloft and dragged it along the dragon's underside. It was not large enough to cause a huge amount of damage, but this was a distracting blow. The creature slammed its bulk down, but Tristan was already out behind it, and he grabbed the tail as all thoughts left his mind and his training took over.
Damage its weak underbelly to make it fear the sudden attack and take you seriously as a threat. Often they will try to crush you with their bulk, which will help increase the damage of the underbelly cut. Get out the back or side, and then use that chance to mount them.
Tristan clambered up the tail, finding that his armored, booted feet were easily able to find purchase. I always wondered what those tiny bumps on the bottom were for, he thought. Grinning, he scrabbled up the back of the beast as it began to roll, and he ran the opposite direction. His grandfather's voice spoke into his mind.
When they realize you're on them, they will do one of three things. 1. Roll to try and crush you. Run the opposite direction to stay on top of them. 2. Lift off and perform aerial maneuvers. Stab your blade into them and hold on for dear life, or grab onto something like a spine. 3. Spin in circles, relying on that rotation to throw you off. Same instructions as Scenario 2.
Tristan let his training take over as he ran around the rolling creature's torso, taking a few swings at the membrane of the wings as he passed by.
Whenever possible, damage the wings so the dragon can't fly.
Tristan was able to slash several large gashes into the leathery skin stretched taut between spines, and the creature ended its roll upright as it tried to lift off and fly, but could not. It began to spin in a tight circle, trying to fling him off. He ran up the spine of the icy construct dragon, grabbing the spikes as he went, to prevent himself from being flung off. He felt dizzy, and the spin came to a close, but he kept pulling himself forward, toward the place between the wings, where the joints entered the back. Again, Tristan heard his grandfather's voice.
Most people think that a dragon's weak spot is the neck or the soft underbelly, but the weakest point is the bundle of muscle right between the wings. Underneath that is their heart. Pierce that, and the creature will eventually perish. This is why, when dragons fight each other, they try to get above one another. A single solid blow will end the fight, or at least lead to its conclusion.
Tristan got to that point and lifted the blade, preparing to stab down, when the head circled back to face him, the mouth opened, and he saw the sphere of crimson and gold sparks turn into a flame. Crap! Tristan had nowhere he could go to dodge or evade.
If you are in the range of its breath weapon, which varies depending on the elemental realm it comes from, you must get out of the way. If not, then get behind something that can take the blow. This is a dragon's trump card, and it cannot reuse its breath weapon for a minimum of 10 seconds, with the cooldown period longer the smaller they are.
Tristan knew he was going to die in this phantom encounter, but I have to try something. He curled his right hand into a fist with his thumb tucked inside and slammed it down onto the dragon's hide before him, shouting in dragon's tongue, "I summoned forth a wall of ice." The wall of ice grew in front of him, and as he spun his essence crucible, his peripherals caught sight of the exterior of his inner world spinning as well. The icy wall shot up in front of him, and the flaming torrent spewed out. Tristan could see the ice melting away. No time to gawk. He lifted his sword and plunged it into the vital spot between the wing joints. He felt it cut down deep, but not deep enough. He could feel the heat radiating from the still active but almost melted wall of ice. Growling, he held his hand out, and a maul manifested in his grip. "Just go in," he shouted, as he lifted the hammer and brought it down onto the hilt of his planted sword, pushing it all the way down to the crossguard as it impaled the creature through the heart. He dropped the maul, ripped the sword out, and a geyser of icy blue liquid shot upward. The flames breached the ice wall, and Tristan dove to the side, off the creature and landing in a roll that hurt as he dropped the 30-foot distance. He felt something crunch and winced, but grinned in triumph as the creature let out a pitiful wail before collapsing and turning into a slurry. Then it faded to snow and ice. Tristan let out an exhausted laugh, and then felt a hard pinch on his shoulder. Oh, meditation time must be up. He focused on leaving his inner world, and his eyes snapped open in the real world. He saw the matriarch standing next to him. She had a stern expression on her face.
Lord Tristan, we must go. Now.
Why? Tristan asked as he stood up and took in the frozen terrain around himself.
An incursion is underway.
She pointed into the sky off in the distance, and Tristan saw a small, glowing red light that illuminated the horizon beyond the trees, like a smoke-filled sunset.
A forced intrusion into the Fey realm.
Chapter 37. Incursion into the Fey realm. Tristan looked at the matriarch, deeply concerned.
I know that other realms can open rifts into the mortal realm, but realms can cross-intrude?
The matriarch shifted to her full-sized dragon form and lifted Tristan onto her back, nestling him between her wings.
Yes, realms can breach into other realms. It is called an incursion when that happens, though the term rift is used to describe the tear in space from the incursion.
She arched her head back and let out a tremendous roar, speaking Elvish.
My children, those who are big enough to fight, join me. The rest, prepare the Queen's wood.
She lifted off the ground, and Tristan scrabbled for a handhold, finding her mix of scales and fur providing a few places to grasp. Thankfully, he had his sword sheathed on his hip, but the rest of the equipment was left behind at the training field.
The hammer was useful for driving the sword home. Hopefully whatever is coming into the Fey realm isn't worm size.
He shuddered at the thought of fighting in real life one of those creatures he had fought in his inner world. The matriarch growled,
This is the 4th incursion from the realm of fire in 10 years. They are out of control.
Why? Tristan shouted over the rushing wind as he saw the sky grow a darker red.
Someone slew the archdragon called Amisgur, the realm protector, and a successor has not yet been chosen. Too much infighting.
The matriarch sounded sad.
Eventually, they will either choose a new realm protector, or their realm will become one of the lost realms.
Tristan wanted to question that further, but he was distracted by the feeling of heat growing around them. Oppressive heat. Spinning his essence crucible, he pushed the cooling, soothing power into his limbs to counteract the effect. And this is after drinking the archdragon's blood, which gave me resistance to flame and heat. He tried to gauge how the matriarch was feeling, but could not get a read on her. They were joined in their flight across the treetops by crowds of large-sized fairy dragons, massing until their numbers were in the hundreds. Their varying colorations seemed to match up to the different types of trees he had observed being wedges of this realm, and all of them had shape-shifted their front paws into scythe-like blades of sharpened horns, perfect for flyby attacks that would slice into their foes. They approached the edge of the forest, and Tristan recognized the terrain.
This is the same hill I arrived at with Felicity, he thought, and there's the field full of the jump shrub that I could hop on to move faster.
Atop the hill was a jagged tear in reality that showed a landscape full of red brick-colored rocks flowing with rivers of liquid fire. The skies in that realm beyond the rift were a deep gray, like the color of pallid smoke that belched from furnaces and chimneys of smiths. The tear looked to be 20 feet wide and 30 feet tall. The heat, however, was the most oppressive portion of the encounter with this rift in space. Tristan felt like he had just looked into Gertrude's oven downstairs in the townhouse. It instantly set him to sweating, and that was with his spinning essence crucible generating a chill, and the innate resistance from drinking the archdragon's blood. He glanced around and saw the panting of the fairy dragon's exertion-fueled flight. I want to help, he thought, but he knew that it would cost a lot of essence, more than he had, definitely, to cool all of them. They would have to tough it out. There was no movement at first. Then he saw shapes. Small shapes, the size of children. But they had red skin that looked akin to raw meat, and their eyes were beady black dots. They wore armor and wielded primitive weapons, simple clubs and spears, and sharpened rocks paired with slings. Goblins, Tristan knew immediately. He'd read about the creatures in monster manuals that his grandfather insisted he study. Some of the weakest of the elemental realm creatures, they were only slightly more intelligent than a dog. They were trainable, naturally submissive to their master, and reproduced very quickly. The fairy dragons began dive bombing, extending their scythe-like appendages as they swooped through the ranks in practiced formation, never letting the goblins make it more than 10 feet beyond the rift's opening before the next wave sliced through them. But more goblins kept coming. Hundreds upon hundreds flooded through the rift. The matriarch flew forward, but then stopped and flapped in place as a larger bulk began to emerge from the rift. A dragon. A real dragon, Tristan thought. It looked just like his grandfather had described, but it was smaller than the worm-sized one. Oh, thank the gods it is just an adult. That brought some relief, as Tristan knew that he performed the best on the training dummies of that size. The creature flew through the rift and shook the air as he roared in dragon's tongue. I claim this realm as my own. All shall bow before the mighty Tartharax. Submit or die. Tristan knew that language, but none of the fairy dragons seemed to, except for the matriarch. She, either forgetting he was on her back or intentionally doing the maneuver, swooped low to the ground and then spun around in a tight aileron roll. She shouted in Elvish, Let go, Lord Tristan. That answered the question for him. He let go, landing on the jump shrubs, and they cushioned his fall as he bounced a few times. Getting up, he began running toward the rift to do something to help. The matriarch let out a roar of her own, and this Tartharax rose up to meet her. Their clash in the air was a sight to behold, and Tristan was dumbstruck as he saw the powerful entities clash. The matriarch was smaller and faster than the fire dragon, and she got around behind it as it was ascending, dive bombing for the weak spot. But the fire dragon responded to this by flapping his wings mightily and pushing up higher, her swoop missing. She flapped rapidly out of the dive to gain elevation, and the two squared off up above. Tristan could not focus on the fighting in the skies above him, since he, being the only thing on the ground that these goblins could get to, faced a surging crowd. Fear seized his heart as he saw the coming rush of dozens of the creatures, gnashing their sharp teeth, trying to push past each other with their crude weapons to kill him. Tristan drew his sword and took up a ready position. I need to get to the gate to help stem the tide, he thought. It will be essence intensive, but if I can put up a frost wall, I can hold it for a bit until the matriarch does whatever she has to do to close the incursion off. He felt the bouncy surface under his feet, and an idea formed in his head. Goblins probably had no clue how to move on those things. He could use that to his advantage. He tested his footing to make sure, becoming confident that he could use the surface's unique properties to jump over clusters of goblins to prevent himself from being surrounded. And they've probably never fought on this type of surface, he thought. Tristan felt some confidence return as he prepared for the first wave. Thankfully, the following waves were being scythed through by the squadrons of fairy dragons, and he was left with only 8 of the creatures approaching. It was disgustingly easy work. Tristan's reach from his long, thin sword was far more than the simple clubs and spears these creatures held. He flicked his blade back and forth, and every strike ended a goblin's life. This is it? This is how easily goblins die? He chuckled. What was I worrying about? Killing the creatures wasn't like killing people. They weren't intelligent like fairy dragons. More like dumb animals, rushing for a single objective in a herd mentality. He ran forward, bouncing lightly on the jump shrubs, and carved a path through the goblins. Until the flow stopped. He raced up the hill, and the heat grew more and more oppressive. He finally crested the top and arrived where he had first appeared in the Fey realm. He could see the surging liquid flames beyond the rift's limits. The goblins he had fought must have been only the first wave. He saw a rushing horde of thousands of the creatures approaching. Kneeling down, he planted his fist on the ground with the thumb tucked inside. It is going to cost a ton of essence to make this, he thought, as he kept the increased cost in mind for ice elementalism due to hot or arid conditions, for which his current situation definitely qualified. He spun his essence crucible as fast as he could, feeling the surging cool race through him as he focused it down into his fist. I summoned forth a wall of ice. The wall began to grow, slowly, and the horde continued their charge. Tristan spun his crucible as fast as he could, feeling it begin to wobble from the speed as his essence surged out and tapped him dry, exhaustion taking over. The wall was only 5 feet high and 10 feet long. Not enough to block the gap, and I'm already out of essence. What can I do? He racked his brain for ideas. I know this realm has ambient essence, but I need to spin my essence crucible in reverse to suck it in. But the essence crucible is not a solid sphere, is it? It's an ethereal object, part here, part in some weird other existence. He shut his eyes and focused on visualizing the sphere that was dull silver. He saw the visual in his mind's eye. All right, I want to make a line between the bottom and top. He saw the normally ice-blue cracks begin to move and shuffle toward the middle of the sphere, forming a ring that was still jagged, but more condensed. Perfect, he thought. Now I want the top half to spin to bring in essence, and the bottom half to push out the essence. The feeling in his torso was odd. He could feel tightness right behind his sternum, and at the same time a sense of unease as his lower torso and stomach began to squish around inside him, making him very aware of the organs sloshing around in his body. But he felt it. The Fey realm's ambient essence was filling him up, entering the top of his essence crucible and then passing through it like a funnel, causing it to flare with the silvery light that then relit the crucible with the icy blue coloration. The essence coming out the bottom of the crucible shot straight down his arm. Tristan, in that moment, knew he was channeling the very essence of the Fey realm itself into his spell. And he felt tremendous power surging through his body as his essence channel was forced even wider, causing extreme pain that made him grit his teeth. Then that pain spread to his whole body, and he screamed out in agony. His essence channels pushed to their maximum possible potential in the single, monumental funneling of essence through his form. Come on, push through it. He saw the ice wall shoot up and fill the whole space of the rift. Thicker. He poured more essence into the spell and saw the wall growing faster than it was melting. The temperature instantly grew cooler, and Tristan saw through the clear surface that the goblins were charging into the far side of the wall and coming up against the barrier to no avail. They were chopping into his ice, but he made it faster than the heat of that realm could melt it. He let out a laugh of relief as the pain faded, and he felt the essence suffusing his entire body. His channels pushed out to wider than they had ever been. The raw, magical energy surging through him made him giddy, and he laughed even louder, as if he had been told a hilarious joke. He was only pulled out of his revel when the squadrons of fairy dragons landed around him. "Lord Tristan, are you well?" Tristan looked at them, standing 20 feet away. And that's when he noticed that the entire area of the hill, down to the jump shrubs below, was coated in ice and frost. "I'm fine," he said with glee. "I'm holding it. How do we close it?" He shook off the ice that had coated him from the backlash. "Good thing that it doesn't really affect me. Thank you, Winter Bloom Bloodline." "The matriarch closes rifts," one of them replied, "but she is busy." They pointed up into the sky, and Tristan tracked their gaze. The matriarch was engaged in a ferocious battle above them. Her body was covered in burns, raw patches showing between the scales, where her fur had been. She had suffered gashes and crunching injuries as well. The elemental dragon was in rough shape too, but was coming out on top. "I thought that the matriarch was akin to a godlike being, as strong as Archdrag—" He spotted something. Something weird. A dull red collar that had been indistinguishable from the scales until now, due to the blood streaking over it to reveal the different texture. An item of artifice? His answer was confirmed as he saw the wounds of the creature seal over. "He's healing himself with the collar," Tristan said as he pointed with his sword hand. "We cannot get close enough to help the matriarch without getting in her way," one of the fairy dragons shouted at him, panicking. Tristan glanced back at the ice wall, which would take a good while to get through. "Hold the rift." He stood up and began walking to the edge of the hill. "Forgive me, Lord Tristan. What can you do?" Tristan grinned and raised his hand. "I'm a God's damned dragon slayer. I'm doing what I was born to do." He swapped to dragon's tongue. "I summon forth the fury of ice and frost. Form shards that will pierce and slash my target." Chapter 38. Dragon Slayer. In front of his palm, the icy spike grew. He fueled essence into it, all of the essence he had churning through him. The very power of the realm funneled through his essence crucible and into the spell. The icicle grew and grew, from the size of a dog, to a horse, to a house, to a fortified tower. "Matriarch, to me!" Tristan shouted in Elvish as loud as he could. His voice boomed far louder than he expected it to. Is it because I'm one with the realm? Maybe because the power of the realm is not just being sucked up, but flowing through me? Regardless, his ploy worked, as the matriarch wheeled about from her combat and dove toward Tristan. He saw her eyes, and he knew that she knew the plan, as if they were connected for a singular instant in the spur-of-the-moment stratagem. She approached him as if going to dive-bomb him, and this Tartharax chased her. With 50 feet left to go, she shifted from her enormous fairy dragon form and into that of a small, her children-sized fairy dragon. And that led Tartharax right into range. Tristan let the spell fly, and the enormous tower-sized projectile streaked up and slammed into the creature with a terrifying crunch, the spike impaling it through the right shoulder. "Damn, I missed the head," Tristan thought as the beast let out a gurgle and plummeted. Slam! It impacted the side of the frozen hill. Tristan heard the horrific snaps and cracking of the bones as it pancaked, thanks to the speed it was flying. He watched as it began to slide down the hill. The matriarch landed on his head, much like Felicity would. Her voice was ragged and came through in gasps as her blood dripped onto Tristan's head,
He regenerates somehow.
The collar, Tristan said, as he jumped down the hill's curve and began sliding toward the body now settling on the jump shrubs. He saw it begin to knit itself back together as limbs snapped back into place and the eyes refocused onto Tristan. Go. Seal the rift. I have this handled.
Are you sure?
That is an order, matriarch. Leave the dragon to the dragon slayer. Tristan felt the authority his voice carried and felt a pulse in his chest. Not just the power of the realm's essence flowing through his body, but something deeper. Something in his blood, singing a war cry. His grandfather's bloodline, flowing through his veins, spurring him to kill this dragon. His prey. Something he could kill to consume for power. It is mine, he shouted. He felt a desire, no, a hunger, a need to kill this creature and take its strength for his own. The matriarch lifted off and flapped her way up the hill, but Tristan had eyes only for the beast before him. He screamed out a war cry and poured the essence into his blade, feeling it elongate until it was easily 7 feet long from tip to hilt as it surged with the silvery essence. Cascading crackles of gold and crimson sparks echoed around the flowing surge, and icy blue plants wound their way from the hilt he held onto with both hands. He reached the flat ground as the dragon was beginning to get up. No, you don't. He jumped up, propelled by the jump shrub, and landed on its back with a single leap. The creature seemed to know the danger it was in, as it poured more essence into the artifice collar on its neck, and its wounds fully repaired. It bucked right as Tristan landed on it, sending a jarring shake through Tristan's legs as he bent them to absorb the shock. He was off target from the weak spot. Get off, insect! The thing roared in dragon's tongue as it began to flap its wings. I am no insect! Tristan shouted in kind as he used the elongated blade to slash gouges in the wings. First the left, then with a swift motion the right. The dragon flapped, but the gashes kept it from rising. You will die! The thing dropped down onto its stomach and rolled. Tristan had prepared for this. He had trained for this. His grandfather's lessons resonated through his mind, and he trusted his body's muscle memory, running along the torso as it rolled to try and crush him. Unlike before, in his training against the puppets and inside of his inner world, he stabbed his blade down into the flesh and sliced as he ran, cutting a gash around the creature's whole midsection. The artificed blade sliced clean through the meat, and blood spurted skyward in a thin line. It roared out in pain and got upright before spinning in a tight, neat circle. Tristan grabbed one of the spines to hold on and saw its wounds regenerating. He slashed at the wing membranes once more, cutting gashes, but the central torso wound healed over. The spin ended, and Tristan jumped forward, getting to the spot between the wings. The weak spot. As he began to lift his blade, the head reared up. Tristan grinned and slammed his fist down into the hide, just as he had done with the inner world encounter. I summoned forth a wall of ice. The wall sprouted up in front of him, and he saw the torrent of flame gush out. It began melting the wall, and Tristan felt the heat all around him. But he had the power of an entire realm at his command, and he sucked in more essence with the reverse-spinning top half of his essence crucible to keep himself filled up with the empowering essence. That kept him cool as ice cascaded from all around him and coated his body as he knew the backlash would. More ice to keep me safe. But it was not needed. The flames had no chance to pierce the barrier that Tristan had manifested. Faster than it could melt, it built up further. I am Tristan Anorax, Dragon Slayer. You will die here. The dragon's flame ended, and it looked at him. The eyes had a look that Tristan knew. He had seen it before. In Felicity's eyes when he held her by the neck upon hunting her down. The look of despair, just as when he saw it in the eyes of Stephanie, whose mother he had saved at a tragic cost. The look in Gertrude's eyes when he held her, dying in his arms. Tartharax was terrified. His collar glowed a bright orange, and all of the wounds healed over. He tried to lift off, but the ice weighing him down, easily the size of a small house, kept him pinned. Tristan lifted his sword and stabbed down into the weak spot, right between the wings, down through the thick muscle and flesh, and into the heart. He wrenched the blade back and forth, cutting open a deeper gash as the blood surged upward, thick and hot. The creature's eyes widened and then dulled to nothing as the light left them. It collapsed onto the ground, and Tristan immediately withdrew his sword, let the essence cease flowing into it as he sheathed it, and made the spell gesture for his grandfather's secret, family-only spell. He brought the heels of his palms together, putting the right hand on top of the left as he extended both out before him. The fingers extended into the shape of a mouth with sharp teeth, pointing at each other. And lastly, he began to slowly close them as he pushed as much essence as possible into them, and said the words in the standard tongue he never thought he would get to say. Words that his father had told him he would never get to say, because he was the useless half-breed, the child who did not have an essence crucible. Mighty beast which now lies slain, I take from you what you can no longer use, and is mine by right of conquest. From his hands, the icy blue and silver essence flowed out and covered the whole form of the creature. Tristan saw the dragon corpse fully saturated, for lack of a better word, with his essence. Gold and crimson sparks were stripped from the body and glimmered within the silvery light. Then, as he fully closed his fingers together, clasping them like a dragon's maw closing on food, the essence surged back up into him. He saw all of it rapidly pull back into his closed hands before he felt it shooting down his essence channels and into his essence crucible. He was stuffed, as if he had just eaten a huge meal. And he felt hot, very hot. He was gasping for air as he collapsed to his knees. It felt like he was choking, and he put his hands to his neck as he let out a scream of pain. With his eyes shut, he could see his essence crucible. It was still silver and icy blue, but those gold and crimson sparkles were no longer sparkles. The silvery essence flowed back into it, and he had to stop spinning it because he felt ill. He felt sick to his stomach and wanted to puke. He spun his crucible fully in a single direction, trying to expel essence as fast as he could. Vent it, just as he had done a few times before, instinctively knowing that there was too much. The feeling of sickness and choking faded, but the heat was still there. He writhed on the deceased dragon's back as he saw his essence crucible become infused. The icy blue crevices were joined by another singular crevice that was a perfect line, filled with gold and crimson flowing liquid. The icy blue one also straightened out, and the two lines intersected. It was a beautiful sight, and as the heat faded, Tristan saw a large X across his essence crucible. The silver hue was dominant, but the stripe of gold and crimson and the stripe of icy blue were solid and stable. Where they intersected was pure white. Was his crucible more stable now? Because he was not just Winterbloom? I bet if I was just Winterbloom, it would be silver with the blue more dominant. but it's almost like there's room to add more stripes? For more dragons? Elements? Then it struck him. I should be able to use fire elementalism now. I need to get a spell primer for it. And another thought struck him as he jolted upright. Crap, the blood. He went over to the hole where the heart was still leaking its vital fluid. He gulped and swallowed down the revulsion at what he was about to do as he shoved his face into the sword hole and began sucking up the blood and choking it down. It was hot, goopy, and peppery, very spicy. He pushed through the pain of eating something far spicier than he was used to eating. His grandfather's words echoed in his mind, pushing him on in the grotesque action. And he also regretted not doing this before the spell. Remember, when you slay a dragon, you first want to drink the blood. Each size and type carries a different level of protection. Worm-sized is the best you can hope for, as it is the most protective, but there is no harm in drinking more. You have to drink as much as you can, to the point of bursting, every chance you get. It will strengthen your resilience against their element. Tristan came up for air and took several sucking breaths before going in again and sucking up as much of the vital fluid as he could. Only when it felt like his stomach would burst did he stop and pull back entirely, wiping his face clean as best he could. Gah, it's in my eyes, he shouted, mostly in anger at himself. It was as if someone had put pepper into water and thrown it into his face. Something cold was splashed onto him, and it helped ameliorate the heat on his eyes. You look a mess, Lord Tristan, the matriarch's voice said in Elvish. Tristan squinted through his still inflamed eyes and saw her in her elfinoid form, injured and bleeding from several wounds. Other fairy dragons flapped around her, using large, scoop-style claws to douse him with clear cool over and over again. Tristan was thankful for the cool deluge. He wanted to drink the cool liquid, but he was too full. Standing up, he unintentionally let out a belch. Excuse me, he said in Elvish with a chuckle. The fairy dragons looked aghast at him as they flapped in place, and the matriarch winced. You don't look so good, Lord Tristan, all covered in boiling blood. Boiling? Tristan looked back to the heart hole and saw that steam was escaping. Oh, wow. That vial of blood was no joke. You drank its blood? Tristan nodded. Grandfather's bloodline is called the Dragon Slayer bloodline. He hiked a thumb back at his chest and grinned proudly. And I just killed my first dragon. As the fairy dragons flew back, carrying Tristan and the exhausted matriarch, he explained how his family's bloodline worked. Grandfather made it by killing the archdragon of the elemental realm of fire. In his group of adventurers who went into that realm was a wizard who could use protective spells. Wizard, the term for an 8th through 10th order essence weaver, yes? The matriarch asked to clarify. Correct. So Grandfather got a protection spell cast on him, and then chose to eat the heart of the archdragon. He drank its blood in the process, and for good measure, tried to eat the meat. Why? The matriarch asked, revulsion showing on her face. Superstition? Eating a dragon's heart supposedly brought great wealth and luck. Tristan sighed with relief as the cooling breeze blew against his face. Later, he paid a diviner to find out what had happened to him when he ate the dragon's heart. They couldn't help, so instead they paid a rejuvenation specialist to examine his body. Turns out, eating an archdragon's heart and drinking its blood gave him a bloodline, unique to the actions he took to get it. What about that spell you used? Anarach's family only, Tristan stated, The only dragon-bane spell I know of. I mean, aside from the artificed ones in my armor and weapon. Anyways, Grandfather learned about his bloodline. And he also learned that the creation of a bloodline comes along with making an essence crucible. So he developed a spell to fully eat a dragon's essence. Tristan grinned. I should be able to use fire elementalism now. Plus, I am very resistant to fire and heat, hence why I could shove my head into its boiling blood. As the matriarch pondered his words, Tristan retreated into his thoughts for a moment, remembering that he also had that vial of fledgling dragon blood that Felicity had gotten from his father's slain dragon before they left Bant's Holdfast. Elemental realm of wind, was it? He didn't know you could be resistant to wind. What would that even mean? That you can't feel the breeze? That would be weird. Something to investigate. The matriarch nodded and looked up at him. That is an interesting development. What does your crucible look like now? Tristan described it, and she shook her head. I've never heard of a crucible like that. Zeltana described her crucible as pure silver, with growing blue plant growth cascading up from the base. The blue line looked kind of like that, before I did the whole dragon-consuming thing. I believe I had said that your crucible may have the potential to surpass even her essence capacity. This mixed bloodline is capable of so much more. You can actually bypass your heritage restrictions, which I have never heard of happening. Granted, I am limited to my experiences here in the Fey realm. She looked at him quizzically as they landed atop the Queen's Wood. How did you create that enormous ice wall at the rift? Tristan described his method as he went over to the alchemy station and grabbed 2 of the healing elixirs, handing both to her. She quaffed them and then smiled as her wounds were partially healed. Not fully, but well on the mend. He ended with, It felt incredible, like I had the entire realm flowing through me. Oh, that reminds me, how did you close it? I can touch a rift, and after some sustained contact and essence, can shut it. Let us go to the vault and test something. You may have found a workaround to the conundrum of the locked doors. She frowned. And do not funnel the ambient essence of the realm through yourself during your training going forward. You won't have access to it in the mortal realm, or any other realms you happen to go into. Yes, I know. I won't be able to do what I did with spells back there outside of the Fey realm. But, he thought, knowing that I can do that means that I could do some remarkable essence weaving here when it comes to imbuing and artifice. I think. First, let's see if I can get into that vault with this method. Chapter 39. Second Vault and Realm Knowledge. Before leaving the top boughs, Tristan picked up the vial of blood from his father's kill, popped off the cork, and slurped down the thick, goopy liquid. He felt a rushing wind blow past his face, and inside his torso he felt a swirl of energy. Not cool, like his essence was, but instead motion. A rushing wind akin to a tempest. He smiled and thought, well, it looks like I can take any dragon blood and drink it down. Note to self, make sure to ask for dragon's blood whenever I visit an alchemist's shop. Closing his eyes and visualizing his essence crucible, he saw glimmering green flecks floating. They were not nearly as prominent as the gold and crimson from drinking the worm-sized archdragon vial from his grandfather's conquest. Looks like drinking worm-sized dragon blood is going to provide the best protection against elemental damage, he thought. Still no clue what wind would count as. It also looks like sparks manifest when I envision my crucible when I've drunk the blood, but have not used drained dragon on that type of dragon. He turned to the matriarch, who was regarding him with a curious look from the top of the stairs leading down. You are an interesting hybrid, Lord Tristan. Tristan walked over to her and went down the steps with her walking down right behind him. Can't argue with that. He squinted his eyes and thought. Do you know what wind elementalism is or entails?
Manipulation of the wind, she replied, such as sending surging gusts out against foes to bowl them over, or even sharpened, compressed blades of air that slice foes. There are more mundane uses, of course.
Then I would guess this blood of a wind dragon makes me more resistant to the stronger offense spells. Knowing the walk down would take a few minutes, and hoping to fill the gap of time walking down to the vault, Tristan glanced back at the matriarch and said, I was able to spin my crucible in 2 directions at once. Can you tell me more about that? The matriarch smiled.
Yes, that is a difficult thing for most essence weavers to do, taking in essence whilst also using it. Normally, let's say if you were in the mortal realm, you would be using up the essence in your crucible, emptying it like you would a container of water. Then you would have to wait for it to refill or drink an essence elixir to recover, refilling that vessel. After, you could use it again. But with the 2-direction essence crucible spin, you could spend the essence as you obtain it from that external source, as if you had an open valve on that vessel. They reached the ground floor and descended into the root-filled underground tunnels. Tristan turned her answer over in his mind, then said, I don't see the benefit to being able to spin my crucible both directions, unless I'm chugging essence elixirs, which I wouldn't do on a whim, and I bet it would be hard to do in a fight. That's true, but you can use it to train. Spin the crucible in the same way you would to cast a spell, but let the essence vent out of you and become ambient essence in the air. But, with a reverse spin on the top half, as you described, you could suck in your own ambient essence before that happened. It would most likely accelerate your essence capacity growth and be far more effective than just spinning your crucible while traveling.
That did sound useful. He supposed that if he found himself in an essence-heavy environment, he could employ the same method of using essence while sucking it in. He knew that he could do it now. Or, if there's something like a dragon that can heal, and I use Grandfather's spell on it, I might be able to get a healing spell type, like rejuvenation. The prospect of being able to train faster than before whilst traveling and obtaining more spell types via his family's unique capability was filling him with an excitement he could barely contain. They arrived at the first vault door, still open, and moved beyond the pedestal in the chamber to the second door. It bore an elaborate design incorporating 2 spirals. Tristan laid his hands over the spirals. All right, let's try this. He spun the top of his essence crucible in the suck direction and the bottom half in the opposite, pushing the essence through his body and into his arms. To his surprise, he was not able to absorb the ambient essence that he felt like a palpable fog. I don't think I can funnel the essence of the realm into this, Tristan stated as he pulled his hands back. The matriarch clicked her tongue.
Zeltana must have anticipated someone would try that. It was worth an attempt.
Tristan placed his hands back on the door. Let's see if my current essence capacity is enough. He closed his eyes and envisioned his essence crucible, the brilliant silver crossed by 2 lines, one icy blue and one crimson and gold. He spun it as fast as he could, all in the direction to push the essence out. He directed the flow into his arms, and it was not just cooling like before. It was lukewarm, with little bursts of heat, then cold, interchanging back and forth. Both spirals on the door filled up completely, and the door slid upward.
Well done, the matriarch said. Let us see what was left behind.
Tristan was tired from the expenditure, but he rapidly reverse-spun his crucible and filled it up again, then walked into the chamber. It was circular, just like the last one, with a glowing, dangling orb suspended from the root structure above a covered pedestal. A single door stood opposite him, one bearing 3 spirals. Tristan was drawn to the pedestal. It was a small root that jutted up before spreading out in a graceful, almost flower petal surface, a more ornate version of the same object in the prior room. But instead of a bit of parchment atop it, there was a carved stone crate, fully smooth, save for the slight gaps on the sides which accommodated his fingers. He tried to lift the cover, but it would not budge with a simple lifting motion. Heavy, he muttered as he took up a wider stance, braced his legs, and heaved with all of his might. The stone covering lifted up just enough for him to slide his armored fingers under the gap, and then he was able to shove up to his palm, and eventually his forearm. With a final heave, he was able to wedge his elbow in. The matriarch came over and chuckled. "Now, what do you plan on doing?" Tristan frowned. "I'm going to keep shoving my arm forward until I can tilt the damned thing over." She laughed, and the sound was enchanting. "Or you could ask for help." Tristan let out a grunt as he felt the weight of the stone lid on his arm. "Sure, help would be fine." She reached out to help, but as soon as her fingers touched the object, there was a jolt of green energy, and she rapidly recoiled, hissing in pain. "Damn, that stings." She blew on her fingers and shook them. "Sorry, Lord Tristan. Looks like you're on your own." Tristan put his other fist on the top of the pedestal and tucked the thumb inside the fingers. He whispered in dragon's tongue, "I summoned forth a wall of ice." He spun his crucible a little bit, wanting a steady, small stream, and the ice wall grew, pushing the stone lid up and off his arm. He poured more essence into it, and eventually the cover toppled backward, slamming onto the ground on the opposite side of the pedestal. Inside the box, Tristan saw another scroll and a pair of gloves. The gloves were made of white tree bark, with a tracing of icy blue in a pattern of branches and roots. The matriarch gasped. "Oh, those are Zeltana's gloves. Part of her armor." She looked between the gloves and Tristan's hands. "I wonder if they would fit you." Tristan unfurled the rolled-up parchment and silently read the elvish words. "Child of the frozen dew and inheritor of the blood renewed, you have grown like a tree with new root soon to blossom at last and bloom. Your second reward for obtaining might is to grow plants with a light touch of your fingertips and create new wonders that will eclipse the work of those who came before. Only you will reveal what lies in store, my armor and weapons to make secure the denizens of the realm once more. Those who become your subjects will proclaim a desire to annex lost realms to add to your own. Follow your heart as you make yourself known. The Fey realm is under your control, and I would be remiss to not extol the virtues that have led you this far. Continue your growth and shine like a star." Tristan picked up the gloves and tucked them into his belt. He spoke in Elvish. "What does it mean about the annexation of lost realms?" The matriarch's lips were a tight, unreadable line. "The lost realms are what we call places that lost their realm protector, the anchoring being who helps keep the whole place together. If I, for instance, were to perish, then the Fey realm would grow unstable until a new realm protector took over to stabilize it." She tapped her fingers against her chin. "Imagine that I am like the captain of a ship. If the captain dies, the ship is going to be directionless until a new captain takes over. Too long without a captain, and the ship is going to crash or go through food stores too quickly. Does that analogy make sense? Tristan nodded as he looked back at the open vault doors, quickly reverse spinning his essence crucible to refill it. My grandfather slew the archdragon called Sylthanax, who used to rule the elemental realm of fire. But that was 50 years ago. The matriarch bit her lip in thought. The most recent archdragon to die was called Amisgur, and there has not been a new captain of the realm of fire in 10 years. I would expect it to become a lost realm in the next 40 years or so. She shrugged. Some worm-sized dragon will take over soon enough, I'm sure. Tristan gestured to the entryway and left the vault, heading up the tree to the boughs as they conversed. But that still doesn't tell me what a lost realm is, or how we could annex one. The matriarch sighed. Lost realms, to use my analogy from before, are ships that crashed into a rocky shoreline. They are irreparable and will eventually decay to nothing. But they can be salvaged. What Zeltana's scroll describes is the process of grafting a realm. It increases the size of the active realm. Tristan pondered her words. So, if there was a way to locate those lost realms, this place could become bigger. The problem before was too many elves, hence the Great Exodus. But if the realm was big enough, then maybe he could bring them back, if they wanted to come back. He glanced back at the matriarch as they reached the top boughs. What happens to creatures inside of lost realms? They die. Well, Tristan thought, I can focus on this realm grafting business later. I have more pressing matters. I need to get stronger, reconvene with Felicity and Obadiah Grimtome, and figure out this whole assassin plot. Tristan walked over to the artifice bench. You have that collar the worm was wearing? The matriarch reached into her storage dimension and pulled out the big collar. It was made of a brass-like metal, a deep orange hue, with intricate patterns etched into it. But they were just decorative. The collar was the size of a horse-drawn cart, and the matriarch set it down on the ground in the midst of the crafting stations, showing prodigious strength. Tristan knelt and began the preparation for Discern Artifice, grabbing ink, a pen, and the leaf parchment. After setting that up, he put his left hand on the collar, with the index and middle fingers touching one another, the thumb curled into the palm, the ring finger under that to the center of the palm, and the pinky finger to the outside edge as far as possible. He swapped to Demon's Tongue as he incanted the spell phrase. I seek the knowledge of what this object does. Fill my mind with understanding, and let the effect flow through me. Distill the response to the utensil in my grip. Collar of Regeneration. Regenerate, 7th, Rejuvenation. By channeling essence into the collar, the user mends any injury inflicted upon them in the past 10 minutes. This will even regrow limbs or appendages. He handed the paper to the matriarch, swapping back to Elvish. I think it's too big for me to make use of. I entrust this to you. She shifted to her full size and put it on. It is a little tight, she muttered, but her neck slimmed down as she shifted her body mass. Thankfully, that is not an issue for me. But I am curious how this will affect me when I shift back to my elfinoid form. She did so, and the collar clattered to the platform. Ah, a shame. I will ensure it is kept close by. It vanished into her extra-dimensional storage space. And, Tristan added, we learned something new about artifice. Items made with it won't change size to suit the wielder. I could have told you that. He grabbed the gloves from his belt, walked over to the artifice bench with his supplies, and repeated the spell. Gloves of the Growth Shaper. Plant Shaping. 2nd, Flora. By channeling essence into the gloves, The user may mold and shape any plants into a desired form. Huh, Tristan thought. So that's how they were able to mold all the rooms and whatnot. He stripped off his gauntlets and the gloves underneath. Then he tried to wriggle his hands into the new gloves. To his pleasant surprise, they fit perfectly, as if they were made for him. He put the gauntlets back on to make sure the gloves would fit under the metal protective encasement, and they did. He looked over at the matriarch, who was watching him with an enthused expression. What? If you were female, you would be an exact replica of Zeltana. Your height, build, minus her pronounced torso and larger thighs, is almost identical. Even the ear length, the eye color. If I had not seen your prior half-elven form, and just saw you as you are now, I would have mistaken you for her having mucked up some kind of spell. Tristan pulled the gloves off and set them aside. Well, I'll take that as a compliment. Oh, it was meant as one. She was the best person I knew, the matriarch replied wistfully. Tristan stripped off his armor and set it on the artifice counter along with his sword and all his gear. Well, I'm going to take a bath and then get to artificing. Chapter 40. The Last 3 Days. Feeling refreshed from his bath, Tristan headed back up to the top boughs to repair his armor. To his surprise and delight, 2 fairy dragons had almost finished polishing it. Thankfully, it had not suffered any indentation, and after thanking the 2, who went flitting off, he inspected his sword. No nicks or edge rolling. I guess against dragons, or while I'm pouring essence into it, the blade is a lot sturdier. Moving over to the artifice bench, he picked up the gloves he had found in the second vault, Zeltana's gloves of the Growth Shaper. He moved to the suit of armor and replaced the old, worn leather gloves inside the gauntlets with Zeltana's gloves. Now, decisions. But first, taking stock. He took off his family crest, unclipped the 2 favors, then set out all his equipment in neat rows on the bench and the ground in front of it. Surveying the collection, he thought, I should identify what spell the Archon's favor uses, and see if there is something hidden on the King's favor, the great bow as well. As for the dagger and sheath, I doubt the weaponsmith would have sold me artificed items. Going through the steps of the Discern Artifice spell, he did not find anything already artificed into the great bow, dagger, sheath, or King's favor. But the Archon's favor did have a spell stored in it, which Tristan expected. Archon's favor of communication. Receive message, realm, 3rd, communication. This object will vibrate when subjected to the Send Message Realm spell, and when held in the wielder's hand, will allow conversation with the sender. Communication will reach any place in the same realm of existence. Pulling out a sheet of parchment and the pen, Tristan jotted down a list so he could easily plan. He had always liked listing items out, especially when his grandfather had assigned him training tasks. After a few seconds, he had charted out what he wanted to put into words. Essence-seeking lantern equals detect essence weaving, 1st, divination. Fey realm ring equals inter-realm warp, 5th, teleportation. Cloak of Winterbloom equals thrice command, 3rd, enchantment. My armor equals scales of our foe, 1st, dragonbane. My sword equals dragon's doom, 1st, dragonbane. Insulating socks equals discharge shock, 3rd, lightning elementalism. Gloves of the Growth Shaper equals plant shaping, 2nd, flora. Anarok's family crest equals disguise form, 1st, illusion. Archon's favor equals receive message realm, 3rd, communication. King's favor equals blank, dagger equals blank, sheath equals blank, great bow equals blank. The matriarch in her elfinoid form, freshly bathed and appearing regal once more, except for her still healing injuries, approached his side.
"A thought occurs, Lord Tristan."
He replied, as he stood up from his crouch on the floor.
"I do not know what prompted that incursion, but I would like to know what you were doing in your inner world before I roused you from your meditation."
Tristan sighed and put his pen behind his ear. "Well, I was fighting enemies I made up, like you said I could. I fought a mercenary, and then thought up the archdragon my grandfather described fighting." A look of consternation spread across her face.
Strange. And you were not—"
She shook her head.
"I can't think of why, but I know that the two events must be connected somehow. You are not doing the reverse spin and regular spin of your crucible, correct?"
"That's right," Tristan replied. "Just the breathing exercise you taught me."
"Then you were not connected to the realm, as you were when you performed such a feat at the rift itself. It must just be a coincidence."
She walked over to look at his list, then glanced at the gear arrayed before him.
"Well, the sheath is not very high quality, I can tell you that much. You won't be able to artifice it."
Tristan sighed and scratched that off the list with the quill. "I have some items well crafted enough to be usable in artifice." He looked over at the matriarch. "Unless some of those practice weapons, or even real weapons down there, are crafted exceptionally well."
"Not as well as mortal realm implements, I am afraid," she replied. "Most of those were wrought by hands using the same plant-shaping spell you have in those gloves. They are not truly crafted. Thus, they won't qualify."
Tristan said as he crossed his arms and looked at his gear. "I need to figure out what spells I'm going to put in the King's Favor, the Dagger, and the Great Bow."
"May I suggest something?"
"Go ahead."
"For the King's Favor, put the Command enchantment spell upon it. In the event you must return it, you can explain to the king what change you have wrought, and he will thank you all the more."
"Ah, a wise decision. Thank you."
"And you still have those primers to read," the matriarch added.
"Yes, illusion, flora, enchantment. That would cover all of the first order spells."
"Forgive me, Lord Tristan, but why would you not look into the higher orders as well?"
Tristan chuckled. Grandfather's words. I should master the basics before moving on to something more complex. I want to fully memorize and have the first order spells in those primers all mastered before moving on. The primers might contain up to third order, but my grandfather stressed that the person who masters the lowest difficulty of an art before moving beyond it will be well prepared in any situation.
"Strange," the matriarch said as she crossed her arms. "You have the essence capacity for higher order spells. The vault doors are evidence of that. And your inner world should have some type of indication as well. Most essence weavers would pursue the higher order spells as soon as possible."
"I'm not most essence weavers," Tristan replied. "I'm me. Methodical, and I take my training seriously. I don't want any shortcuts to power."
"Minus the whole eating dragon's essence thing."
Tristan's lips quirked at the corners at the slight observation-based prodding jest. "Right, except for that." He set the parchment and pen down before heading over to the primers. "I suppose I should see what other options I have before putting spells into items. I can always strip out the artifice later on to replace the spells." He sat down on one of the cushions as the matriarch departed, and a group of fairy dragons flew by, asking briefly if Tristan needed anything. "Some clear cool, thank you," Tristan said, and they flew off to fulfill his request. Grabbing the primer on enchantment, he flipped through the book until he came upon the basic information section. It was written in terse, straightforward language, not flowery or poetic, that left no room for doubt that the author was a true scholar who cared only about the craft itself. Welcome to your primer on enchantment, one of the more dangerous spell types, often used with ill intent. Commands come in several types, as listed below. In character, something your target would normally do, or that is very unobtrusive. Example, commanding a baker to bake bread. Out of character, something your target would not normally do, or that is obtrusive. Example, commanding a baker to pick up a sword and fight to the death. The more out of character an enchantment spell is, the easier it is for your target to resist it or shake it off. All enchantment spells come with the following downsides. The spells will never last longer than a day, approximately 18 hours at first order, with duration that scales up the higher order spell use. However, they can never be made permanent. Once the effect ends, is shaken off, or otherwise removed, the victim sees a vivid visual representation of the Essence Weaver who placed the effect upon them. As with most primers, this tome contains a few spells from first through third order. Tristan flipped past the first order command spell, since the matriarch had already written down instructions for that in Elvish. Note to self, practice that on willing fairy dragons here, so I can get it memorized. He flipped through and found that the only spells contained within were differing levels of command, which just increased the number of words that could be used in a single sentence of an enchantment spell. I would bet there are more out there, Tristan thought as he shut the primer. But this command and the higher order versions are just the easiest to use. He was disappointed that he did not find any type of defense against enchantment within the pages. He raised his voice and yelled out, "Matriarch, do you have a minute?" A few seconds later, he heard flapping, and she flew up to the edge of the platform in her fairy dragon form, clasping on with her 4 paw claws and resting her head on the platform. "Yes, Lord Tristan? Are there any enchantment protection spells?" She shook her head. "None that I know of." Tristan sighed once more and put the primer back into the bookshelf. "What about other enchantment spells? This only has command, twice command, and thrice command." "Foi, a beginner primer," she scoffed. "I will work on transcribing a tome with all the enchantment spells I know of, and I shall do the same for illusion, but the task will take some time." "That's fine," Tristan replied as he reached for the illusion primer. "Thank you. I will see you on the morrow for our training." She nodded and let go of the platform, diving back and out of sight. Tristan cracked open the primer on illusion. It was written in the same gruff, no-nonsense fashion as the enchantment primer. Welcome to your primer on illusion. Illusion alters senses. The senses in order of easiest to most difficult to trick are below, along with the order of the spell required to trick said senses. Sight, first and second. Hearing, third and fourth. Smell, fifth and sixth. Taste, seventh and eighth. Touch, ninth and 10th. All illusion spells come with the following downside. Prolonged interaction with an observer results in the unraveling of the spell. Unlike most primers, this tome contains only first and second order spells. Tristan saw the familiar to him disguise form spell, but no mention of blended body that Felicity had taught him. There must be so much knowledge outside these books. At least the matriarch is going to work on collections of spells for illusion and enchantment. Let's see what else is in here. Once more, it was written in demon's tongue, but the matriarch's scribbled Elvish translation was next to the words. Minor illusion. First. Spell phrase. I desire to change the appearance of this object. Shift it to the vision within my mind. Spell gesture. Place your hands together in front of your chest, tucking them both into your sternum so that the thumbs are along the chest itself, and the elbows are propped out to the sides. Keep all of the fingers together. Other notes. The effective range of the spell is 10 feet from the user. The size of the object that can have its appearance altered is no larger than what can fit inside of a 5-foot by 5-foot cube. Make sure you envision what you want. That's an easy spell, Tristan muttered. The gesture isn't even that complex. One more primer to go. He flipped open the primer on Flora, and, to his dismay, found that it only had the first-order spell Invoke Growth, which he already knew. As he told the matriarch, he wanted to master all the first-order spell types before moving up to higher-order spells. It was a risk, sure, not going for more powerful spells faster, but he wanted to follow Grandfather's advice. As he stood up and went to the artifice bench and began preparing to artifice the last few items he had at his disposal, he mulled over the warning that had accompanied Grandfather's lesson.
People who rush too fast, like your father with his desire to go adventuring at a younger than customary age, or your sister with her courtly intrigue, they lose out on the skill that comes with trained practice. If you rush too quickly, you will be more likely to make mistakes. But with mastery, you will have something all of those people lack: confidence. In spite of the harshest of odds, you will have the confidence that you have mastered everything you know. Focus on mastery, and don't reach beyond that mastery until you are ready for it.
He took in a breath and spun his essence crucible as he performed the spell gesture for Investiture of Artifice, placing his hands on either side of the dagger. Incanting the spell, he rapidly followed up with Minor Illusion. There was a glow of silvery light, and he felt his essence drain as he performed the two spells. But it was done, and he set the dagger aside. Next came the king's favor. He performed the same set of gestures for Investiture of Artifice, then cast the spell Command. Once the favor glowed a silvery hue, he set that aside as well. Last came the great bow, and he once more used Investiture of Artifice. But this time he wanted something special, and had no clue how it would work in practice. Casting Frost Flurry, he saw the silvery light appear and then vanish as it had with the other items. Grabbing the bow and 2 arrows, he walked over to the edge of the platform and took aim at a knot in a tree a decent distance from the Queen's Wood. As he knocked the arrow and pulled the string back, he could feel the tension as he had during his practice that morning. Loosing the shaft, he saw it impact the knothole. Right. That is as expected. Next, he tried pulling the string back without an arrow, but as he did so, he poured essence into the weapon. He saw a spike of ice appear on the bowstring and grow in length and size as he drew it back. When he reached full draw, it was easily the size of a lance. Letting loose, he saw it fly down and embed itself into the tree, boring a huge hole. Several fairy dragons flew over to investigate the odd noises. Tristan waved them off. "Move! I want to try something." They did as he ordered. Taking aim at the horizon, he let loose and saw that after 100 feet, the arrow of pure ice began to drop. Also as expected. Last, he knocked and drew back the second regular arrow, channeling essence as he did so. Instead of forming a projectile of ice, the arrow glowed with the icy blue energy. Oh, that's interesting. He took aim at an upward angle, his maximum range with the bow, and let fly. The arrow flew off into the distance, and his enhanced elven eyes were able to track it as it descended in an arc, impacted a tree, and exploded in a hail of ice and frost, shredding nearby branches. One of the fairy dragons flew up to him. They had a slightly crooked pair of antlers and a feminine voice.
The fuck you doing?
Huh? Tristan asked as he lowered the bow.
Blowing up holes in the forest?
Oh. Testing? The creature made a frustrated noise.
Humph. Some new lordling, thinking he can do whatever he wants to the Fey realm.
Tristan walked back to the artifice bench and set the bow down. Sorry, didn't know it would do that. The fairy dragon flew off, and Tristan descended the tree spire toward his quarters. But I was hoping that is how it worked. He got to his room, and while several fairy dragons brought in a hot meal of freshly roasted starberries and filled the tub, he pointed his hand at one of the walls. A thought hit him. I wonder if, for some spells, the intent also counts. He had been hoping that the icy missile would explode. But did that happen just because he used a real arrow and the stored spell? Or was it his intent that made the difference? All right, let's try casting a tiny version of the spell, but with shattering projectiles. He spoke in dragon's tongue. I summon forth the fury of ice and frost. Form shards that will pierce and slash my target. He only held the essence until he had a quill-sized projectile, then he released it. The shaft impacted, quivered for a second, then shattered, fragments shooting out in all directions. Huh. So for that offensive spell, at least, intent plays a role. And with the artificed version on the bow, he had just bypassed the 100-foot range. He settled into the hot bath with a smile on his lips. The next 3 days were a blur. He continued his daily routine with the matriarch, growing ever better with them all. His skill with his sword, the bow, and the dagger progressed ever so slightly, but the true training for those came from his inner world. Of highest priority was practicing the various first-order spells at his disposal. He practiced those in the inner world over and over until he could do them without any issue. And, keeping an eye on the tree at the center of the crucible, he saw that he was past the second ring and about a third of the way to the third ring, but the distance was farther. It appeared that progression was going to be more arduous as he continued to build his essence capacity. Knowing that second-order spells were available now, at least if the tree inside the inner world was anything to go by, filled him with an excitement and enthusiasm he had not felt in a long while. Because he wanted to hold off on the second and third-order spells contained in the primer, he spent a large portion of the day meditating in his inner world. And, despite envisioning and fighting many more dragons of varying sizes inside that space, another incursion did not occur. The evenings were spent learning about elven culture, song, dance, and poetry. Tristan was not the most gifted with either song or poetry, but he picked up the dances quickly enough and found himself having quite the enjoyable time. At night, he would visit the deep, bubbling pit of sap near the roots of the tree where he had placed his mother's body. He spoke softly, as if he were talking at her grave, and shared with her all of the day's events. He could swear there was a hint of some response from the bubbling sap, the rustle of the sparse leaves in the small space as he exhaled, but he couldn't make out any words. Sharing what was going on in his life with his mother, if only with her memory, filled him with emotion. This was the closest he would ever get to sharing with her all of the wonders he was learning about, and the amazing new reality he found himself living day to day. The 5 days of his time in the Fey realm came to a close. The final morning, after he dressed and drank some refreshing Clear-Cool, he began donning his armor. First, the padding that went on before the armor, his new gloves, his trusty boots with the insulating socks. Then the armor itself. Finally, He fastened his sword belt around his waist, making sure to string the essence-seeking lantern through, keeping it affixed with its chain. It had grown used to not only the essence of the mortal realm, but the Fae as well, glittering with a little bit of starlight, but not wildly spinning out of control. Making sure his ring was in place, he put the favors of the Archon and the King back into his family crest, put it around his neck, and slipped it under his armor. The dagger joined the sword on the belt, the cloak over his shoulder, the bow on his back, and the quiver of arrows on the opposite hip from his sword and knife. As he was packing vials of elixir into boxes, clear cool, essence, and healing, the matriarch flew up in her elfinoid form. Wings sprouted from her back.
Lord Tristan, allow me.
She hefted 2 of the boxes and flapped up. Her feet transformed into claws, and she lifted him off the top boughs and brought him back to the dirt circle in front of the Queen's Wood. Setting him down, she placed the boxes on the ground.
Safe travels, Lord Tristan.
This was echoed by the surrounding fairy dragons. Tristan dipped his head in a bow in return. Thank you for everything, matriarch. I plan on coming back to sleep here each evening.
We will await your return,
she replied, as she reverted to her full-sized fairy dragon form. Tristan ensured that the items he planned to take were all within the circle and began to spin his crucible, channeling essence. The world turned white, and he was inside the cave he had departed from. Felicity was lying on the ground and jumped to her feet.
About time,
she shouted. Chapter 41. A Grandfather's Return. Tristan smiled at Felicity. How have you been? He asked in the standard tongue. She pouted and frowned.
It has been horrible. I was investigating more about the assassins, and I saw a ton of people being killed. All of them were a bit Winterbloom elf.
What? Tristan's heart seized up in horror. How many?
Oh, dozens easily. But none of them were half Winterbloom like you. In fact, most were such little Winterbloom that they were practically fully human.
Tristan was nearly speechless. He stood there, speechless. Felicity flew over to them and opened the tops.
I'll put these away.
She opened her storage dimension and shoved the elixirs inside. Tristan saw that the space was also full of various knickknacks and small coin pouches. He finally found his voice again. How many did you see die?
Must have been over 30. Once I found out what was happening, I got to work sniffing out everyone with your blood. But that is a stinky city.
Tristan felt the Archon's favor vibrating against his chest, scrabbled for the item, then pulled it out and poured some essence into it. Hello?
Good. You are back. Developments in the capital have grown dire.
I heard, Tristan replied as he glanced at a still annoyed Felicity. My fairy dragon companion advised me that Winterbloom-blooded persons are being assassinated.
We had a series of killings done by the same assassins that I divined from the killing of Archon Farsight. The victims were all of mixed heritage, yes, but some of them had very little elven blood. Yet, you say your companion determined they were of your bloodline?
Correct. She is an excellent companion. A happy-sounding noise came from Felicity.
Shit. That changes things entirely. Then I don't think your father paid for the assassins. Perhaps he gave them a hint that your mother was Winterbloom, if he was involved at all. But it seems to me that someone is hunting down your kind.
Not just my kind, Tristan replied. Winterbloom specifically. The question is, why?
I do not know. Ancient tomes in the Forbidden Archives. Forbidden because the line of kings here has restricted access to all knowledge concerning non-human heritage, suggests that the Winterbloom were an ancient elven bloodline. Perhaps the assassins seek to ensure your bloodline is extinct. It would corroborate my divinations.
Which showed you what?
Elves have been dying in swaths across the mortal realm. Now I need to do another divination to see if it is specifically Winterbloom bloodline elves. Our conversation time runs short. Will you be able to receive my spell tomorrow morning?
Yes, I can do that.
Good. Make your way back to the capital in disguise, under illusion, however you need to. Your grandfather, Hervin, is back.
Pass word to him. Please, tell him to go to our manor house, and I'll find him there.
I will do so. I must go. Our spell is just about out.
He was cut off as the spell faded. Tristan put the amulet back inside his armor and gestured Felicity to his head. Come on, we have to go. Spinning his crucible and channeling the essence flow into his amulet, he assumed his half-elf disguise. Felicity flapped up to his head and nested in his hair. Your ears got longer, she said with some slight amusement. She began playing with them with her paw claws, batting them a little as a cat would bat at a toy. Tristan ignored her and made his way out of the cave, heading immediately for the nearest village. The entire walk, he filled Felicity in on his time in the Fey realm, including the details of the incursion from the elemental realm of fire. As the sun rose to the apex of noon, they arrived in the small village. Tristan went quiet upon entering the village proper, and Felicity said, "Wow, you really grew a lot then." "Mm-hmm," he replied, not wanting to be seen talking to himself. "And you really got skilled with these spells you've been practicing with." Near a farmhouse, Tristan saw a few nags in a small field. He knocked at the door and was greeted by a middle-aged woman holding a child in her arms. "Can I help you?" she asked. "Hi. How much for one of your horses?" "I'll have to ask my husband." "Please, it's urgent." Tristan fished around in his coin pouch and counted out 50 gold coins. Far more than the nag would be worth, a fortune to a farmer. The woman's eyes went wide. "Well, you can take Nettie. She's the brown one. Older of the two, not much good for hauling goods to market, but she'll get you where you want to go. There's an old saddle in the stable. It's not well oiled, but it is her size." She held out her hand, the money was exchanged, and she shut the door. Tristan went to the small field, vaulted the fence, and walked up to the aging brown horse. Well, she may not be fast, but she'll be better than walking. He clicked his tongue, and she raised her head, letting out a whinny. He raised his hands and approached slowly. "Easy, girl. Come, Nettie. We need to go." To his surprise, she trotted right over to him and dipped her head. Felicity chuckled. "Even the dumb beast recognizes a Fey lord when she sees one." The horse must have understood to some extent, because she looked right above Tristan's head and let out a braying whinny. Felicity frowned. "Yeah? And you can go choke on a carrot." Tristan glanced up at Felicity. "Can you talk to her?" "Not really. Horses aren't very intelligent. However, creatures from the Fey realm, such as you and me, well, we have a way with animals. Even though the beast can't see me, she can sense me. It is almost as if only elves, those with elf heritage, and dumb animals can sense a marvelous fairy dragon's invisible form." The horse stomped her foot in agreement, whinnied in some type of retort, and trotted in front of Tristan toward the stables. Following the nag, Tristan saw her grab a saddle off a peg with her teeth, drop it on the ground, and then add a saddle blanket. "Okay, girl," Tristan said softly as he petted her forehead with little scratches. "Let's get you saddled up." The task was quickly done, and once he had led her outside the gate, he mounted up. He had chosen to ignore the bit and bridle. If she can understand me and feels the need to follow my commands, I don't want to handle her like that. Nettie, let's go at as fast a pace as you are comfortable maintaining. She let out a snort and began trotting forward at about triple Tristan's walking speed. Yes, much faster to get to the capital this way. It would not take a day and a half. He would be at the capital just after nightfall. Thankfully, this small mountainous region was close to Bant's holdfast, and since he was going to the estate, he would most likely arrive just before the 5th moon rose. During the trip, he kept his eyes open and scanned the few groups of travelers for any sign of shady individuals who could be the assassins. The same went for the Black Company, as Tristan was sure that the group he had beaten away would have spread word about their embarrassment and defeat at his hands. The few far distant patrols he did spot were easy enough to get around. He simply used his amulet once more and masqueraded as an elderly farmer. This enabled him to pass without issue. But if he had gotten close, or if they had laid hands on him, the illusion would have been easy to see through, since his armor well exceeded the confines of the phantom appearance, and if the armor touched something, the illusion would be revealed. He made it to the Anorak's family estate a few hours after nightfall. Glancing up at the 5 moons, he was able to determine the date. 34th of shine season. Damn, this year is going fast. It had been 7 days since he had seen the whole of the townhouse staff slaughtered, performed his midnight ride to escape the capital, and spent time in the Fey realm. All of that had let him push aside the grim reality of what he had witnessed. But now, as he approached the site of the slaughter, all the memories resurfaced, flooding him with immense sorrow. "Felicity?" he whispered just loud enough for her to hear him. She leaned her head over. Tristan took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "Thanks for being a friend."
"Well, you're welcome, I guess."
She began making little claw biscuits on his head. Tristan sighed and rode the nag up to the gates. Thankfully, the Black Company mercenaries were gone, and instead, a few of the actual soldiers, members of the standing army of the capital, stood at attention. Tristan fished out his symbol and held it up. "I am Tristan Anorak's." The 2 men looked up at him with suspicion, and 4 more came out from the nearby guardhouse. One with a small plume on his helm spat out the side of his mouth. "I heard that the half-breed went and became full elf." Tristan nodded. "You are not incorrect. Now let me through." "And if we don't?" Tristan glowered at the man and let his essence crucible spin as he vented ice into the surrounding air, focusing on letting it vent out of his upper body as to not upset his mount. The men went for their weapons, and Tristan stopped the spin of his crucible. "Let me pass, or else I will freeze you lot just like I froze the steps of the Black Spire." The men looked at the commander, who hefted his pike back up to a relaxed position, saying, "Let him through. I'm sure the old man and his son can deal with him if he gets out of control." Tristan glared at the man. "My father is here?" "Aye, the mighty hero and dragon slayer. Not like you mongrel pup bastard." Tristan just patted Nettie on the neck and whispered, "Go ahead. I've got a nice set of stables for you to stay in." That was enough goading to get her to move past the armored men, who did at last clear a way for him. After getting her settled at the stables on the edge of the estate, he headed toward the manor house. As he approached, he suddenly realized that a figure was standing on the steps, and he recognized the silhouette instantly. Fox Anorax, his father. "Move aside. I'm here to see Grandfather, not you." Fox scowled at his half-breed son.
"I don't know why you're here, and I do not care. You are not welcome at this estate."
Tristan kept walking forward nonetheless.
"Felicity," he whispered, "be ready to fly up and slice his fucking eyes like you did with that mercenary."
"With pleasure,"
she said with a maniacal giggle as she flew off and perched above Fox on one of the support beams of the covered entryway, hanging upside down like a bat. Fox took a step forward, and his hand went to the large blade on his back. But a gruff, barking, commanding voice ordered,
"Stop! This instant!"
He let the pommel of the sword go as he was shoved aside. Coming through the doorway was Tristan's grandfather, the man he considered his actual father, the man who had raised him.
"My boy, Tristan,"
Hervin shouted with joy.
"I heard you'd gone and made yourself a full elf somehow."
Tristan let the illusion drop and grinned, an intense joy in his heart. "Grandfather!" He ran forward and embraced the man, overwhelmed with happiness at seeing him. "It's been 2 years," he said, his glad tears mixed with sorrow. In his grandfather's arms, he knew he could grieve as he needed to. "I'm sorry, Grandfather. I'm so sorry. People died." His grandfather ran a hand through the hair on the back of Tristan's head as he drew him close.
There, there, my boy. Archon Grimtome filled me in upon my return."
He pulled back, gazing at Tristan with compassion.
"We'll talk about it. All of it. Later, though."
Hervin Anorax was not a pretty man by any means. He was grizzled and gruff, with a shaved bald head, since it would not grow much save for small patches, and a lengthy beard that was braided into a single cord and adorned with dragon's teeth and small scales. The warm green eyes sparkled with delight, and he chuckled with joy.
"Look at you, a real dragon slayer, fully armored up with your dragon slayer regalia."
"Thanks, Grandfather."
Come in. We have so much to discuss."
Hervin turned to the door, threw his arm around Tristan's shoulders, and led him up the steps. His father glared at him, but his face repressed the dark emotions that Tristan knew would have normally been writ there. Felicity flapped down and landed atop Tristan's head. Tristan smiled as he entered the warmly lit house, but that light was dashed as soon as he remembered the pile of bodies that had lain where he was now walking. "Grandfather, we have to talk. Alone."
"Of course, my boy."
Hervin tapped Tristan's elongated ear.
"You look a lot more like your mother."
"That's part of what we need to talk about." Tristan spared a glance back at his father, who, now that Hervin's back was turned, was fuming with visible hatred at Tristan.
"I refuse to stay here with this non-human filth."
Fox spat at them, then turned and left the manor house, slamming the door shut behind him. Hervin sighed and let go of Tristan as he entered the first-floor study.
"I am sorry, Tristan, that your father does not love you."
"I don't hold any love for the man. As far as I'm concerned, you're my father." Hervin clapped Tristan on the back.
"That's fine of you to say. Come, sit and let us talk."
He took a seat next to the roaring fireplace. Tristan cleared his throat, went to the doors, shut them, and then sat opposite his grandfather on a sumptuous couch. "Grandfather, I'd like you to meet someone. Felicity, drop the invisibility."
You sure?
She asked, unable to be heard by Hervin. Tristan nodded, and she sighed.
Fine.
She appeared atop his head, hopped down to the couch, and sat on her hind legs much like a dog would.
You have the privilege of meeting me, Felicity Glimmerwing, the amazing fairy dragon princess.
Tristan shot her a sideways glance and sighed. Grandfather, this is my companion. Hervin stroked his beard. Interesting. I've never seen a fairy dragon before. There is a story here. Tristan nodded and slowly spun his essence crucible and pushed the essence into his ring. He spent the next hour filling his grandfather in on everything he had experienced, encountered, and come across. Hervin kept a steady stare on Tristan as the young dragon slayer spoke, asking a few clarifying questions here and there. At the end of the hour, Tristan walked over to his grandfather, Felicity flapping up to perch on his shoulder. I'd like to show you the Fey realm, Grandfather. The man cracked a smile and stood up, clasping Tristan's hand. Let us see this magnificent place you describe. Tristan pushed the last of the needed essence into the ring, and in a flash of white, they were standing in the dirt circle. His grandfather gasped, staring up at the enormous tree. Felicity lifted off Tristan's head, calling, Mom, we have a guest, and flapped out of sight. Fairy dragons began swarming over, asking Tristan if he needed anything, and he waved them away. Thanks, but no. I'm just showing my grandfather here the place. Come on, Grandfather. I want to show you this realm from the top boughs. His grandfather was a jovial individual, and he looked extremely excited. Lead the way. The ascent up the tree was rapid, and Grandfather Hervin gasped in awe as they reached the topmost boughs. Every time I enter a new realm, he muttered, it takes my breath away. There was an enormous gust of air, and both men looked up as the matriarch landed on the platform before shifting to her elfinoid form and bowing to Tristan.
Lord Tristan, you are back late. I assume this is the man you spoke so highly of?
Tristan smiled broadly. Yes, this is my grandfather, Hervin. His grandfather walked forward and knelt. A pleasure, Realm Protector. Forgive me. I believed that fairy dragons were like the dragons of the other realms, but clearly I was mistaken. You do not have the hunt urge about you. She spoke with a sweet and sincere tone. We shall prepare a chamber for you, if you wish to stay the night. Hervin stood up. I would like that, thank you. Your hospitality is most appreciated. He turned to Tristan as the matriarch walked away. She's a nice lady. You mentioned hunt urge. What is that? You wouldn't know unless you fought a drag. I did, Tristan interrupted. Fire Realm Adult. Your training was invaluable, but I would have died if not for my newfound essence weaving. And your hidden archdragon vial. I took it when I got home and found the estate in ruins. The man's eyes lit up with glee. You are capable. That is wonderful. You are the true heir of my bloodline. I had actually gone out of my way to purchase an essence elixir to help you form an essence crucible. But I did not get the money together until after you had left. This realm gave me mine, Tristan replied as he touched his long pointed ears, which swept behind his hair, along with pushing aside all of Father's heritage. Hervin looked at him. When you fought that dragon, did you have a feeling like you had to have it? That you had to kill it? Tristan nodded, and Hervin smiled. That feeling you experienced is the hunt urge. Huh. Okay, well, that is good to know, Tristan muttered. Hervin looked out over the landscape surrounding them.
Why would you ever want to leave this place? It is truly astounding.
Tristan frowned.
You know why. The assassins who slew your mother. You want to find out what happened. The ones who seem to be slaying elf-blooded across all of Bant's Holdfast.
He looked at Tristan with a sad expression.
I viewed her like my own daughter, you know. The daughter I never had. A good child who truly loved her children. I mean, your father's first wife was a good enough woman, but she was not filled with the same warmth and joy.
He walked over to Tristan and put a hand on his shoulder.
Do you mind taking me to where you laid her to rest? I would like to pay my respects.
Tristan gulped down the knot that had formed in his throat, nodded, and led the way down the tree to the sap pit. Hervin cleared his throat and spoke softly.
Thank you, Lillian, for being such a good mother to your child. Thank you for being the daughter I never had. I hope you find peace here in the home of your people.
Once more, Tristan swore he could feel some type of light breeze and what sounded like very faint whispers. But he could not discern what they said, or even if it was words he heard. Placing a hand on his grandfather's shoulder, he gave it a squeeze. Come, I want to show you some of the culture I've been learning about. The two were up into the wee hours of the morning as the Fairy Dragon Ensemble struck up the cultural music of the winter bloom, and Hervin seemed to enjoy the bawdy humor of the fairy dragons quite a bit. When the sun finally began to rise in the green-hued skies, Tristan led him to the circle of dirt. Felicity landed on his head, and he returned them to the mortal realm. In the study of the manor house, Hervin pulled Tristan in for a hug.
Thank you for sharing that with me.
Tristan returned the squeeze. Of course, I wouldn't want to share that experience with anyone else. Felicity cleared her throat. If you'll excuse me, I'm hungry. Hervin cracked a smile.
I could go for some bacon. How about you, boy?
Tristan shook his head. Meat never agreed with me.
Ah, right. Well, I want a slab of bacon, a bunch of eggs, and whatever else the chefs can cook up. Come, we'll find something for you to eat yet.
Chapter 42. A New Mission. Tristan was mid-breakfast when his amulet began vibrating. Pulling it out from under his armor, he poured some essence into it as he gently spun his crucible. I'm here, he said, swallowing down a bite. His grandfather glanced over at him, but seemingly understood what was going on, as he pulled out his own family sigil, which also had the Archon's favor clipped into the bottom.
I did determine, with a very essence-intensive divinity spell, that the Winterbloom bloodline, I'm sorry to tell you this, but they are all dead.
Tristan dropped his fork into the small herb salad topped with sliced, hard-boiled eggs. What?
You heard me. I checked with 2 colleagues to make sure my divination spell was not being interfered with by Logos, the realm protector of the Thought Realm. I am sorry. This must be devastating.
A whole bloodline, Tristan whispered. Every Winterbloom in the mortal realm?
Every one of them. Granted, there were only a few hundred of your bloodline, mostly in the capital cities, oddly enough. But I cast a 12th order spell to confirm, after receiving my colleagues' reports. You are the last Winterbloom elf.
Why would assassins go after an entire bloodline of elves? He said, outraged and despairing at the same time.
Is there something special about your bloodline?
Then it struck Tristan.
We are naturally authoritative in some way. Other elves, it seems like, have to obey the Winterbloom bloodline's commands.
I will do more digging, but a theory I have is that perhaps these assassins know of this capability and do not wish it to manifest. If that is the case, then the only logical group would be other elves who do not wish to be bound by this. Which is strange, because thus far the assassins have been of various races.
But that means Father wasn't involved.
Possibly. He could be involved somehow, perhaps revealing to this group of similarly clothed killers that a Winterbloom elf resided in his household. I've heard rumors, but haven't investigated them, as I do not have a clear lead like I do with you, that other prominent bloodlines are being hunted down. This could be a wider effort to cull certain bloodlines, but as to what purpose, I can only conjecture. I will explore these theories. I must go. Our time is about up.
He cut off. Tristan sighed and put his amulet down. But then his grandfather held up his amulet and engaged in a brief conversation that Tristan did not listen to, as he slowly went over his salad, moving bits of the leafy vegetables around with his fork. Glancing sideways at Felicity, he saw that she had shoved 4 hard-boiled eggs into her mouth and looked quite ridiculous, eliciting a chuckle from Tristan as he reached over and gave her a scratch between the antlers. A momentary relief from the sudden, dark news. His grandfather cleared his throat, and Tristan looked up at the patriarch of the family.
Tristan, how would you feel about heading out on a real dragon hunt?
Tristan smiled a rueful smile.
I've already hunted one.
No, you've killed one. I mean a real hunt, going out into the wilds to track down the beast. You haven't done that yet. And no, hunting this charming little Felicity does not count.
Felicity nodded her head and swallowed down the eggs.
It would be good practice, Tristan.
He gave his grandfather a longing look.
I wanted to spend some time here with you.
Hervin cocked his head and gave Tristan a wink.
Who said you would be going alone?
He lifted his mug and saluted Tristan.
The Archon will have a messenger deliver the orders soon enough. It'll be you and me, out on the open road, just like with me and Bertram for his first dragon hunt, and your father for his.
The grim implications of the Archon's earlier report threatened to wash away the prospect of going out on the road with his grandfather, something he had never done.
When can we leave?
The man chuckled.
That's the spirit. But patience. We shall spend the day here getting ourselves nice and fat, stock up on supplies, enjoy some creature comforts, and then we travel.
He set the mug down.
And our prey is a big one, worm size, and one I've never hunted. A dragon from the demon realm. A demonic dragon.
The day passed rapidly. Tristan very much enjoyed the time with his grandfather, just sitting on the porch while Hervin smoked a pipe and regaled him with the story of his most recent hunt. Producing a vial from his pocket and handing it to Tristan, he said,
Sadly, this last one was just a juvenile. Shoddy reports from the outer scouts. But this one we'll be going after? The report cannot be mistaken, as it came from a very reliable source. One of the king's head scouts.
Tristan turned the vial over in his hands.
What realm is this one from?
Elemental realm of poison. Drink up.
Tristan nodded and popped the cork, sucking down the liquid. He doubled over on the chair and winced in pain as his stomach churned. Hervin laughed.
Hold it in like a bad cup of ale. If you puke, it's wasted.
He let out a guffaw as he drained a whole flagon of wine, The rumbling subsided after a few moments, and the cramping pain ceased. Tristan sat up, huffing in breath.
"Thanks for getting some for me,"
he said between gasps of breath as spittle dripped from his lips.
"Don't mention it. I had to bring you back some type of souvenir."
What did you do with the body?"
"I gave it to the king, of course. Dragon scales, hide, meat, claws, teeth. All that stuff is excellent crafting materials for those who know how to work it. How do you think I built our family's wealth? By selling the corpses of the things I killed."
He slapped his armrest.
"Hey, Felicity, you want another flagon?"
Felicity was sitting nearby on a child-sized chair that Tristan remembered fondly from his nursery. She looked quite humorous, sitting upright with her feet plopped out in front of her, her front paw claws turned into small hands as she sipped the flagon of red wine. "I'd love more." Hervin laughed, and Tristan joined in at the ridiculous sight of a plastered fairy dragon. The night came rapidly, and Tristan returned to the Fey realm. He wanted the extra layer of protection from any possible assassins, reasoning that they had breached the manor house once already. His grandfather had no objection to the precaution. Felicity had brought back bottles of wine, which she shared with her siblings, and they got quite riotous, to the point that Tristan had to force them out of his room to continue their drunken revels elsewhere. He got a good night's sleep, and the next morning had to peel Felicity off the floor outside his room.
Hey,
she grumbled in Elvish.
No one manhandles me unless I want them to."
She began making a weird heaving noise, and Tristan held her to one side as she retched.
Blah!
He carried her in his arms up the spiral ramp to ground level, then went to the dirt circle and spun his essence crucible as he fed the stream of power into his ring. In a flash of white, he returned to his room in the manor house. Downstairs in the foyer, his grandfather was getting all their packs together. Having learned about Felicity's extra-dimensional storage space, and that they would rest each night in the comfort of the Fey realm, he had forgone the usual bedrolls and tent to instead pack additional food and alcohol.
"Ah,"
Grandfather Hervin said as he stood up.
"How'd you sleep?"
"Great," Tristan replied.
"Horribly,"
Felicity mumbled in the standard tongue. Hervin let out a guffaw.
"Come on, little missy. Open up that storage space and let's get it loaded up."
She did so, and Tristan helped his grandfather load up the space. She let it shut, and Tristan said softly, "Now, invisible, Felicity." She held her head with her paw claws.
Ugh, it hurts.
She vanished from sight to all but elf-blooded folk. Tristan moved her from his arms to the top of his head, and she nestled in between his ears as she began to snore lightly. "This is why I don't drink to excess." Hervin led him out to the stables, and they both brought out gorgeous destriers, actual traveling horses that were well-trained. Some of his father's prized possessions. Tristan was filled with a sense of smugness, thinking about how his father would react to the half-breed taking one of his prized mounts. Tristan immediately removed the bit and bridle from his steed.
"Now, why do something like that?"
Hervin asked. Tristan smiled. "Elves have a natural way with animals." He leaned into the horse's neck and spoke into his ear. "You'll serve me well, won't you?" The horse whinnied in response, and Tristan clambered up and then gently guided it with his legs. Hervin let out an impressed sound.
"Huh, look at that. Either you're a natural horseman or you aren't bullshitting me."
Tristan cast a mischievous glance at the man. "Who said it couldn't be both?" Hervin chuckled.
"Come on, we have many miles to travel, and it is hot as balls out here. Hottest days are ahead, too. even with as much fire dragon blood that I've drunk, still is miserable traveling.
Tristan smiled and spun his essence crucible, letting the essence vent out of him as he ensured not to let too much out and thus create ice, but enough to cool the temperature drastically. The horses seemed agreeable to it as well, and Hervin smiled.
Full of surprises, aren't you, boy?
Yes, I am, Tristan replied. He cheekily smiled. Come on, old man. We have a journey to set out on. The next 5 days were some of the best days Tristan could recall in his adult life. They were spent traveling over the gorgeous grasslands that began to turn to dry scrub as they continued toward the arid highlands leading to the mountains of the Greedo Expanse. The nights were spent indulging in Fey realm culture, with his grandfather even taking a turn at dancing with the matriarch, which made Felicity feel like she had to show up her mother. She shifted into her own elfinoid form and dragged Tristan to the dance floor as the band played. As they traveled over the lands of the Kingdom of Bant, his grandfather gave him lessons. Lessons on how to slay different types of dragons primarily, but also telling him about the small repertoire of Dragonbane spells he had developed.
Your weapon and armor are the two most important, hence why I commissioned those bloody expensive artificers to make them.
I can make items of artifice myself, Tristan stated.
No shit?
Hervin twisted around on his mount to look at Tristan. Tristan shook his head. I am not shitting you. The vulgar language felt odd in his mouth. His mother had insisted that he speak properly and not curse, and at court he was expected to act the same way. But his grandfather, apparently, over the past few years had forgotten. Or perhaps it was because he viewed Tristan as more of a man now, having slain his first dragon.
Then remind me to have you artifice a bunch of arrows.
The quality must be very high. Regular arrows won't cut it.
Damn. Well, I can investigate that on our return.
The older dragon slayer was covered in armor like Tristan's, the progenitor of the design. His sword was akin to Giselle's heavy, chopper-style blade, but it had 2 edges like his father's greatsword.
There's a few more spells you need to be aware of.
He handed Tristan a pocket-sized notebook.
I spent some of last night writing down the spells for you. Study those well.
Tristan nodded as the horses continued plodding along, the travel group cooled by Tristan's consistent venting of essence. What capacity is your essence crucible? Are you a mage? A sorcerer? Hervin let out a barking laugh.
Mage. I can only do second order.
He pointed at the notebook.
But I've made up a bunch more. Paid that old adventuring friend, the one I told you about, remember? The wizard who went into the elemental realm of fire with me.
Jacoby the Dim, Tristan said with a slight smile. The man you described as a simpleton, and yet one of the strongest archons to exist.
He was simple, aye. But when it came to essence weaving, he was unparalleled. Singularly focused. Just had to wave some spicy jerky in his face when you wanted him to do something other than essence weaving.
Is that why all the spells are in the standard tongue? Tristan asked as he flipped through the notebook. And why the gestures are so simple? Hervin nodded and looked off into the distance wistfully.
Aye, that's right. Shame he died. Did I tell you that story?
Choked on a chicken leg.
Ha! I knew I told you that one.
Tristan shot him a mock disappointed glance. When I was 6. And you included a sexual pun, if I recall correctly. Something about meat in my throat?
Well, you were choking on some chicken at the time.
Because I'm a half-elf, and I didn't like the taste or texture. Not because I was eating so fast I inhaled a bone. Or because of your implication, which was very inappropriate for a child at the dinner table.
Aye, your mother boxed me around my ears for that.
Tristan handed the notebook to Felicity, who snagged it from his hand and put it into the pocket dimension. He'd read it later. Why have your friend make spells for every order if you never focused on improving your essence crucible? Hervin sighed.
I could have, but I didn't. I should have. And I'm not good at memorizing all the parts needed for spells. I focused on my martial talents instead.
He looked over at Tristan.
You remind me of Jacoby sometimes.
Tristan frowned. How? Hervin grinned.
You have a bit of a cold shoulder.
He let out a laugh, and Felicity giggled a little bit. Tristan smirked and shut off his venting essence as he stopped spinning his crucible. The air grew noticeably hotter. Hey! Turn that on again before I pee on your head, Felicity shouted as she batted her paw claws against Tristan's head. Fine, Tristan said, as he mocked her tone of voice and elongation of words, spun his essence crucible once more, and vented his essence into the surrounding air. Remember, old man, I'm the one keeping you cool in this sweltering heat. Hervin took a swig of his water skin.
That's a good lad. Mind making it cooler?
At the dawn of the 6th day, the first of building season and the hottest time of the year, they reached the high mountain territories on the northern edge of the Kingdom of Bant. The natural barriers marked a boundary between the kingdom and the mountain-dwelling folk, who were primarily half Brockstar. They resided in these high fortresses, enormous-sized people like the deceased Anarok's family chef, Gertrude, though she was not very Brockstar-blooded, having more human in her. Hervin led Tristan to a tower that stood at the foot of a mountain pass. It was marked with the banner of the kingdom, a black crown on a crimson field. A wall surrounding the tower created a small perimeter enclosing an assortment of buildings. Hervin waved his sigil overhead, and the gates set within the walls ponderously swung open. Some mercenaries of the Black Company sneered at Tristan, who had not bothered to hide who he was, but they were overseen by a handful of actual members of the kingdom's military. Hervin dismounted and walked up to one of them, clasping the man in a hug.
Barty, it's good to see you. Hervin, you fucking bastard.
He clapped the old man in an embrace.
Up here to solve our dragon problems? Oh, you know me so well.
Hervin looked back at Tristan.
This is Tristan, my son's son, and the person I hope will actually inherit my house after I'm rotting in the ground for the worms.
This Barty, a swarthy man, had a few tattoos on his enormous, bulging biceps. They were so huge, in fact, that wearing arm armor would have been impossible. He was also shaved bald like Grandfather Hervin, but the top of his head was tattooed as well. Stroking his ornate mustache, he said, How'd you bugger someone and make an elf? Hervin smacked the man on the head as Tristan heard the whispers of the non-human haters surrounding him, thanks to his enhanced senses.
I didn't make him. Listen properly next time and get the cock out of your ears. He's my son's child.
Still doesn't make sense, Barty replied as he walked up to Tristan. How'd you come out a full elf? Your father do some dark ritual with sacrificing a goat or some shit? Tristan crossed his arms and smiled. No, my mother was an elf, my father human. He pointed at Hervin. Or as much human as you can be with his blood running through you. Barty let out a guffaw and clasped Tristan around the shoulder. You got your grandfather's sense of humor, lad. He turned to Hervin. Why didn't your son turn out like this one, eh? This one doesn't even look like you. Hervin walked over and smiled at Tristan in a way that filled the young dragon slayer with a sense of pride.
Well, it's because this one was raised right, not coddled by his mother.
He met Tristan's gaze.
Your grandmother was not okay with me taking your father out to train up.
Yeah, she was a right batty witch, Barty replied, always forcing you to go home instead of staying out drinking. Tristan looked at Barty. "How do you know my grandfather?" "We adventured together. Him, me, our dim-witted friend Jacoby, our hot camp slut Becca, and our pack mule Goob." Tristan cast a wary glance at his grandfather. "A camp what now?" "She was just a hanger-on," his grandfather replied. "I never indulged. That's why I'm the only one out of the group who didn't get the clap." Barty grinned. "Also why he doesn't have a bunch of bastards running about like me. This one was chased for his beloved back home. Only, when he got back home, his beloved had become a worrywart." Hervin looked up at the mountains wistfully. "I still loved her, despite her coddling my son and worrying about me all the time." He smiled fondly, as if recalling a memory that brought him much joy, and a small tear rolled down his cheek before vanishing into his beard. Barty leaned over to Tristan and whispered, "This guy, sheesh, found his soulmate and loved her to the day she died. What about you, lad? You got a girl of your own?" Tristan instantly blushed. I... "Hervin, your desired heir here hasn't been with a woman." He let out a laugh before straightening up and casting a suspicious glance at Tristan. "Unless that's not what you're into?" He cracked a knowing smile. Tristan shook his head. "No, I just have been busy. Nobles are expected to save themselves for their spouse." "Horse shit. Every nobleman sleeps with the sluts in the capital. Ain't that right, Hervin?" Hervin shook his head and met Barty's gaze. "No, not me. Fox, though. Since my wife died, and he married Tristan's mother here, Fox frequently indulged at the pleasure houses." He gestured to Tristan. "Leave him be. He's been chasing a fairy dragon for 2 years. 2 years to hunt a little insignificant—"
"I'm going to claw his dick off,"
Felicity growled atop Tristan's head, invisible and unhearable to all except for Tristan.
"Pesky fairy dragon?"
Tristan caught the man's gaze and frowned.
"Have you ever fought a fairy dragon? Or seen one?"
"No," Barty replied, as he returned a look of arrogant cockiness.
"But I bet it wouldn't take me 2 years to hunt one down."
"Then you know nothing."
He turned to his grandfather.
"We dropped by to only say hello to an old friend? Or is there some other reason we are here?"
Hervin nodded.
"Aye, we should get going."
He walked up to Barty and clasped hands with the man.
"Come visit me at my fancy estate sometime."
Barty smiled.
"Any time, Grandpa."
Hervin let out a laugh and remounted his steed, gesturing for Tristan to do the same.
"Take care, old friend." "You too. And, lad, keep the old guy from falling off his horse the next time he eyes up a fat-titted half-Brockstar. Or, better yet, when you see one, kick him off his horse and go get your dick wet. Those huge women are amazing if you just pinch—"
Tristan's blush deepened, and he spurred his steed on with whispers, as the voice faded into the background.
"Faster, faster, get me away fast."
Felicity was still growling.
"I have half a mind to fly back and rip him apart root and stem."
Hervin rode up to Tristan as they entered the mountain pass, which began to slope upward, causing the horses to slow.
"Sorry about that. I should have warned you. My old adventuring group was, crass, to put it mildly."
Tristan took a deep breath to compose himself.
"It's all right, Grandfather. Let's just get this dragon."
Chapter 43. The Ruins of Pass Hold. The journey up the mountain pass was quiet. Hervin insisted on that.
"We don't know where this beast is," he said softly, "but there are signs to look for when hunting dragons. Well, elemental realm dragons. I'm not quite sure what the signs are for a dragon from the demon realm, since I didn't even know the non-elemental realms had dragons."
Tristan kept his eyes peeled, and stopped spinning his crucible as they ascended into the heights and the air grew cooler. Not cold, as they were in the start of building season, and it would be a hot 40 days until the harvest season came in the lower elevations.
When looking for dragon signs,
Tristan recalled his grandfather teaching him,
you must be vigilant. First, look for signs of them feeding. Decimated livestock, missing people on the outskirts of cities, and the like. Second, you look for places they could hole up. Dragons love to find themselves a lair to then venture out from. You want to fight them in that lair, where they have the least ability to maneuver and use their flight. Half of dragon slaying is tracking.
Thus far, they had not come across any type of slain animals, trade caravans, or the like. But they were on one of dozens of roads that crisscrossed the mountainous region of the Greedo Expanse. The only benefit was that this road was one of the main trade routes that led to the city-states farther up in the heights surrounding them. Travel through the day was quiet and calm, with only the occasional sounds of nature. The pass they traveled through had been carved with ancient magics. Vertical rock faces shot up on either side, and the close space made Tristan feel like this would be the perfect spot to be ambushed. Hervin must have been thinking the same thing as he turned around in his saddle.
Keep an eye on the rear, would you?
He looked up to the still invisible Felicity on her perch atop Tristan's head.
And, little miss, would you mind flying around a bit to see if you spot anyone or anything?
She nodded and flew off.
She's off to scout around us,
Tristan confirmed. Hervin smiled.
I never thought I'd meet, much less party with, a fairy dragon. Or travel to the Fey realm. Quite the experience. Tell me, how do you like Felicity?
Tristan shrugged.
She is a trustworthy companion who enjoys causing some mischief. How old is she?
20 years of age,
Tristan replied.
She has spent most of her time in the mortal realm, hence she is keeping me company instead of another fairy dragon. She is the most experienced.
And she can take on a humanoid form, eh? Ever thought of...
He let the implication hang in the air. Tristan grimaced and shook his head.
No, that's just weird. Fairy dragons are like servants to me. Winterbloom are like the natural rulers of the Fey realm. And since I'm seemingly the last one alive in the mortal realm, the last Winterbloom, I'm going to be the last Lord of the Fey. The thought was gut-wrenching, knowing that an entire bloodline's continuation sat upon his shoulders. Hervin must have read Tristan's face, because the older dragon slayer frowned.
Right. Well.
He trailed off and looked forward once more.
Sorry for prying.
Tristan grimaced.
I like her as a friend and companion, but I don't want that type of power dynamic, if that makes sense. If I'm going to be with anyone, I want them to be my equal. Plus, she's a fairy dragon, not a...
Well, finish your thoughts.
I was going to say a person, but she is a person, just able to take multiple forms. But still, I want someone my equal, not someone who I'm inherently above in some type of hierarchy.
Hervin looked back at him.
Ah, I see your mother's feminism rubbed off on you.
According to elven culture, Tristan replied, the society is matriarchal. If there was another Winterbloom alive, and they were female, they would outrank me.
Interesting,
Hervin muttered.
Do you plan on finding an elven wife, then? From one of the lesser bloodlines? Keep the whole Winterbloom going? Oh, wait, that would be the same thing, wouldn't it?
Tristan sighed.
You're right, and I don't know. I don't have experience with romance aside from what I saw at court. No one ever approached the half-breed, he said with some disgust at the word. They never saw past the slightly tapered ears.
despite the fact that Mother always called me her handsome little sapling.
And now they'd never look past your full elf looks, Hervin replied as he glanced back. Sorry, Tristan.
And, Tristan said, I'm going to live forever if I avoid a violent end. This caused Hervin to turn fully in his saddle.
Come again?
Tristan smiled. If a scroll I found is to be believed, and the matriarch's recollections are anything to go by, I should be able to live forever. That would be a sad life if my partner only lived a fraction of my span. Hervin let out a barking laugh.
Damn, you have it good. Here I am with maybe 20 good years left.
He scratched his beard and turned forward in his saddle once more.
Unless my indulgence in dragon blood lets some of their longevity rub off on me.
For all we know, it could have, Tristan thought. He saw Felicity flying back, and she landed atop his head. She removed her invisibility and cleared her throat to get Hervin's attention. I scouted. No signs of any bandits or brigands. There is a weird sight up ahead. A town that looks to be destroyed. Bashed to bits. Hervin clicked his tongue, and though Tristan could not see his face, he saw the man's shoulders droop.
A shame. Probably our prey. The town, I think it would be Passhold. A series of other roads cuts through the mountains and intersect in that town.
He spurred his mount to a canter. Tristan leaned over and whispered to his mount, Keep up, if you would. His mount acknowledged the commands and began to catch up with, then hold pace with, Hervin's mount. Felicity leaned down and whispered into Tristan's ear. I did see some odd lights atop a mountain, but it was in the direction of the sun, so I couldn't be sure if it was weird or not. Tristan nodded and reached a hand up to scratch her head. Thanks, Felicity. The scent of cracked wooden timbers assailed Tristan's nostrils before they came upon the ruins of the town itself. He gulped as he saw the devastation. What once had been a crossroads community, where a one-lane road went to an intersection and split off from a central square in the 4 cardinal directions, was now naught but a blasted ruin. Every building had been smashed, torn, or otherwise ruined. Several buildings were carved into the stone walls surrounding them, and the front faces were smashed in. Hervin held up his fist, signaling a halt, and dismounted.
Strange there are no bodies,
he said as he drew his sword. Tristan dismounted as well and drew his blade. Dragons eat people. Well, they can, so that's not really surprising, is it? Hervin grunted.
No blood, no sign of a defense, no sign of a breath weapon being used.
He went over to one of the facades of crumbled stone and put his ear up to it. His eyes went wide, and he sheathed his sword, pulling the rocks away from the rubble.
Come on, there's survivors.
Tristan immediately sheathed his blade and began helping, lifting rocks that were easily 100 pounds. His newfound strength must have come from not just training, but his forging of his essence crucible and his bloodline's inherent power. The raw strength at his disposal caught him by surprise, and he almost dropped a rock onto his grandfather's foot as the man worked alongside him. Felicity did her part too, shifting to her elfinoid form and helping where she could by removing smaller rocks. Hervin shouted out,
Just hold on, we're almost to you.
He looked back to Tristan and pointed.
I can see the inside.
Tristan gestured for his grandfather to move aside and then shoved his arm into the gap. Time to do some essence weaving. He spoke rapidly in dragon's tongue. I summoned forth a wall of ice. He willed the ice wall to grow in a circular shape around his arm, and the essence drained from his crucible into his essence channel and expanded as he desired to form a wall that subsequently pushed the rocks up and to the side. Grandfather, check to make sure no rocks will come tumbling from above. Hervin dashed to his side and reached up, feeling around a bit before nodding.
What are you going to do?
Tristan ignored him and spoke in dragon's tongue once more. I order you, frost and ice before me, to obey my command, melt in my presence, and become liquid once more. The circular wall melted almost instantly, revealing the interior of the building. There were 5 people inside, huddled in a corner, who blinked at the sudden intrusion of light. They looked famished, and Tristan looked at Felicity and spoke in the standard tongue. Clearcoal elixirs, now! Felicity turned into her fairy dragon form, opened her extra-dimensional storage, and began flying over to each person, handing them a vial. Drink this, she said with cheer, trying to keep their spirits up. Each person did so without question, and their pallor vanished as they were filled up and had their water needs met.
Thank you, strangers,
the large half-Brockstar man replied. He was accompanied by a woman and what looked like 3 children, all of whom were bigger than Tristan, thanks to their heritage.
I'm Chon.
Hervin poked his head into the circle.
I am Hervin Anorax, from the Kingdom of Bant. Let's get you out of there and get to searching for more survivors.
The group was let out well enough, and Chon stretched a bit before looking around.
Place looks like shit.
He pointed to a pile of rubble next to them.
That's my neighbor's house. Come.
The next few hours were a frenzy of activity. The trio would clear rubble. Tristan would shove his hand into the gap once they made it, and use his 2 spells to push the rest of the rocks aside and melt down the resulting ice wall. The activity sped up considerably after they uncovered more survivors, and with the resulting increase in manpower, the entire town's populace that had taken refuge inside of their carved-out abodes were saved. About half the population. Chon explained what happened as the trio were resting whilst other survivors kept at their task.
3 days ago, a massive dragon flew overhead. Immediately the alarm was sounded, and most of us got to our homes.
He sighed.
The beast landed and began talking. Not in giant speech, but in standard tongue. It demanded that everyone follow it to its new keep to serve as worshippers. They obeyed it.
Enchantment spell, Tristan whispered as he looked over at Felicity, who was lying on the rock next to him. She nodded, not bothering to be invisible, since they were not within the human supremacist kingdom of Bant, where anything remotely abnormal was viewed with suspicion. Possibly. I did not know that dragons could use enchantment. Well, except for fairy dragons. She laid her head down, and Tristan reached over to give her some head scratches. Further down the neck, please. My shoulders are killing me. He obliged and shifted up his motion, and she sighed in relief. Hervin stroked his braided beard.
In rare instances, dragons have been known to have essence crucibles. And in some other cases, they have rare permutations of something akin to a bloodline that enables unusual spell types.
He looked over at Chon.
Please, continue the tale. The beast then destroyed the town, collapsing every structure in the front of each carved residence.
He sighed and put his head in his hands.
Half of the town, just up and enchanted.
Tristan looked around and stood up. I'm going to keep helping with the rescue efforts. Night began to fall, and Tristan looked out at the half-Brockstar residents, the handful of full-blooded Brockstar, who towered even taller over their peers, and the few scattered other heritages. They were debating what to do, and Hervin stood silently next to the few leaders who had emerged. Felicity, Tristan muttered, could I use my ring to bring refugees back to the Fey realm? If they are near you, yes. If they are in contact with you,
Like you were with me when I transported when we first met? Yes.
Tristan smiled and stood up, waving his hand. I've got a solution, he shouted. Well, for the short term at least. Everyone turned to look at him, and his grandfather gave Tristan a curious look before realization flashed across his face. Come on up, Tristan. Tell them your plan. Tristan walked through the parted crowd and made sure to flourish his cloak slightly when he got atop the small pile of rocks the leaders had been standing upon. I am Tristan Anorax, also called Tristan Winterbloom. I have a means to transport us, all of us, to the Fey realm. You can stay there, safe and secure, while my grandfather and I track down your missing kin. Then, once all are rescued who can be, we bring you out of the Fey realm and travel to another town of your choosing, within reasonable distance. There was muttered conversation and hushed talking. Felicity flapped up to Tristan and perched atop his head, her sharp voice piercing the air. I am Felicity Glimmerwing, advisor to Tristan Winterbloom. You may notice that I am not a dog, as some of you have pointed out. I am a fairy dragon, and the Fey realm is so amazing. We'll give you a place to stay while we get everyone back. Once more, conversation stirred up, but the group of decision-makers behind Tristan caught his attention, and he turned to face them. Sean had been elected one of those leaders, and he let out a bellowing cry. Silence! The whole crowd went silent, and he looked at his fellow leaders. These two helped us escape our confines and survive. They helped us. I say we trust them. Who is with me? He raised his hand. Slowly at first, and then quickly gaining speed, hands shot up until almost all hands were raised. A few of the other leaders seemed skeptical, and one of them voiced his concerns over the slight din. What about getting out of that place? You could just be taking us there to imprison us. We all know that elves can enchant people. Tristan looked at the man and scowled. Then I won't take anyone who wants to fend for themselves. Simple problems require the simplest of solutions, don't they? The man looked around and saw that there were only a handful of scattered individuals of like mind. Well, fine then. Anyone who doesn't trust the elf, this way. I've got the hunting lodge up the mountain that we can shelter in. 6 of the people split off, and the rest crowded around Tristan. He chuckled and scratched the back of his head. Now just give me an hour to do the spell, he said. Felicity tapped the top of his head. Good job, she whispered. The group of people began going to their homes to scavenge what they could. Hervin walked up and clapped Tristan on the shoulder. I'm proud of you for taking that initiative, he said. Definitely wish you were my son instead of grandson. If you hate father so much, couldn't you just disown him and name me heir? I could, but then he would just form a cadet branch for his own house. Plus, he is my son, and I love him, even if he has not turned out as I would have wished. Tristan nodded. He was a decent father, until the whole half-breed thing. He grimaced. And now that I'm full elf, you should have seen his look in the royal court when I confronted him. Not wise, confronting him in front of his peers. Tristan shrugged. What is done, he said softly. The hour passed rapidly, and Tristan, standing with the horses, instructed everyone to put hands on each other's shoulders, which they did, and then the group at the center of the circle reached out to touch him. He pushed the last bit of essence into the ring. The flash of white manifested, and the whole group found themselves standing in front of the Queen's Wood. The fairy dragons that were at play immediately stopped what they were doing and yelled in Elvish. Invasion! Incoming! Defensive positions! Tristan waved his hands. No, stop. It's fine. Just refugees. The fairy dragons almost instantly paused their combat preparations and began flying about the group, who were either cowering, taking up defensive stances, or just standing in awe at the sight of the Fey realm. Tristan turned around and put on the biggest smile he could, swapping to standard tongue. "It's okay. Everyone, just be calm." He looked over to the fairy dragons, going back to Elvish. "Stop flying around randomly and get some clear cool and starberries. And a few of you take care of the horses." The arrayed fairy dragons flew into a cluster almost like a group of starlings, chatting rapidly, before splitting up and darting into the forest in various directions, two of them flying to the horses and whispering to them, before leading them off to the side of the clearing. The matriarch flew down from the top boughs in her elfinoid form, her large antlers protruding above her head, almost like a crown. She folded her wings back as she landed, and there were gasps from the refugees.
"Lord Tristan, I was not expecting you to bring back 80 people."
"Survivors from a dragon attack. They are only temporary residents while we rescue their friends and families. Then we'll relocate them to another town in the mortal realm." She shrugged.
"As you wish. Be aware, only elves can use the essence of this realm."
She swapped to the standard tongue and addressed the crowd.
"Welcome to the Fey realm. We are happy to have you for however long Lord Tristan wishes. Please, make yourselves as comfortable as you can."
She pointed off to the training field.
"Go that way, to the clearing."
She looked over at Felicity, still perched on Tristan's head.
"Guide them to the clearing. I'll send the other children to get tents and other camping supplies off in the far reaches of our realm."
Felicity nodded and took off, circling over the crowd.
"Okay, everyone, come on, this way. We'll get you some starberries to eat, some clear cool to drink, and get tents set up once they arrive."
The group of refugees moved away in a cluster, some having to be dragged as they just stood in awe of their surroundings. Tristan was joined by Hervin, who looked up at the matriarch, then turned to Tristan.
"Mind if I talk with her for a moment? I have a question to ask."
The matriarch glanced at Tristan for approval, and he gave a quick nod. She led Hervin inside the Queen's Wood, and Tristan chose to follow the refugees to the clearing. Fairy dragons were delivering huge hauls of starberries and buckets of clear cool. Felicity flew over to Tristan and landed on his head.
"Well, this is going to keep my siblings quite occupied."
Tristan nodded and put his hands on his waist as he let out a sigh of satisfaction. "It feels good to help people."
"Shame that you're the last of your bloodline."
"Don't remind me," Tristan muttered. Chon walked over and bowed deeply from the waist, still coming level with Tristan's head thanks to the size difference.
"Thank you, Lord Tristan, for taking us in."
"Don't mention it. Tents are on the way. Just make yourselves comfortable." He glanced at Felicity. "There's nothing here that can hurt them, correct?"
"Nothing except their own stupidity if they trip or something,"
Felicity replied. Tristan met Chon's gaze and smiled. "Feel free to roam. Just, please, stay out of the Queen's Wood, the big tree you arrived at. That's all I ask." Chon nodded.
"I'll pass it along and make sure that the children don't get wind of the restriction. You know how they can be, wanting to get into places they are not allowed."
Felicity grinned.
"Ooh, I know a great place they can visit nearby. It's a small hovel with a ton of jump shrubs growing all around it. An enormous bouncy cave."
She flew over to the children and began gathering them up before zipping off, chased by some of the adults as the kids ran after her. Chon chuckled.
"Thank you again. If you can save our people, I would be forever indebted. We all would be."
Tristan dipped his head slightly.
I will keep that in mind. You know, you do strike quite a lordly figure. I didn't really see it until you spoke in front of our survivors, but I can absolutely see it now.
Tristan grinned.
Thanks for that.
Chapter 44. The Lair of the Demonic Dragon. Tristan returned to the Queen's Wood and was met by the matriarch at the top of the ramp leading to the entrance. Her elfinoid face was filled with sorrow, and she appeared to have been crying.
What's wrong?
Tristan asked in Elvish.
Hervin, your grandfather told me about the recent learning. Lord Tristan, you are the last of the winter bloom.
She shook her head.
It is terrible, absolutely terrible.
Her face twisted into one of anger and sheer rage.
If I could leave this realm and hunt down those responsible, I would do so in a heartbeat. I would shred and obliterate them utterly.
It is a terrible state of affairs,
he muttered, stepping up to her and giving her a hug.
But it will be okay. I'm still alive. And as long as I'm alive, the winter bloom are still alive.
The matriarch seemed taken off guard by the hug, but she eventually returned it.
You are a good man, Tristan,
she whispered. Pulling back, she composed herself.
Your grandfather is in the quarters below. Shall I send Felicity down as well when she returns?
What? Why? She blinked a few times and then let out the tiniest of giggles.
Your grandfather asked, "Oh, well, he should really be the one to tell you."
Matriarch, I order you to tell me what he asked, and what your answer was. She nodded and composed herself.
He asked if it was out of place for elves to share a bed with fairy dragons in their elfinoid forms. I told him, no, not at all. Of course they can. He then made the suggestion that you and Felicity...
What? Tristan said, aghast. That old... He cut himself off, not wanting to curse at his grandfather, even in his absence. The matriarch giggled once more.
It is not uncommon for your bloodline, Lord Tristan. Zeltana had many such fairy dragon companions who took on elfinoid forms to keep her company. In fact, it was one of the few ways that she was able to express fondness for a person, as she outlived many of her own kind.
Tristan chose to shift the topic of conversation. You never told me how Zeltana died. If not old age, then what?
Ah, sadly, she chose to end her own life.
The matriarch gestured up to the Queen's Wood.
This was not always called what it is. This used to be called the Heart of the Feywood, but a terrible disease intruded upon our realm from the Plague Realm. I closed the rift quickly, but the disease took root and festered, destroying everything it touched and rotting all of the land. Zeltana sacrificed her life in a powerful spell to cleanse the realm.
Tristan looked back out at the horizon with worry. What if it happens again?
It cannot. Elvenkind went on a crusade, going into the Plague Realm at terrible cost and ensuring the destruction of all within. Then I grafted the realm onto our own, making our realm and its inhabitants immune to disease and plague.
Tristan looked at her. Grafting a realm does that?
When a realm protector grafts a realm, they may choose one singular trait of that realm and apply it to their own. The reason why those in the Plague Realm did not suffer was because of their immunity. Well, now this realm has the same immunity, as do all who are born here.
Tristan nodded.
Thanks for sharing.
The matriarch gave him a small grin.
You are welcome. Now, shall I advise Felicity?
No, Tristan said quickly, No, I'm not ordering anyone to be a companion. I won't do that.
Suit yourself.
Tristan stepped past her and went right to his grandfather's chamber, knocking loudly. He spoke in the standard tongue. "Grandfather, we need to talk." "In the tub." Tristan pushed the door in and averted his gaze, looking up at the ceiling. "Grandfather, why did you need to ask the matriarch what you did?" "Oh, you are welcome. Let's get one thing straight. I am not going to do what you or anyone else thinks I should do. I'm my own goddamn man and the lord of this realm." Hervin chuckled. "Suit yourself. If it were any other man in your position, he would have a whole harem of these humanoid form fairy dragons serving his every whim." Tristan slammed the door shut and went to his chambers, stripping off his gear as he went. After putting it aside on its various racks, he took a dip in the small pool in the chamber. Then he went right to bed. He was awakened by a paw batting his face. Blinking his eyes open, he saw Felicity in her fairy dragon form looking at him.
"Wake up, sleepyhead."
Tristan sat up and yawned. "Right. Time to hunt down a dragon."
"A demon dragon,"
Felicity said, as she flew up above him and then went around in circles.
"Come on, let's go. I want to see what a real dragon is like."
Tristan donned his armor and equipment, heading up the rootstock to find the matriarch out front, overseeing fairy dragons, who were midway through weaving tents. She bowed as he approached, and Felicity landed atop his head.
"Ah, Lord Tristan, I trust you slept well?"
"Yes, thank you," he replied. "Is my grandfather up?" Felicity patted his head.
"I'll go get him."
She flew off to the interior of the tree. The matriarch looked at Tristan.
"You took her to bed?"
"What? No."
"Oh. She went into your chamber?"
"She slept on the pillow next to me, I think."
"Ah. Well, I filled her in on my conversation with Hervin."
"Why?" Tristan asked, exasperated.
"Honesty is the best policy with one's family," she replied. "I would never lie to my children or you, Lord Tristan. Well, any winter bloom, but—"
She trailed off.
"Apologies."
Felicity flew back out from the tree with Hervin in tow.
"I found the old geezer in the vault."
"I am not a geezer," Hervin replied. He looked at Tristan, who glared in return. "Oh, what happened?" "Just get into the damned circle," Tristan muttered as he walked over to it. When Felicity tried to land on his head, he patted his pauldron instead. "Land here, please. We need to talk." She landed on his shoulder.
"Geesh. Someone woke up on the wrong side of the pillow."
She stuck out her tongue at him and blew a raspberry. Hervin joined Tristan and put a hand on his other shoulder. Tristan spun his crucible and poured essence into his ring, teleporting back without the horses. When they reappeared in the ruined town, Hervin pointed up to the mountains nearby. "Felicity said she saw odd light up that way." He began to ascend the steep, steep trail. Far too steep for horses, hence their decision to leave them in the Fey realm. Tristan followed his grandfather on the ascent and looked over at Felicity, speaking quietly in Elvish. "I know the matriarch told you what my grandfather asked about."
"Oh, yeah. I mean, I knew it was something that wasn't uncommon. Honestly, I was kind of expecting you to order me, even."
"No," Tristan replied. "No, I'm not doing that. I won't ever order someone to serve me like that. Mother insisted that if I was ever to be with a person, that it had to be their choice."
"A person? I mean, I heard of you humans doing some weird stuff, but does man or woman not matter?"
"To some," Tristan replied. "It is frowned upon in the kingdom of Bant, but other regions are more accepting of the practice.
So, are you...
I like girls, not boys, Tristan replied. And you do not need to know my preference. You're my ally and companion. I don't see you like that.
Ah.
She looked at his head.
Can I sit on your head then?
Yes, you may. She flapped up and perched atop his head once more, batting playfully at his ears for a moment. Then she sighed, as if disappointed.
I'll keep a lookout behind us. You focus on not slipping. I don't want you dying because you split your head open.
They climbed most of the day, and by the time night began to creep on and the 5 moons rose in the sky overhead, Hervin insisted they stop. We shouldn't travel during the night, he softly said. Dragons are sometimes nocturnal. I don't know about this type of dragon in particular, though. Plus, we cannot see in the dark. You cannot see in the dark, you mean? Tristan said. It's only a bit farther. Why don't I go up there, use an illusion spell to keep myself concealed, and scout? It might just be a cave. Hervin grumbled a little, but nodded. Sure, I'll wait here. He sat down on a rock under an overhang. You can see in the dark? Yep. Being an elf is far superior to being a half-breed. Felicity, time to go invisible. He incanted the spell phrase for blended body as he touched his index finger and ring fingers to his thumb, his pinky to the base of his palm, and his middle finger up. Spinning his crucible, he felt the spell take effect as the cooling rush flooded his body. Glancing down, he verified that he was transparent. I'll be back, he told his grandfather, and began the ascent, his innate dark vision able to see what appeared to be the ancient remnants of a goat herder path. Following the trail up for another hour, he was heaving breaths as he arrived at the cave entrance. It was a slot in the mountainside, easily 50 feet across, but only about 10 feet high. And he heard clinking. Distant clinking of metal on rock. Someone is definitely here. He drew his sword and stepped into the cave. Felicity, keep an eye on my rear, he whispered.
Right.
She turned around.
Nice ass,
she joked. Tristan almost let out a snicker. Not now, he admonished at the same whisper volume. Ahead of him, a small hump rose from the floor of the entry tunnel. As he stepped over it, he ducked to avoid the low ceiling. The tunnel descended and widened ahead of him, ending in a roughly circular chamber easily 100 feet across. Above the chamber floor, the roof arched upward to a middle point at the top of the mountain. He looked around him at the chamber. It held no unexpected features, save for the shallow pit in the center, which extended almost to the walls of the chamber, leaving a small space to walk along the exterior. As he moved closer, he could hear the tick, tick of metal on stone echoing up from what looked to be the opening of a mine shaft at the center of the pit. A series of handholds were carved into the side of the shaft, and he glanced back at the entrance. I can go get Grandfather, or see who this is. For all I know, this could be some miners. But he turned back and said, Felicity, mind flying down there and seeing what's making that noise?
On it.
She flew down into the shaft in lazy, drifting circles. For several minutes, Tristan waited with bated breath for her return, letting his spell fade so he could ensure that his crucible was topped up. Then he froze as he heard a growling voice behind him.
Ah, who are you?
The deep bass notes vibrated in his chest. He spun around and saw the form of a worm-sized dragon shove its huge bulk through the slitted entrance of the cave. But it did not resemble the one he had killed in the Fey realm, or any he had read about in his grandfather's journals or seen sketches of. This creature was almost serpent-like. It had 10 legs, 5 on each side, instead of the usual 4, each with a clawed foot that was shorter than that of an elemental realm dragon. And its body was long and sinuous, rather than bulky around the torso. Its head was more snake-like as well, and its eyes were a deep black with no iris. There were no wings, which also made Tristan quite nervous, as the Chon fellow he had saved had mentioned it flying down into the town. Behind him, Felicity's voice said,
"Hey, it's just people mining. Oh, shit."
The creature chuckled.
Now, why don't you stop standing there and get down that shaft and keep digging out my lair?
Tristan felt pressure on his temples and drew his sword, focusing his vision on the metal of the blade. He imagined its strength and durability, and envisioned the same within his mind's eye. He focused on it to the exclusivity of anything else, and felt the pressure recede. "You're not going to get into my mind."
"On it, boss,"
Felicity shouted, having succumbed to whatever enchantment the dragon had used. She flew down the shaft, humming some tune as if nothing was wrong. "I guess I should be thankful she is out of harm's way," Tristan thought. He faced the creature and spun his essence crucible, feeling the repository of power within him as he pushed the essence through his body. He felt it fill him up from toe to tip as he pushed some of the power into his sword as it grew. "I am Tristan Anorax, Dragon Slayer."
"Oh, a dragon slayer?"
The creature let out a chortle before its eyes turned a deep, dark purple.
"Ever slain a dragon?"
Tristan chose not to answer as he felt that primal urge inside him. The urge to kill this thing, destroy it utterly, and devour its blood and essence. He rushed forward as fast as he could run. The demonic dragon curled its mass behind itself and then shot its head forward on the long, sinuous neck, something that Tristan had not trained for at all. It was a move that he'd never heard of a dragon using. But his training with the matriarch and his enhanced elf form ensured he could react in time. He dove to the side, coming up from the dive in a quick roll before turning to face the creature, with a little space between him and the wall now at his back. It pulled its head back and laughed.
"Ah, slippery, aren't you?"
Tristan poured some of the essence into his cloak of winterbloom. "Bow to me." There was a pulse of force that emanated from him, causing the cloak to flutter in a phantom breeze. The creature looked at him with a sidelong glance before laughing.
"Enchantment? Really? You are a fool."
It lunged forward again, but Tristan wanted it to do that. Its head was fast, and Tristan chose not to move, instead holding his blade out in front of him and pouring essence into his armor to activate Scales of our Foe. The helmet emerged from the armor and covered him fully, as the plates grew thicker and more protective. The creature tried to move its head around the sword point, but Tristan altered the direction he held it just slightly, and it pulled back from its lunge.
"You think you're clever?"
It growled out.
"Your back against the wall? A bit of shiny metal pointing to keep me at bay? I said, go work on my lair."
Tristan felt the pressure build up on his temples again, but this time it was far stronger, akin to a pulsating headache. He focused on his sword as hard as he could, pushing aside all thoughts that he had, save for the surety of the steel in his grip. And the pressure faded. He ran forward, only slightly slowed by the armor, as he got into range to swing a lopping, horizontal strike. He was able to cut a gash across the dragon's hide, and came to a sudden realization. It doesn't have scales. It's like a snakeskin. He grinned under the helm, knowing that this thing was far easier to injure than he had anticipated. And he also knew, now, that just like all worm-sized dragons, it had very few strategies in its arsenal. Whereas other worms would use roars to intimidate their foes, this one used a weak enchantment spell of some type to try and compel him. After, it attempted to lash out with rapid strikes, which did not help it against Tristan's defensive screen of a sharp longsword longer than its mouth. And then it tried a more powerful enchantment spell, but Tristan had foiled that as well. At Tristan's slashing blow, the creature recoiled in pain and let out a mix of a hiss and roar. Then came a barking laugh from behind it, and the dragon whirled, its tail whipping toward Tristan. It froze in confusion at Grandfather Hervin's voice.
"You're the weirdest dragon I've ever seen. Well, I'm sure you'll die like the rest have."
Tristan took advantage of the opening and his grandfather's distraction and ran up to the tail, stabbing down through it and into the rock below. The creature let out the roar hiss of pain as it pulled its tail through the sword, tearing a larger gash through the side of the tail and almost lopping it off. Its head whipped back toward Tristan.
"Fight this foolish dragon slayer."
"That won't work on me," Tristan yelled. But moving its coils aside, the demonic dragon said,
"It wasn't meant for you."
Hervin walked forward with slow, plodding steps as he held his enormous chopping sword above his head. "Oh, fuck me," Tristan thought.
"Die for the master,"
Hervin shouted as he ran forward. Chapter 45. A Clash of Steel and Serpent. Tristan raised his sword up and deflected his grandfather's swing to the side. The enormous blade sank into the ground, and Tristan backpedaled toward the pit in the center of the room to prevent himself from being pinned against the wall and losing maneuverability. "Grandfather, snap out of it!"
"Die!"
Hervin shouted as he swung in a huge horizontal slice that Tristan jumped up and over. He brought the blade back as Tristan landed, and the younger dragon slayer had to block it, catching the enormous two-handed sword on the flat of his sword, bracing his blade with his forearm for extra stopping power. His grandfather might have been strong, but Tristan was stronger, and his guard held firm. Tristan moved into his grandfather's chest and delivered a wicked headbutt from his helmet to the old man's face. He felt the crunch of bone underneath as he broke the nose, but his grandfather moved back and pulled his blade out of Tristan's block, raising it up for a cross slash from an upward angle. Tristan dodged the incoming strike by jumping backward, and he used his longer sword to get inside his grandfather's guard, trying to cut his wrist so that he would drop the massive blade. But his grandfather, even when under this beast's thrall, was skilled at combat, and not just against dragons. He batted Tristan's blade away with his gauntleted forearm and chopped the other way with his blade. Tristan got his sword in the way of the incoming blow and deflected it. He couldn't risk injuring his grandfather permanently. But then he remembered one of the weaknesses of the armor, a feature his grandfather had thought unnecessary against dragons, but something that Tristan had seen on every other suit of armor: a codpiece. Tristan delivered a swift kick to his grandfather's junk. "Sorry," he shouted as he did so. His grandfather grunted and fell over, dropping his sword as he crumpled to the ground, whimpering. Tristan wheeled around to see that the dragon had circled to the other side of the pit. He kicked his grandfather's sword to the side and planted his fist on the ground, incanting in dragon's tongue, "I summon forth a wall of ice." He willed the wall to form around his grandfather's now prone form and trap him in a cylinder of ice with room for air to escape the top.
You are a feisty one, aren't you? The creature taunted. Why fight me? Why not work for me? I could provide you with anything you desire, given time.
Tristan ignored the creature's pleading disguised as an offer and ran around the shaft to re-engage it, but the creature slid over the edge and into the hole. At the bottom, it shouted out for its servants, and dozens of people began to appear, climbing the sides of the vertical shaft using the handholds. He also saw Felicity flying up at him, with her paw claws extended. As she approached, he waited until the last second before grabbing her by the throat. She scratched and clawed ineffectually at his armor, and he squeezed just enough for her to pass out. Backing up, he tossed her over the top of the cylinder so she landed next to the still recovering Hervin. Going back to the shaft, he saw that the climbers were close. I can't kill all these people. Think, Tristan, think. Then it hit him. That's it. He quickly incanted and reapplied blended body to himself, then ran along the outside edge of the shaft to the far side across from the cave entrance, where he focused his vision and put his offhand on the dagger, preparing to initiate the minor illusion spell artificed within. He poured his essence into the blade, concentrated his gaze on a chest-sized boulder next to the tunnel wall near the entrance, the farthest point from him within view, and pictured his desire. I need that rock to look like me. The rock was overlaid by another image. Tristan could see the rock still, but another image was laid over the top, as if he were holding his hand up to his face, blocking one eye, and could still see, thanks to his left eye, that overlaid vision. He saw a perfect visual recreation of himself. He waited next to the shaft, hoping his plan would work. The thralled townsfolk who had been abducted clambered out of the pit. They charged at the illusion, swinging at it, hitting the rock beneath, and then stood there as the illusion vanished. This creature must have willed them to kill me, and after they hit the illusion and saw it vanish, they think I died. He waited and felt his essence continuing to slowly drain as it fueled the 4 spells. He couldn't keep this up for long, and he didn't have Felicity to provide one of the few essence elixirs from her storage dimension. After another 2 minutes, when his essence was almost gone, he saw the serpent flying back up the shaft toward him. He was not sure how it was flying, as he did not see any type of wings. He reversed the grip on his sword as the dragon reached a point just about 10 feet beneath him. When he was sure he would not miss, he leaped onto the monster's back and stabbed deep into its flesh. It let out a hissing shriek as it plummeted toward the ground, coiling its body inward as it tried to find what had injured it. Tristan let the body blending fade, along with the minor illusion. I got you, he shouted in triumph as he kept a firm grip on the blade. The creature slammed into the bottom of the shaft, and Tristan felt the jarring impact up his body, lessened a bit, thanks to the creature hitting before him. But he still felt a deep pain in his thighs as they took the brunt of the impact. Keeping a grip on his weapon, he ran forward along the dragon's length on wobbly legs as he ripped the blade through the serpent skin. It shrieked and flailed about, flinging him off, along with his blade in his grip. He crashed into the tunnel wall, and he felt the wind knocked out of him. But the armor took the blow and kept him from being seriously injured. He would definitely be bruised the next day. Pushing himself to his feet, he had to let all of his spells fade as his essence dwindled. The monstrous creature writhed in pain before it finally caught sight of him. You dare! I do, Tristan grunted out as he ran forward. The monster opened its maw and let out a hissing shriek, and Tristan had to dive to the ground as a globule of black, smoky ichor flew out. He rolled back to his feet and rushed the creature.
"Caught you!"
It shouted in triumph as it brought its long tail around, slamming it into Tristan and flinging him to the side. Tristan barely pushed enough essence into his armor to reactivate scales of our foe before he hit the wall of the cavern and fell prone. He felt a few ribs break and tried his best to keep silent to play dead. But the creature was reflected in his sword blade, and he thought, "Get closer, you stupid dragon." It let out a rasping laugh.
"Ha ha ha ha! You may have injured me, but I have your stupid pet and that old warrior. And now, I think I want to eat a little snack."
It inched toward Tristan as he watched the blade through slitted eyes to keep up his ruse. Arriving at his side, it opened its mouth. Tristan shut off the flow of essence to his armor, pushed it into his weapon, and rose to a crouch as he stabbed forward, piercing the dragon through the eye and driving the sword deep into its skull. It let out a screeching hiss of pain and then collapsed. Tristan pulled the blade free and took several shaky breaths. Barely enough essence for the Dragonbane spell, so this time, blood first. He put his hand on the creature and felt along the body until he located a bulge near the center of its long mass. Then he stabbed inward, wrenched the blade back and forth, and was greeted with a geyser of blood. Shoving his face into the wound, he began sucking down the ichor. He kept drinking as much as he could, and he felt like he was choking, as if something was filling his lungs. Some type of smoke. He had to pull back to cough, clear his lungs as black clouds expanded up. Then he went back in to gorge himself to bursting on the vital fluid. Only when he was full as he could be did he step back, sheath his blade, and put his hands into the spell gesture for Drain Dragon. "Mighty beast which now lies slain, I take from you what you can no longer use and is mine by right of conquest." The silvery essence surged out of him and coated the creature, but there were also streams of intertwined crimson and gold in the silver, and another stream of icy blue. His essence coated the creature, and then he saw black flecks pulled back as the essence returned to him. He began coughing and collapsed on the ground as he ejected black clouds of smoke. This persisted for a few minutes, and when he finally caught his breath, spittle flying from his lips as he drew in shaky lungfuls of clean air, he felt a presence nearby. Looking over, he saw that Felicity had recovered and escaped the ice cage and was sitting on the ground. "Yuck," she said. "You look disgusting, all covered in icky goop." Tristan winced as he felt his broken ribs. "Healing elixir," he croaked as he nursed his broken ribs, which until then had been forgotten in the coughing and euphoria of slaying the dragon and consuming it. Felicity's paws shifted to hands. She fished around in her storage dimension and ripped the leaf off the top of the vial, handing it to him. Tristan gulped it down and felt a soothing warmth spread out from his stomach. "You are all covered in blood." "Welcome to my life as a dragon slayer," Tristan replied. "How is everyone up above?" They looked confused. "Also," she crossed her little fairy dragon arms and pouted, "I did not consent to being choked out." "You were under his control." I was? It felt like an out-of-body experience. Until you grabbed me around the neck." "Sorry," Tristan muttered as he stood up. "Come on, He sat down. "You know what? Grandfather can wait until the ice melts." "I'll fly up and ask the miners to break Hervin out and get you a rope or something." 30 minutes later, Hervin clambered down the wall of the shaft.
"Hey," he said softly. "Good job killing this thing."
Tristan looked up at his grandfather.
"Sorry for kicking you in the balls."
The man chuckled.
"I'll forgive you if you will forgive me for falling victim to its enchantment."
He sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose.
"I'm too old for this shit. I'm ready to retire, I think. I'm slower. I should not have fallen victim to enchantment, but it was powerful. I've never even hunted one of these things."
For the first time in his life, Tristan saw the truth of his grandfather's current state. He was old, probably in his mid-60s. Hard years spent adventuring, fighting, getting who knows how many injuries, and waging uncountable fights with dragons and other monstrous foes. He was a shadow of his former self, a legend brought to a hollow husk of what he once had been. And Tristan didn't feel anything save regret. Regret that he did not get to have this experience with his grandfather while the man was in his prime. Hervin chuckled.
"Ignore my ramblings, son. Did you do the spell I taught you?"
Tristan nodded and gestured to the corpse.
"It's all yours. Only one Dragon Slayer's Drain Dragon spell may affect each of the beasts. But I will help myself to some of its blood."
The old man walked over to the gash that Tristan had carved and made a larger gap, then shoved his arm inside until he found the heart and cut it out entirely. Felicity flew down from above.
"I filled them in. We'll head to the town down the mountain and then take them to see their families. Seems like everyone survived."
Hervin took a bite out of the raw heart, then began eating it. He swallowed down a chunk.
"You can drink the blood alone, but I like eating the flesh as well."
Felicity made a gagging noise.
"Blah! Disgusting."
She looked at Tristan.
"You drank its blood?"
Tristan nodded as Hervin took another bite of the heart. I wonder what exactly the blood did. Normally, drinking it gives an Anauroch's family member the resistance associated with the elemental realm it comes from. But a dragon from the demon realm? What could that be?
"Enchantment?"
Felicity asked.
"We could try it."
Tristan nodded. "Try something on me." Felicity nodded and performed the command spell, and then shouted, "Stand!" Tristan did not feel any pressure against his temples. "Nope, nothing."
"Huh. How about that?"
She cocked her head sideways as her paws shifted back to normal.
"That is quite interesting."
Tristan's grandfather walked over, gobbling the last few bits of the heart, then let out a belch.
"Come on, son. Let's climb out of here."
"I got some broken ribs," Tristan replied. "Climbing is going to be painful."
"Ah. Felicity, mind opening that storage dimension for me? I packed rope."
She did so, and Hervin clambered up to secure the rope at the rim of the shaft, and then let himself back down on the rope.
"The group of townsfolk are going to head back to the town, and we'll join them soon. First, we have a dragon to butcher."
Chapter 46. Butchering a Dragon and Grim Portents. Butchering the dragon was relatively quick, all things considered. Hervin mentioned that normally, descaling the dragon was the most time-consuming part. But with this creature, they could just make some cuts and peel the weird, serpent-like skin away. The claws were too short to be of use, but the teeth were worth harvesting, and those were really easy to cut out. Tristan just had to slash apart the mouth with his blade, and then they could dry the jaws out to pry the teeth loose. There was a lot of meat. a ludicrous amount, easily 500 pounds. Felicity shook her head.
I am not putting that inside of my storage dimension. No way. The skin, sure, because we can use that for crafting something maybe. Same with the jaw and those teeth, but we are not just taking hunks of meat.
Hervin began to make an argument, but Tristan cleared his throat. Grandfather, if she said no, she means no. Just haul as much as you can on your back. Felicity, would you please pull out 2 burlap sacks from storage? She did so, and Tristan scooped up huge chunks of the bendy flesh, shoving it into the bags until they were full to the brim and barely able to be tied off. Hervin hefted both bags and clambered up the rope. Tristan waited until his grandfather reached the top, and then looped the end of the rope around his foot and tugged a few times. Climbing would take a long time given his injury, so instead he was relying on his grandfather to pull him up. A few minutes later, to Tristan's surprise, not only his grandfather, but a few of the half-Brockstar had hauled him up. These fine folks are going to accompany us down the mountain path, Hervin stated. Tristan handed the meat sack to one of the townspeople and followed them on their descent from the heights. During their walk back, Hervin explained how one would descale and declaw a dragon that was more traditional. What you would do normally with the claws is what we did with the jaw. You take off the whole foot at the ankle joint, then cut away until you have the claw and meat of each finger of sorts. Let the flesh dry, then you can peel it away and get your prize. Scales are trickier, and the hide under them cannot be harvested until you get through the scales. The easiest way is to keep them joined together. How would you get to the flesh, then? I imagine you'd have to deglove the whole thing, then let the flesh dry out before peeling off the scales. Through the ass, son. Tristan almost retched, and Felicity did retch, splattering the mountainside behind them. Seriously? Tristan asked as he choked back his vomit. It's where you can make the biggest incision before peeling it away like we did with the demonic dragon down below. The idea was revolting, but then a thought raced through Tristan's mind. You said you'd never seen a dragon like this, right? That's right. And you're probably the most learned person besides a scholar on dragons, right? Yes. Where are you going with this? How did the King's Scout know what a demonic dragon looked like? Hervin opened his mouth to reply, then closed it again. That is strange. How would one of the King's Scouts know what it looked like? And why would the King's Scout, normally someone who finds game locations for hunting journeys, be this far abroad? Tristan glanced down at his amulet. I'll bring up our concerns with the Archon when he next contacts me. Same here. Hervin clapped his hand onto Tristan's shoulder. You did good, slaying a dragon all on your own. Granted, it was not a real dragon like the ones from the elemental realms. I've told you, I killed one of those. Yes, but from what you told me, it was mostly essence weaving that did the trick, and you could only do it because you were in the Fey realm. It had a means of regeneration, Tristan mumbled. After reaching the town below, Tristan channeled essence into the ring and transported the survivors to the Fey realm. They were escorted to their companions. Then both Tristan and Hervin washed up before the latter went to join the half-Brockstar people for a feast, primarily consisting of roasted dragon meat. Tristan chose to linger behind, as he wanted to meditate and was still quite sore. Going up to the top boughs, he went to one of the open platforms and sat down. Felicity flew over and landed next to him. Probably not a smart idea, Tristan said as he glanced over at her. I tend to freeze the area around me when I go into my inner world. Oh, you're doing that now? She asked with some enthusiasm. Yes. The matriarch said it was a good way for me to practice, and she has been right thus far.
Well, I'll leave you be then.
She flew off toward the distant sounds of revelry. Tristan sighed and began reverse spinning the top half of his crucible as he spun the bottom half normally. He felt the pulsing of the realm all around him as he sucked in the ambient essence and pushed it out at the same time. Closing his eyes, he practiced the breathing technique that the matriarch had taught him and envisioned his essence crucible. He could see the silvery core crisscrossed with 3 lines, the crimson and gold intertwined, the icy blue, and a new, smoky black line. He felt himself sink deeper, and then he was inside his inner world. Walking over to the tree, he saw that the second ring was full, and a little bit of progress in the third ring had been made. But the increased essence capacity between the second and third ring was a large distance, far more than the distance between the first and second. No wonder Grandfather never got past second-order spells, he thought. Placing his hand on the tree, he spoke softly. I want to know if you can show me the different spell types I have access to, if that's something that my essence crucible can do. He felt kind of silly, talking to a tree that was surely just a manifestation of his bloodline within his essence crucible. Why am I asking for it to do that? Tristan thought, when I could just order it. He cleared his throat as no change was apparent on the tree. I order you to show me a list of the spell types I can use. The circles that were filled with the silvery light were gouged instantly, small channels appearing in the flowy language of Elvish that instantly translated within Tristan's mind thanks to his bloodline and heritage. Dragonbane, Ice Elementalism, Illusion, Flora, Imbuement, Artifice, Enchantment, Fortune, Fire Elementalism, and Smoke Elementalism? Huh. Maybe I would have also gotten Enchantment if I did not already have it. He pulled away from the tree. Thanks. He went around the perimeter of the crucible, finding dents and smoothing them out with his hands, feeling a warm sensation in his torso as he did so. It took more time than hammering them out, but he was not in a rush. Finishing, he focused on returning to the waking world. Opening his eyes, he saw that the platform was crusted with ice, just as he had expected. Standing, he looked out and saw the bonfires had begun to die out. Felicity was lounging on a branch nearby and flew down to land on his head.
Come on, off to the bath for you. I'll go ahead and tell them to make it nice and hot.
She flew off and dove down into the center of the tree. Tristan followed down the spire and past the matriarch in her elfinoid form and his grandfather, who were passing by on the way up.
Your grandfather expressed interest in the night sky,
the matriarch said softly.
Good night, Lord Tristan.
Good night, Tristan replied as he kept descending. Eventually he reached his chamber and saw to his delight that the tub was full of boiling hot water. As he stripped out of his armor and clothes, a few fairy dragons flew in and took the clothes away to launder, whilst others polished and scrubbed his armor clean. The same with his sword. Felicity was curled up on the bed, opening an eye once Tristan got into the tub.
What was it like, drinking a dragon's blood?
She asked in Elvish. It was fine, Tristan replied. It was not fun or enticing, for sure, but something that needed to be done, especially since it gives me resistances to spell types. She nodded and shut her eyes.
And you gained a new spell type, from what your grandfather said at the party. It was not a very fun one, by the way. Just lots of conversing around the firelight and a bunch of roasted meat. Yuck!
Tristan nodded. Brockstar are renowned storytellers. It makes sense that their descendants would take after them in that regard. He luxuriated in the hot water, closing his eyes and relaxing.
"Pardon us, Lord Tristan."
He opened his eyes and saw a pair of fairy dragons who were flapping just above him.
"Your water is very dirty. May we refill it?"
Tristan looked down. Ah, right. All the blood and gore. He dunked his head under the surface to scrub free as much as he could before he got out of the tub. Glancing at the pool nearby, he shrugged and lowered himself into it, feeling the smooth bowl along the bottom. The fairy dragon set to dumping the tub and replacing the hot water with large buckets. Felicity was staring at him, her tail swishing back and forth. Her head was resting on the bed still.
"What's it like?"
"Hmm?
"A hot bath? We don't take them."
Oh. Well, it's quite soothing and relaxing."
"Can I try when it's refilled?"
"Sure," Tristan said, as he enjoyed the lukewarm water of the pool. When the tub was refilled, Felicity flapped over before switching to her elfinoid form and dipped her toes into the surface.
"Ouch!"
She pulled her foot out and immediately ran over to the pool, shoving her foot into it.
"How can you bathe in that?"
Tristan chuckled and hefted himself out of the pool before sinking into the luxuriantly warm waters of the tub. "Fire dragon blood," he replied. "Gives me resistance to heat. This feels like lukewarm water to me." She pulled her toe out of the pool and knelt next to the tub, resting her head on it and looking at Tristan's face.
"Are you okay?"
she softly asked. "Other than the soreness, I am," Tristan replied. "Just concerned. The King's scout knew what this dragon we were hunting was, but not even Grandfather had seen one before." Felicity frowned.
"Wasn't the kingdom of Bant founded by a demonkin who led his people to found a kingdom in the mortal realm?"
"That's right."
"What if someone in the king's court brought the thing into the mortal realm, loosed it in a nearby region to destabilize it for expansion? For all we know, it could have been working for the king and softening a military target."
Tristan frowned. "That makes sense if the king wanted to expand. But he doesn't seem like the type to desire an expansion of his holdings." Felicity shrugged.
"Just a thought."
She walked over to the bed and lay down on it, kicking her legs up and down in little flutters. Tristan pondered the idea. He'd met King Aaronclex VIII a few times during court visits, and he seemed a reasonable man, never coming off as aggressive or hostile. And the kingdom didn't need to expand. There was no need for housing or more farmland, and even then, the Greedo Expanse was not suited to farming. It was just a bunch of mountains. And it wasn't a united region, just disparate, loosely affiliated city-states. Even if the kingdom needed to mine resources, they could just find some section of the mountains away from the city-states and do it there. He looked up at the ceiling and tried to follow the pattern of the roots with his eyes, then lost the pattern in the tangle. I just don't know. Hopefully the Archon has some insight." He got out of the tub and dried off with one of the leaves. Felicity? Mind letting me have my bed?" She shifted shape into her fairy dragon form and grabbed one of his pillows, taking it to the corner of the bed and fluffing it before curling up on it. Tristan got under the covers and closed his eyes. All was silent, save for the slight breathing of Felicity nearby. Eventually, sleep found him. The next morning, Tristan, Felicity, and Hervin took the horses out of the Fey realm and rode along the mountain paths to a city about a half-day travel from Passhold's ruins. Tristan returned to the Fey realm while his grandfather explained the destruction of Passhold to the people in the town of Parsons Mine. In the Fey realm, a handful of the half-Brockstar asked for permission to stay, and Tristan consulted the matriarch for guidance, but she shrugged.
It is your domain, Lord Tristan. You decide.
What long-term effects would it have on them?
I do not know. Non-elves have rarely stayed in the Fey realm. But, as long as they are not essence weavers, they should not disrupt the environment too much.
Her visage darkened slightly as she tilted her head forward.
If an essence weaver spends too long here, the portions of the Fey realm that are sealed off may awaken once more.
That sentiment sent a chill through Tristan. I do not believe any of them are essence weavers, he softly replied. But keep me informed if changes occur while they reside here. Then, turning to speak to the crowd, he said, I choose to allow those who wish to stay. Those who wish to remain, speak with the matriarch here regarding getting yourselves more permanent shelter, and perhaps some idea as to how you can help efforts here in the Fey realm. I will warn you, though, we don't have meat, just starberries. Cooked up, they taste like a good, juicy beefsteak. There were sounds of assent, many thanks sent his way, and a few small goodbyes. But it looked like only single adults were staying, and one family. But the rest desired the mortal realm, and Tristan grouped them together for transport. As they gathered around, he pondered the matriarch's warning. She has mentioned that parts of the Fey realm are sealed off. I will need to ask her what is sealed away, and how to approach it. When Tristan arrived in the mortal realm with the people from Passhold, he was approached by Chon, who bowed deeply.
Thank you, Lord Tristan. I asked your matriarch for permission to work at the forge, and she escorted me up to the top boughs of your tree. I know, you had asked us not to go there, but I had to do something to repay your kindness.
He produced an item wrapped in a well-worn cloak, and revealed it, a shining steel maul.
Everyone pitched in a bit. We all had bits and pieces of metal from falling stars. We gather them up each year during the dark season. We smelted them all together, and here it is.
Tristan lifted the two-handed hammer reverently. The grip was wrapped with the demon dragon skin, which gave it a slightly bumpy texture, which would let him keep a solid grip no matter where along the length he grasped it. Thank you, he softly said, as he looked at the lustrous, almost glowing silver metal.
You're welcome. We did not have enough for your grandfather. I'm too old for new gear, Hervin replied as he walked over. But thank you. Come on, Tristan. We should head back to the kingdom and report our success.
Tristan said some brief goodbyes, then mounted up and joined his grandfather on the ride back toward the kingdom of Bant. His amulet began vibrating, and he pulled it out from his armor.
I'm here. Have you dealt with the beast?
Archon Grimtone asked. Yes, Tristan replied. A demonic dragon. Tell me, how did the king's scout know what it was when my grandfather did not even know?
A question I asked myself. I am privy to all of the king's council meetings, and there are indeed talks of expansion. I fear that some essence weaver intentionally tore open a rift to the demon realm and brought the creature to the mortal realm, intent on destabilizing the region.
Tristan grimaced. The king summoned such a creature?
It was not him, I'm sure of that. I have divined as much. But I tried to divine who wanted to destabilize the region, but I was blocked. Logos, the realm protector of the thought realm, whom I must appease with essence as I use spells to tap into that place, was not sated with my offering, which means someone else offered him more to prevent the knowledge from getting out. There are few who have a larger essence capacity than I in this world, let alone the kingdom. The demon dragon's appearance could very well be a setup.
Another region seeking to destabilize the kingdom by throwing us into a war with the city-states of the Greedo Expanse, Tristan reasoned.
Once more you show profound wisdom despite your young age. Yes, I had the same thought. It would not be the Sapphire Coast, as we have good relations with their ruler. But perhaps one of our island neighbors to the south? Maladonia or Schlarz, perhaps. Or even the continent to the east. There are dozens of smaller kingdoms there who would benefit from acquiring our bountiful farmlands.
Tristan knew the islands from maps alone. Maladonia was the island directly to the south, and Schlarz was the island beyond that. Both were large, easily a third of the size of the continent of Gavand, where the kingdom of Bant was located. Time must run short.
Shit, I ran out.
Tristan put the amulet back under his chestplate, and as his grandfather fielded his own message from the Archon, he filled Felicity in on what had been discussed with the Archon, as she could only hear his words in the conversation. His grandfather finished his own conversation, and Tristan asked, "What do you think, grandfather?"
I think it is Schlarz. Half of the year, the southern half of the island is completely inaccessible. They are almost fully reliant on their fishing culture for their food. Taking farmland would make them less reliant on trade and provide more reliable food over the dark and freezing seasons.
They don't sound very nice, Felicity said. But who can blame them? Living somewhere cold all the time sounds horrible.
Not a nice place to visit, Hervin replied. Come on, son. Let's pick up the pace. It's mostly downhill, and we can let the horses really stretch their legs when we are on flatter, more forgiving roads.
Chapter 47. A Mercenary Ambush. Tristan felt the wind blowing past him as he rode slightly ahead of his grandfather. They had let the horses really open up their speed once they got out of the mountain pass, and their mounts now cantered on the dirt roads that would eventually give way to cobblestones when they reached the heartlands of the kingdom's territories. Tristan had used his crest's disguise form to assume his half-breed appearance, now that they were back in the kingdom proper. Felicity was also invisible atop his head. Unlike in the southern areas, where Tristan had hunted down Felicity a season prior, the dirt was firm and almost baked from the sun and heat, so travel was easy. As the night began to fall, the two travelers crested a hill and saw a small village below them. A lake lay nearby, a large body of water with several houses built along the edge, some jutting over the water on stilts. "Ready to head back to the Fey Realm?" Tristan asked. Hervin nodded. "Get to it, son." Tristan didn't let that go unnoticed. No longer was he just boy. His grandfather was calling him son, which cemented in Tristan's mind that he had replaced his failure of a father, at least in his grandfather's eyes. On it. He began spinning his crucible and pushing the essence toward the ring. Hervin squinted as he looked down at the village. It is not that late. We should see some type of movement. He drew his enormous sword, which prompted Tristan to pull out his own. Keep your eyes peeled. Felicity flapped into the sky.
I'll go take a look.
She flew down to the village, and Tristan conveyed her actions to Hervin. Less than 30 seconds passed before she came back with a worried look.
Tristan, those mean black leather guys are here.
Black Company mercs? Why would they be this far out? Hervin frowned. To stop us from returning, for some reason. He glanced at Tristan. I have some suspicions and a theory, but I am loath to share right now. He looked up at the top of Tristan's head where he knew Felicity liked to perch. Are the villagers all right?
Oh, yes. They're just in their houses. I heard the Black Company people whispering about an ambush.
Felicity spoke rapidly, and Tristan conveyed her message. Hervin stroked his beard with his offhand.
We could circumvent the village, but if they were smart, they would have set up men off in the farmlands and down the road. I would wager that the group here in the village is off duty and relaxing.
Yeah,
Felicity said as she made biscuits on Tristan's head.
they were relaxing and lounging.
After Tristan relayed the message, Hervin cracked a wicked smile.
Well, we can always ambush these ones who are resting up.
He dismounted and moved his horse to the side of the road and into a small crop that came up to its haunches.
Come on, son. We'll give them a right proper thrashing.
Killing them outright? Tristan asked as he dismounted and brought his horse over. Is that right?
Son, I can tell you right now, the only innocent reason a group of Black Company would be here is if they're on their way to relieve the groups in the northern towers. But the group we met up there were fresh. They did not have the weathered look about them that standing guard leaves on a man. They were hired for a task, and the Archon told me as much. Gave me a warning that a group was hired by a prominent noble who paid enough to keep their name secret.
Tristan gulped. I've never killed a person except those assassins, and they were coming after me. This feels wrong. Hervin put a hand on his shoulder.
Tristan, you're going to have to come to terms with one truth in life. Taking a person's life is never something you should do without qualm, but it is something you will have to do. The fact that you feel some remorse before even taking that action shows that your mother and I raised you right.
He began moving toward the village.
If it makes you feel better, use that hammer instead of the sword. You can crush a few bones and take men out of the fight just as well as killing them would.
Tristan sheathed his sword and drew the star metal maul. Felicity flew up into the sky.
I'm going to circle above, and I'll keep an eye out for reinforcements.
Tristan's pulse quickened as they approached the sounds of light revelry from the now relaxing off-duty mercenaries. Behind a small wattle and daub building, the revelers were sharing raunchy stories about their various escapades, primarily stories of violence and oppression. But one story in particular caught his attention as they closed in toward the flickering firelight.
Hey, Phil, you remember that one time a few seasons back when we got to go out and suppress those rioters?
There was a cackle of laughter from another voice.
Oh, I remember that. You took that big mace of yours and crushed some people right proper. I never got the word from the higher-ups why that was happening.
Beats me, the man replied. I just hit what they tell me to and get paid. Plus, the extra benefits.
There was laughing once more.
What benefits?
A younger-sounding voice asked.
Ah, lad, you'll learn the best benefit of being on the kingdom's coin is that we can do whatever we want to the small folk. They can't complain, they can't fight back, so what do? They just take it. Phil, that's Sam right. You remember that cute blonde?
Yes,
this Phil replied.
The one with the small tits. I remember her fondly. She felt so right.
The bastards. Tristan rounded the edge of the small building and stepped into the flickering firelight. The conversation halted. Letting his spinning crucible push the essence out into his body, he diverted the flow to his armor as the protective shell encased him. Without a word, he charged forward and slammed the maul into the largest man's shoulder, sending the man flying across the fire and into a crumpled heap on the other side of the small gathering. Hervin leapt into action right beside Tristan and began carving into the mercenaries. A cry of alarm went up as the rest of the mercenaries went into action, grabbing up weapons as best they could. One of them went for a warning horn, but Felicity flew down, invisible to them, snatched it away, and circled up into the sky. To the mercenaries' eyes, their warning horn just went flying off into the night. Tristan advanced on the next mercenary who tried to draw his blade in time, but Tristan crushed the man's shoulder with one mighty swing of his maul and sent him crumpling to the ground. He brought the handle up to deflect an incoming side blow, sending the weapon flying out of the mercenary's hands, as he then twisted his weapon around to thwack the mercenary with the shaft of the hammer. The mercenary went off balance, and Tristan followed up with a powerful swing to his leg, smashing it as the man collapsed. Screams of agony filled the air, and Tristan risked a glance at his grandfather. The older man was decimating the mercenaries that circled up around him, keeping them at bay with large, sweeping strikes, and occasionally picking off one of his assailants. His armor also had fully covered his body, a deep crimson with green lines running around the seams. Felicity shouted down, "Tristan, one is running for help!" Tristan tried to look past the 5 that advanced on him and shook his head. "I can't get them. Can you?" he shouted back. "Right." She flew off, and Tristan was forced to focus on the melee before him. Swings came in from every direction, but he deflected them with ease. Even when their blades slid down the shaft of the maul, his gauntlets stopped them. Tristan felt the impact and knew he would be bruised, but he was able to use their surprise to perform vicious counterattacks. The crunch of bones breaking and snapping filled him with a visceral sense of satisfaction. Sure, maybe not all of them had done heinous actions, but the fact that they were so comfortable sharing those experiences with one another told Tristan all he needed to know about the Black Company. Their name was not merely because of their armor. It was also due to their reported behavior. If the group hadn't been run by the king's cousin, they would have been kicked out long ago. But in a kingdom with a relatively small standing army, well trained to be sure, but small, extra manpower was needed. And these bastards filled that role. Tristan felt no remorse at what he was doing, as his grandfather's words echoed through his head. Plus, he wasn't trying to kill them. He was striking crushing blows, but nothing lethal, as far as he could tell. Well, perhaps it would be lethal if not tended, but Tristan did not care. Even though he felt anger in his gut, the cool essence pushed that down and replaced it with a calculated, precise hatred. His strikes were perfectly placed, thanks to his intense training with the matriarch and his sparring in his inner world against imagined enemies. Singular masters like her and groups of opponents made this fight easy. His armor helped quite a bit, as he knew several strikes got past his defenses only to be rebuffed by the armor. That is, until one of them brought a mace to bear and got a lucky strike in. It crunched into his right shoulder, and intense pain spread through the joint as his arm went limp. He backpedaled rapidly, dropping the maul and drawing his sword with his uninjured hand, and feeling his survival instinct kick in. No longer was he taking cautious strikes to disable foes. This was a possible life-or-death scenario. He dispatched the one holding the mace by pushing his essence into his blade to extend his reach and stabbing the assailant through the throat. Wait, that gives me an idea. He focused essence into the cloak to use the stored thrice command spell. Lie prone now! An invisible pulse of force emanated out from him, and the mercenaries in front of him and encircling his grandfather all fell prone on the ground. Hervin wasted no time in dispatching the ones surrounding him, and Tristan did the same for the group before him. As both took deep breaths, only the sound of the whimpering and pained cries of those Tristan had injured with the maul could be heard. Felicity came flying back, and her paw claws were red and bloody. I got the one that went off to warn the others. Well, I didn't kill him, but I definitely kept him from finding his allies. Blinded him right proper. Tristan frowned, but he can still talk. She flapped over and looked at his crushed shoulder pauldron. Yikes! You look hurt.
Elixir?
Please, Tristan said, as he let the essence fade from the armor. He let out a grunt of pain as the pauldron shrank slightly and pushed down on his cracked joint. Felicity reached into her storage dimension and pulled out a vial of the elixir.
That puts us at 8 lesser healing elixirs remaining.
Hervin came over, a frown on his face.
Tristan, you've got good hearing. Better than mine. Listen to see if reinforcements are coming.
As Tristan swallowed the elixir, he closed his eyes and focused on his sense of hearing. He could hear the faint sound of shouting off in the distance.
It sounds like the one Felicity blinded is warning the others.
Hervin clicked his tongue.
The spell you used to get them all to drop prone. Can you do that again?
Tristan nodded and spun his crucible, feeling the power flow through him.
Maybe twice more?
Hervin grinned.
Good enough.
He reached down, grabbed Tristan's maul, and placed it into Felicity's storage dimension.
Just until you're healed up. Even with an elixir, a crushed shoulder is not going to heal up instantly. Well, maybe if the elixir was supreme quality.
Tristan followed him over to the horses, and they remounted. Tristan struggled for a moment, but Felicity flapped down to the ground, swapped to her elfinoid form, and helped shove him up, before returning to her fairy dragon form and taking her place atop his head. Tristan whispered to his mount,
Just follow your buddy here, and try not to jostle me too much, please.
He winced as he felt the shoulder grinding in the crushed socket. The horse let out a snort of response as it followed Hervin's mount along the road. Hervin spoke softly.
Be ready with that spell. And this time, try to ignore me as a target if you can.
Oh, I didn't know it affected everything around me, Tristan replied.
My bad.
He looked at Felicity, who had perched in front of him on the saddle.
Can I restrict enchantment targets?
Yes, silly. You just have to envision the effect going around whoever you don't want affected.
She began wiping her paw claws on his cloak.
And make sure you don't affect me. I'd imagine since my species is subservient to you by nature, I have no chance of resisting, even if I wanted to.
She spat down on her paw claws and kept wiping them clean on his cloak. Tristan nodded and looked up as Hervin cleared his throat.
Son, get that spell ready.
Tristan spun his crucible as he saw the shadows moving up ahead. Thanks to his heritage, he could make out the black-clothed figures wearing studded leather armor. He also saw the characteristic shape of crossbows.
Drop the weapons,
he shouted as he used the cloak once more, activating thrice command. He saw the weapons dropped from grips and felt his essence drain prodigiously as his eyelids began to flutter from the expenditure.
A little more. Felicity, essence elixir, now.
She reached into her dimension, pulled one out, and he slammed it back. He felt the warm power coursing through him and beginning to seep into his essence crucible. But he did the dual directional spin of it and sucked up all of the essence whilst empowering his next use of the cloak spell.
Lie down now,
he shouted once more. The pulse of energy went out from him, and he saw all of the mercenaries drop prone.
Grandfather, now!
The older dragon slayer spurred his mount onward, and thanks to Tristan's earlier command to his mount, Tristan kept up. But he felt the draw of slumber upon his eyelids, since he had drained his essence from the repeated third-order spells. His remaining essence was a tiny amount, and he focused on pushing it toward the ring on his finger.
Another elixir,
he muttered. Felicity uncorked another and handed it to him. Quaffing it down, he immediately made use of the energy as he and his grandfather rode into the night, far past the planned ambush point and off into the darkness. Chapter 48. Return to the Estate. After gaining some distance, they diverted to a copse of trees, and Tristan activated his ring, taking the whole group back to the Fey realm. Almost immediately, the fairy dragons swarmed them. Tristan waved them off, speaking orders in Elvish. "Food, clear cool, and a hot bath, please. And if we have a doctor, or if any of you can use rejuvenation spells, come to my chamber." A pair of fairy dragons went flying off. "We know just the fairy dragon," they shouted in tandem as they went bolting into the canopy. Tristan groaned as he dismounted, then winced as he moved up into the tree accompanied by his grandfather. The older man grimaced.
"Crush injuries are never easy to heal from. Do not be surprised if you gain back only limited movement."
"Worst case scenario, I take the matriarch's collar and somehow use that," Tristan replied in standard tongue through gritted teeth. "Think we'll face more ambushes on our way back to the capital?"
"Doubtful. A large group like what we encountered? 25 by my count who were settling down, and probably another 25 who were actually waiting along the road to ambush us. A force of 50 men would most likely not be backed up."
Hervin split off when they reached the depths of the tree. Tristan went to his chambers, and Felicity switched to her elfinoid form to help him get out of the armor, particularly the crushed right shoulder pauldron. He let out a hiss of pain as she got it unbuckled and slipped it off his arm.
Poor Tristan, getting himself all beat up.
She helped him get the other bits of the armor off and put them onto the rack nearby. Tristan sat on the edge of the bed. "Yeah, I was a bit cocky thinking the armor would protect me from everything thrown my way. Forgot that crushing weapons are effective against it." Felicity sat on the bed next to him and kicked her legs idly.
"Yeah, well, be more careful next time, okay? You don't heal super fast like us fairy dragons."
She cocked her head as she looked at his shoulder.
"Damn, that looks messed up."
Tristan let out a pained chuckle. A group of fairy dragons came flying in with heated buckets of water to fill up the tub, and another large dog-sized fairy dragon flew in with them.
"Ah, Lord Tristan, you called for a healer?"
it asked in Elvish. Tristan nodded and was about to speak, but Felicity shouted over him,
"How do you not see this, you old fart?"
The fairy dragon before him shifted into an elfinoid form that was like the elf version of his grandfather in age.
"Now, little sister, that is no way to talk to your elder."
Felicity seemed to stew where she sat and moved to the side as the older fairy dragon walked closer and inspected Tristan's wound.
"This injury is a serious one. Thankfully, I have rejuvenation at my disposal. Third order should do the trick."
"What's it called?" Tristan asked as curiosity helped to push aside the pulsating, grinding pain.
"Cure wound. A simple name for a spell, but the effect is simple as well. A singular injury can be healed, including all underlying causes to prevent it from becoming an issue."
He chuckled.
"Well, unless you get crushed once more. What caused this?"
"Mace," Tristan said, as he pointed to his crushed pauldron on the armor rack.
"That would do it. Okay, hold still. You will feel tension before the pain ceases. Power within me, I command you to come forth and soothe the wound of this victim. Cleanse all pain and return the body to a proper function and form."
As he spoke, he placed both hands above Tristan's shoulder, hooking his thumbs around each other, keeping the index and middle fingers together, but extending the ring and pinky fingers outward, almost as if he were mimicking a pair of wings. Tristan felt an immense pressure, as if someone were pushing against his shoulder from all sides. But he felt no pain. Instead, a soothing relief accompanied the pressure, and then the pain vanished completely. The fairy dragon before him sagged a bit and took in some ragged breaths as Tristan's shoulder shifted back to its usual shape.
That... Whew. It has been a while since I've done that.
Thank you, Tristan said as he stood up and bowed slightly. Would you check with my grandfather and see how he is doing? If he needs healing?
My pleasure, Lord Tristan.
The fairy dragon dipped his head and left. Tristan went over to the armor rack and began hammering out the dent in the shoulder pauldron. Felicity walked over and tapped his once-injured shoulder. Looks like he healed you up nice and good. Why'd you call him an old fart, other than lobbing an insult? Just for that reason, she said with a mischievous grin. It's how we fairy dragons are. We may act childish and playful, but we are the age we are. I'm 20, and he's well over 3,000. The insult was appropriate. Tristan nodded as he finished hammering out the dents. Then he climbed into the bath. Felicity lay back on the bed, seemingly falling asleep as Tristan soaked and felt the heat penetrate all the way to his bones. When he got out and dried off, he saw that Felicity had indeed fully passed out atop the covers. He nudged her slightly, and she rolled over to the far side of the bed, half dangling off it. He slid under the covers and made sure to stay far toward the edge. Tristan woke up to someone hugging him from behind. He instantly bolted upright and scrambled out of bed as Felicity blinked awake with a yawn. Morning, sleepy. Sorry, you were on top of the covers, and I didn't want to wake you up to ask you to move. Felicity yawned and shifted into her fairy dragon form. Nope, it's my bad for falling asleep while in elfinoid form. I tend to move around a lot when sleeping in that form, versus this form where I can stay curled up. Tristan walked over to his freshly laundered clothes and got equipped once more. Felicity helped him out with the armor, and then perched atop his head, making little paw-claw biscuits against his skull as he joined his grandfather and the horses in the dirt circle.
Slept in, did you?
I was gravely injured, Tristan countered as he activated his ring and the two arrived back in the copse of trees.
Come on, son. Mount up. We are going to push hard today.
At their faster pace, the duo got back to the heartland of the kingdom within a few days. By Tristan's reckoning, based on the position of the sun as it began to set and the way the 5 moons began to rise, it was the 8th of building season. They passed groups of Black Company mercenaries, but the two were not accosted in their travel.
Seems like the single group was hired under the table,
Hervin stated as they cantered along.
Probably without the knowledge of their superiors.
Who wants us dead? Tristan thought as they arrived at the manor house. They must not want us to report back about the demonic dragon. And I doubt that the Archon's favor is something that is well known, or that people have seen it on my family crest from a distance, especially since the king's favor is far more prominent and draws the eye. Grandfather, did the Archon give you his favor in secret?
He did.
Then the Black Company are most likely preventing the report about the nature of the threat we slew, which means that whoever this person is that paid for the ambush either doesn't want us to report back about the nature of the thing we fought, or just wanted us dead for another reason. He sucked in a brief inhalation as a thought hit him. Grandfather, how good of terms are you on with Father?
Fox? Not the best.
When you all left on your dragon hunts a while back, who did you leave to guard the estate?
Some of my old traveling friends. Why?
They weren't there when I arrived. It was Black Company, waiting for me based on Felicity's spying. Hervin went silent for several minutes.
I would not put it past Fox. He hates you because of what you are. Yet another reason I don't favor him as my child.
Have you told him that?
Of course. I'm not a liar. I hit him with cold, hard truths, hoping it would snap him out of it.
Tristan scowled. I would bet that Father hired the Black Company to ambush us and kill us both. Think about it. He would become the family head and get rid of the son he detests. Hervin's face also hardened into a scowl.
That seems like a distinct possibility. And, based upon this knowledge about the assassins and their clearing out of any Winterbloom bloodline carriers, he could have advertised the fact that his wife was one of such bloodline, so as to get rid of her. He always did hate me for forcing him to marry her when she became pregnant.
Hatred flared up in Tristan's chest as the manor came into sight. At the front gate were Black Company guards that he could clearly see thanks to his elven eyes. Grandfather, they are waiting for us.
Shall we give them a trouncing?
The old man asked with a curt, scorn-filled tone. If Father hired them to kill us, we should sneak in. He might be in the capital for all we know. Come, I have a way over the walls, but we'll have to leave the horses with Mr. Perry.
Ah, the apple grower. How is the old guy?
Cheery as ever, Tristan said, as he directed his horse to circumvent the manor and its stone wall boundary. They went through the familiar orchards and arrived at Mr. Perry's home. At their knock, the orchard owner opened the door, and Tristan explained their need to stable the mounts. The kindly man was more than happy to let the animals stay in his stables.
Would you like to come in for a hot slice of apple pie? Freshly baked. No thanks, Hervin replied, with the grimace still etched on his visage. We have to get back to the manor and investigate. Oh, those black-armored men have been scaring off my field hands again. Keeping you out too, eh? I heard that Fawkes had taken the mantle of family head.
Hervin's face screwed up in rage.
We will see about that. Come, Tristan.
He wheeled about, and Tristan followed him through the orchard before passing him up and showing him the part of the wall he had used as a child to sneak out with his half-siblings. The two men clambered over with ease and dropped onto the now well-kept grassy lawn. A group of goats bleated nearby in alarm, and Tristan dashed to the building and got to the cellar entrance. Hervin flattened himself against the wall.
Tristan, if your father is the bastard who sent mercenaries after us, then I disown him. I name you as my heir.
He pulled his family crest out from around his neck and pulled a hidden emblem from the back, handing it to Tristan. It was a fingertip-sized black star with 7 points.
This goes on the back of your family crest. The king himself gives these to the house head of a noble family. It cannot be replaced. That is how valuable it is. Fawkes could try and claim himself as my heir, but this would demonstrate you were selected. I'll get the paperwork sorted in the capital when this whole business is dealt with.
Tristan took it with reverence and clicked it into the small socket on the back of his sigil. Thank you, he said softly. I promise to make you proud.
You already have, son. Come, let's go deal with your bastard of a father.
Chapter 49. A Clash of Steel and Hatred. Tristan used the same hidden key as before and opened the cellar door. He listened intently as he slowly descended the steps. The characteristic sound of dishes clinking together indicated that servants were present. Hervin put a hand on his shoulders.
You do your blending spell, and I'll walk in like I own the place, because I do, and you just shadow my movement.
Tristan spun his crucible, performed the spell gesture, and then whispered the spell phrase. His body became transparent, and he followed his grandfather. Hervin walked into the scullery, past the servant who gawked at him, and Tristan was his unseen shadow in the dimly illuminated place. They went through the kitchens and up into the familiar dining room, which was being polished by a female servant.
"Girl, where is my son?"
I'm sorry, my lord. Who are you?
"I am Hervin Anorax, progenitor of the bloodline and family head. Where is Fox?"
He filled his words with malice and ill intent. The young woman gulped and pointed.
The study,
she whispered, trembling. Hervin nodded, and Tristan followed his intimidating patriarch through the foyer and to the study. Hervin wrenched the doors open. Inside, they saw Fox seated on a couch, smoking a pipe.
"Boy, get your ass off my fucking couch!"
Fox sprang to his feet.
"Father, you are back from your hunt?"
Hervin moved fast and grabbed his son by the collar.
"You sent the Black Company after me, didn't you?"
"No, I did not," Fox said, as he glowered but maintained his composure.
"Tristan is dead,"
Hervin said. Felicity clapped her unseen and unheard hands.
Oh, he's being tricky. I love that.
Fox let out a laugh.
"Finally, the bastard child is out of my hair."
Hervin threw his son against the wall and pointed an accusatory finger.
"You sicked those mercenaries on him, didn't you? They cut him to pieces and smashed his brains in right in front of me."
Fox got up from the ground and brushed off his robes.
"Father, I am telling you now, I did not send anyone after you. Stop playing the innocent, boy. Tell me true."
Fox walked over to the fireplace and leaned against the mantel as he stared into the flames, taking a deep breath.
"You asked if I sent them after you. I did not. I did not send them after you. But that half-breed bastard that somehow became a full-blooded elf? Well, that's a whole different matter. The mongrel that dared embarrass me in front of the court."
Hervin unsheathed his blade and pointed the enormous sword at Fox, prompting Tristan's father to raise his hands.
"I disown you. You are no son of mine."
Hervin's voice was filled with deep resolve and a hint of regret. Fox let out a barking laugh.
"Please, old man. I'm the only male heir you have now. Tristan is dead and gone, by your own admission. Bertram was disowned because he dared chase some draconid tail off on an adventure. And Giselle is married off to another noble family." "That's where you're wrong," Hervin said with a smile. "Tristan, get out here."
Fox's face paled as Tristan dropped the spell.
"You said he died." "I lied, boy. I have named Tristan my heir and given him the mark of the family head for his crest."
Hervin looked at Tristan.
"I did not know that he disowned and disinherited Bertram. That must have happened after I left for my hunt. And I would ask that while I clean up this mess, you go out and find him. Bring him home. He won't be kicked out of this family for love."
He turned back to Fox.
"Now get the fuck out of my house, boy. I disinherit you. Leave and go beg your daughter for sanctuary."
Fox grimaced and shouted out,
"No! I refuse!"
Tristan heard movement behind him and saw the Black Company mercenaries who had been guarding the gatehouse entering the foyer. He drew his sword, spun his crucible, and pushed the essence into his armor and sword. "Grandfather, we have company."
"Deal with it, son. I'm going to punish this boy."
Fox let out a frustrated scream of hatred.
"He is not your son. I am."
In a swift motion, he threw a small metal dart that impacted Hervin's neck, nicking the skin. The older dragon slayer did not even let out a grunt of pain. he simply brushed the dart aside, sheathed his too-large-for-the-space greatsword, and drew his dagger before advancing. Tristan had to tear his attention away as he moved to engage the Black Company, whilst Felicity flew up to the chandeliers hanging above the foyer that illuminated the space. She began blowing them out, which gradually draped the room in darkness.
"You can see in the dark. They cannot,"
she shouted. Tristan moved forward with lethal intent, skewering one of the mercenaries through the heart before pulling the blade loose and slashing another across the throat. 2 down, 8 to go. A third was standing in the doorway, and Tristan charged him, stabbing forward with the blade and killing him with another stab to the heart, sending the man flying backward as Tristan stopped his momentum. The other 7 were approaching the patio, but stopped and drew weapons as their ally tumbled down. Tristan let his disguise form fade and growled, "I am Tristan Anorax, heir to the Anorax family name. Leave, now!" The mercenaries glanced at each other before all moving forth as one. Tristan slammed his fist into the patio floor as he spoke in dragon's tongue. "I summoned forth a wall of ice." He willed the walls to form a single hallway from the door, down the patio steps, and out to the front lawn, so that they would be forced to come at him one at a time. Blading his stance, he held his long, thin blade out like a rapier and waited for the first to approach. The sudden use of essence weaving caused 3 of them to run off, but the others seemed to jostle for their position in line as they awaited a turn to try and kill an elf. Tristan smiled under the armored faceplate as the first approached. The company's weapons had far less reach than his, and he dispatched the first with a simple thrust that went under his guard and impaled him through the stomach. The man staggered back, clutching at his stomach as the wound dripped viscous ichor. After seeing the ease at which Tristan had grievously wounded their companion, the others looked at each other in confusion. Tristan let his hatred of his father come through his voice. "Flee or die. Pick one." The men turned and fled, picking up their injured companion, but leaving the dead ones. Tristan returned to the foyer and saw more of the mercenaries approaching the study from a back room, probably sleeping in between shifts, armed and armored. "Hey!" he shouted, hoping to distract them from the sounds of frantic combat, grunting, and cursing in the study. "Over here!" The Black Company mercenaries rushed Tristan, and he was pressed from the front. 10 combatants jostled for a position to swing at him, and he was only able to block 2/3 of the blows directed his way. His armor took quite a beating, and he could feel the slam of his armor impacting his skin and muscle. "Going to be bruised tomorrow," he thought, as he was able to find an opening and stab one of the men through the guts, sending him reeling back. Felicity flew down from behind, having grabbed a fire poker from the large hearth in the main hall, and slammed one of the men in the back of the head, dropping him instantly. This prompted a few of the mercenaries to turn around, and Felicity stuck out her tongue before blowing a raspberry and turning invisible. Tristan used that moment of confusion to dispatch another one of his foes, but he slipped on a bloody patch and his footing faltered for a moment, enough for one of the mercenaries to bring an axe horizontally into his stomach, hitting the already dented armor. A loud screech echoed out, and the axe bit deep into his skin and muscle. He let out a gasp of pain. Spinning his crucible, he vented his essence to force his foes back with a blast of icy wind.
"Helmet back, mouth open, and chug,"
Felicity ordered. Tristan let the essence fade from his helmet, dipped his head back, and drank down the copious elixirs that Felicity had poured down his gullet. Swallowing greedily, he felt the aches slightly lessen, and his stomach did not bleed as heavily. The mercenaries still circled around him, 6 of them at this point, as Felicity had taken out another without Tristan noticing, harried as he was. "Run from me!" he shouted out as he channeled essence into his cloak and used the stored thrice command. The mercenaries, as one, fled to the back of the manor, where Tristan knew a servant entrance was located. Shifting his attention to the study, he saw his grandfather fighting sluggishly, using a dagger against Fox's short sword that he had produced from God's knows where. What's going on? Tristan thought. But that question was answered a split second later, as he saw a deep, pulsating purple and green all around Hervin's neck. Poison? But he drank a poison dragon's blood. The poison must be really potent. Felicity! Panacea elixir! Tristan charged forward toward his father to intercept. But he was too late to stop a fatal blow. He let out a scream of rage and sorrow as he saw the strike headed right for Hervin's neck. Fox lanced out with a piercing stab, and the elderly dragon slayer, weakened from whatever poison Fox had used on the dart, was impaled through the neck, in between the collarbone and his trunk. Blood fountained up in a purple and green geyser, and Tristan felt his essence crucible spin faster and faster as his emotions poured out of him in an unbridled torrent. He screamed his fury. Then he felt a deep, cutting pain along the back of his leg. Spinning around, he saw one of the mercenaries that Felicity had brained had gained consciousness and chopped out at his leg. The armor caught the blow, but the metal was crushed inward and caused injury nonetheless. Tristan lashed out with a sweeping strike, lopping the man's head off. By the time he looked up, his father had vanished. "Tristan, the kitchen!" Felicity shouted. "I'll get Gramps!" Tristan let out a scream of rage, hatred, sorrow, and anguish. He felt his crucible spinning faster than it ever had before. He felt the cool expand through his whole body, mixed with a heat that surged through his blood and felt like it was setting him on fire from the inside. Smoke, ice, and flame poured out of him, and he began to chase his father through the manor, through the kitchens, out the cellar, and into the brisk night air. "I'll fucking kill you!" he bellowed. Fox wheeled around, throwing the short sword aside. During his flight, he had grabbed his dragon-slaying blade, an enormous two-handed greatsword just like Hervin's. "You can try, mongrel. Come and taste my steel." Tristan dashed forward and stabbed, but the blow was deflected by the flat of Fox's sword. The man pushed forward with his blade along Tristan's edge, and the young dragon slayer had to duck as the sweeping blow was aimed at his torso. After getting under the sweep of the blade, he moved forward and shoved his shoulder into Fox's chest, pushing him off guard as he brought his sword up for another stab. Fox parried the stab and returned with a riposte, striking forward with the large blade. Tristan batted it to the side with his gauntlet and pushed essence into his cloak. "Kneel and freeze!" he shouted out with rage as the thrice command spell went off. Fox squinted and growled, "Enchantment, just like your bitch mother." He rushed forward and cut across Tristan's guard, forcing the young dragon slayer to back up. "She tried to thrall me to her whims." He slashed, and Tristan blocked the wild horizontal swing. "Why do you think I put that fucking permanent collar on her and stripped her crucible?" Felicity came flying up and circled around. "I can't get a good opening." "Storage. I need my other weapon," Tristan replied in Elvish. Fox looked at Tristan with anger mixed with curiosity. "What in the fuck are you talking about?" Felicity opened the storage dimension and dropped the maul directly on top of Fox. The man was hit on the shoulder and let out a scream of pain as he backed away. Tristan sheathed his blade and ran forward, grabbing the maul before it finished falling, and swung it in a wide arc. Fox barely got the flat of his blade in the way. Tristan pulled back and screamed out as he hammered the guard over and over, yelling between swings in their shared tongue. "You have hated me ever since I was born. Clang. Before I manifested my heritage. Slam. Well, guess what? Crack. I'm a full-blooded elf now. Bang. And I will carry on the Anarok's legacy." Each bash continued to push his father back farther and farther, forcing him to lose footing until eventually he was pushed off balance. Tristan used that moment. He dropped and spun out with a leg sweep that took away his father's footing and sent him crashing down to the grass. Tristan stood over the man and raised the hammer on high. "You don't deserve life. Slam." The sound of meat squelching into a cavity permeated the air as Fox's eyes went wide. "You were never a father." Slam. Another swing that pulverized his father's groin. "And now you die." Fox tried to gurgle out a response, but he said nothing as Tristan brought the maul down on his head, exploding the man's skull all over the grass. Tristan kept swinging, over and over, indenting the ground. Felicity tapped him on the shoulder. "He's dead. People are coming. We have to run, now. I flew back inside, found his armor, and got all of Gramps' stuff. Come on!" Tristan was sucking in breaths and glanced aside as he saw his father's greatsword vanish into Felicity's pocket dimension, along with the maul he had let slip from his grip, and Fox's body. "No evidence," she muttered. He saw his grandfather's body inside, the purple and black having receded, as Felicity must have fed him a panacea elixir, and the neck wound bandaged, but still seeping red. "Did you give him—" "Everything we had left," she said bitterly. "Now we have to flee. Hurry!" Tristan ran for the wall at the edge of the estate, clambering up and over, then running through the apple orchard. He did not stop to talk to Mr. Perry, instead going to the stables, releasing the two horses from their pens, and quickly saddling both up. He left behind the bits and bridles, instead grabbing each gently by the side of the head and pulling them close. "Listen, you two. It's going to be a long, long ride. I'll ride one of you at a time, and when you get tired of carrying me, let me know and I'll swap, okay? Just nudge my leg or buck up a bit. Got it?" Both horses nodded, and Tristan led them both outside, then mounted the one he had been riding the whole trip. Kicking the horse into a canter, he fled the countryside estates, along the edges of the orchards, avoiding roads, and raced across the shadow-dappled landscape. Chapter 50. Leaving Bant Behind. Tristan gripped his amulet, praying to the 7 gods that the Archon would reach out and contact him, needing to tell him what had happened. He kept glancing at Hervin's body, breathing shallowly in Felicity's extra-dimensional space. "I have to keep it open," she had explained, "because there's no air in there and he'd suffocate." She was sitting atop the horse next to, and trailing just behind, Tristan's mount. Although she was quiet, Tristan was acutely aware of her presence. But he did not want to talk. He just wanted the Archon to hurry up and contact him. It was almost the time they customarily spoke. Tristan felt the amulet vibrating and gripped it tightly. "Yes, I'm here."
"What happened?"
Obadiah Grimtome asked.
"The short version. Go."
"Killed demonic dragon, ambushed by Black Company. Killed them. Got to Manor. Grandfather named me family heir and gave me the small black star. Confronted Fox, who admitted to sending mercenaries to kill me. We fought, Grandfather was badly injured, and I killed Fox."
"That... shit. The counter-narrative is already being put in place. Looks like Giselle Damedan was aligned with Fox's plans in regard to you, and the mercenaries reported to her." She already put her spin on the situation in the court's eyes. You came home from the dragon hunt having killed your grandfather on the road, slaughtered mercenaries your father hired to protect the manor, and then killed Fox, taking his body for some foul elf ritual. Her words, not mine. I can't counter the narrative, and I've got my own problems. I can't clear you with divination. Suffice to say, I'm in a bit of hot water myself here, since I helped you out. If I advocate for you more, I might let something slip.
I have that black star mark, though. That has to count for something. Tristan felt his breath coming in short gasps, not out of nerves or exhaustion, but rather a feeling of being trapped. Trapped by fate, or destiny, or his family ties. It felt suffocating.
Doubtful. Giselle would just say you stripped the mark from his body. You're already branded in exile. Penalty of death. The Damedan family used a lot of their political capital to pull that off overnight, and to keep me on the outside of things. Plus, you being an elf, and that whole stunt in the throne room. Sorry, Tristan. You cannot return to Bant. They don't even care that you're one of the few dragon slayers left. The Damedans hid Giselle's involvement with the mercenaries. She's also pinned you as the assassin who slaughtered the manor servants and townhouse staff, not to mention the guards stationed there. The king does not believe the story, but when all the nobles are convinced by the Damedans' lies, not much the king can do without risking revolt. I'm sorry. If it is any consolation, the king does believe me regarding your innocence in all this. But a revolt of the nobles cannot be allowed to happen.
Tristan was silent for a moment before he remembered the time limit. Grandfather charged me with finding my half-brother. If I'm banished, I'm going to find Bertram and pass on the star thing. He's the only person who can inherit if I'm banished.
Condolences. You mentioned your grandfather is injured.
I'm going to get him to the Fey realm and have a healer see to him. With luck, he'll recover. The next words were hard for Tristan to say, but he said them regardless. I'll send him back toward Bant to clear up the situation, and I'm going to go find my half-brother and bring him home.
If your grandfather lives and can come back to Bant, he can clear up this whole mess. I sincerely hope he can recover. I'll keep in touch, every week, starting on the 1st, 6th, and onward. Our time run...
His voice cut off. Tristan pushed the emblem under his armor and kept riding on into the darkness, speaking just loud enough for Felicity to hear him over the hooves pounding against the ground, filling her in on the Archon's side of the conversation. He ended with, "We go to the Fey realm to try and heal Grandfather." Felicity nodded. "I'm sorry," she whispered. Tristan frowned. "I'll cope eventually." Being banished wasn't the worst fate, he thought, as he diverted course to a small grouping of trees. He wouldn't be welcome in Bant anyways, as a full-blooded elf. And if his grandfather... No, not if, but when he recovered, he would clear up the whole mess, and Tristan could bring Bertram back. The countryside was still farmland, but there were sparse expanses of forest around. The whole time he had been waiting for the Archon's contact, he had been spinning his essence crucible and pushing the power into the ring. As soon as he was within the trees and shrouded from the sight of any observers, he transported them to the Fey realm. When they arrived, a couple of fairy dragons flew over, and Tristan instructed them to take care of the horses. A third fairy dragon joined them, awaiting orders. "Healer, now!" Felicity opened up the storage dimension, and several fairy dragons gently pulled Hervin's body out and placed it on the grass. The dog-sized one who had used rejuvenation spells on Tristan flew over. He looked at Hervin and began ordering the other fairy dragons to remove his armor. They took that, his sword, Fox's armor, and weapon all up to the top boughs.
"What do you want us to do with this corpse?"
one of the fairy dragons asked in Elvish as they hovered over Fox. Tristan looked at his father's corpse with disgust. "Burn it, to cinder and ash." He spat on the corpse before turning back to his grandfather and the chanting fairy dragon. A deep cerulean glow spread over Hervin's body, and his breathing became shallower. But he stayed asleep. The fairy dragon looked up at Tristan and shook his head.
"His body is mended, but his mind, something keeps it locked away."
He glanced at Felicity.
"You fed him panacea elixirs, I presume, given the needle prick and discolored flesh?"
Felicity replied,
"Yeah, a ton of them."
The fairy dragon grimaced.
"The poison used could be something like null mind lasher serum, or flinditzel weed, or gorlot thoughtlock oil. There are many types of poisons that infect the mind."
He looked back to Tristan.
"I am sorry, Lord Tristan, but his mind is locked away. We can keep his body alive, fed, washed. But until he comes out of it, only the most powerful of mind spells could break him free. It is that, or time."
Dismay washed over Tristan. He began to cry, doubling over as if he'd been punched in the gut. Felicity shifted to her elfinoid form and placed a hand on his shoulder.
"Hey, it's okay. He's alive still. That's something. We can find someone who knows mind spells and get him to come out of it, right?"
Tristan was numb. He just reached out and clasped his grandfather's hand as the tears rolled down his cheeks. Grandfather Hervin was moved down into the depths of the Queen's Woods root tunnels, and Tristan attended him, just sitting next to the bed, numb. The old man was under the sheets, constantly attended by a fairy dragon as he sucked in shallow breaths. Even more, now, Tristan saw how his grandfather was a shell of his former self. Each breath he took seemed to take more and more of the legend out of him. He was an old, injured man. And it filled Tristan with rage. Rage at his father. Anger at his lack of speed or prowess to get done with the Black Company mercenaries and back to his grandfather's side. A group of fairy dragons, led by the matriarch in elfinoid form, came into the room.
"Lord Tristan, the realm grieves along with you. Your grandfather was a fine man, judging from our interactions and how he raised you."
She walked up behind Tristan and placed a hand on his shoulder.
"We will tend to him and keep him cared for."
Sorrow washing over him, Tristan softly replied, "Thank you," as his tears gently fell. "Please, just leave me." The matriarch departed along with all of the fairy dragons, except for Felicity and the one bedside attendant. Felicity shifted into her elfinoid form and sat next to Tristan.
"I'm here for you,"
she whispered. Tristan reached back for her hand and clasped it tightly. Hours passed, and Tristan finally left his grandfather's bedside. Returning to his chambers, he indulged in a bath and tried to drown the thoughts of what had happened. But the vision of his grandfather being stabbed raced through his mind. And that also triggered the thoughts of seeing his mother's corpse, and all of the deaths he had witnessed at the hands of the assassins. He wrapped his arms around his torso and could not hold back his sorrow, his pain, his grief. Hervin Anaurochs should have lived. He was a legend brought low by a... Tristan pushed the heels of his hands into his eyes and shut them tighter. I can't do anything right. I should have been able to kill those mercenaries. Get to him. Save him. I'm sorry. So sorry. Immediately, Felicity was right there, at his side, kneeling next to the low tub, offering a comforting shoulder. Once the tumultuous emotions had run dry, she guided him out of the tub and to the bed, tucking him in and shifting into her fairy dragon form before stealing a pillow and going to the foot of the bed. Tristan whispered. I wouldn't mind a hug. Felicity nodded and reverted to her elfinoid form, moving up next to Tristan and wriggling under the covers as she hugged him from behind. I'm here for you. Tristan woke up and their positions had been reversed. He was snuggling Felicity from behind, and he extricated himself from the bed before throwing on some clothes and making his way up the Queen's Wood. The matriarch was standing at the top of the tree at the crafting area. Ah, Lord Tristan, we are working on production of more clear-cool potions, several clay casks worth, so that you never run out. His grandfather's and father's gear was placed on various armor and weapon racks nearby, and Tristan quickly averted his gaze from them. He moved over to the edge of the platform and sat on it, dangling his legs over the edge as he stared out over the Fey realm and the woodland paradise. I'm going to be traveling, he softly said, away from the kingdom I grew up in. The only place I've ever known. The place that does not like you due to your nature, especially since you're awakening to your mother's heritage, the matriarch said, as she joined him on the edge of the platform. Yes, Tristan replied. I need to find someone outside of the kingdom's borders who can heal grandfather's injury. I also need to find my half-brother. Apparently, he didn't just join the Pathfinder Company. He went because a Draconid woman was somehow involved. Maybe an adventurer he was entranced by and chose to join up alongside to impress? Perhaps they were already involved and he left because it was circumstance. I just don't know. He sighed. It'll be the first time I've left the kingdom, and I'm nervous about it. But I need to. Wherever you go, you will always have the Fey realm to reside in. Never forget that. If you so desired, you could stay here the rest of your days. Tristan smiled a wry smile. I can't do that. Bertram deserves to inherit the Anaurochs family name, estate, everything. He's the rightful heir, since I'm banished. And we have to find someone who can save grandfather. After that... He trailed off as he looked into the distance. I'm a winter bloom, but I'm also an Anaurochs. I'm a dragon slayer. It's what I was raised and trained to do. But being ruler of this realm is what I'm seemingly destined to be. So, yeah, once I get my grandfather on his feet and get him reunited with Bertram, maybe staying here for a good long while is the right choice. He glanced her way and saw her warm expression, which reminded him of his mother's look of unconditional love. I want to take a trip back to the mortal realm here and there to hunt some dragons. You have a good heart, Tristan, and caring for your family is admirable. The realm is yours, and we await your rule. She dipped her head. I would not ask you to forsake your calling, though risking yourself does fill me with worry. But we serve your will. Tristan looked over at the regal woman with fairy dragon features and saw just how similar she was to Felicity, albeit older, with more angular cheeks, raised cheekbones, and larger antlers that jutted up and back.
Thank you.
He shifted his gaze to the horizon. When it comes to Bertram, for all I know, he is across the mortal realm in the Empire of Dorcelli. That realm is a big place, and without being able to use divination spells, finding him will be a pain in the ass. The matriarch nodded.
I wish I could help, but divining something beyond the realm one is in is not possible.
She stood up. Tristan looked up at her. One more thing. Felicity told me a few times that she would be here for me. Was that on your orders, because you told her to accompany me?
Perhaps,
the matriarch replied.
All of my children must obey me, just as they must obey you. My orders may have been construed that way.
Then release her from that command. If she wants to keep coming with me to the mortal realm, that is fine by me. But I don't want her bound to something she does not want to do. And send her up to chat.
As you wish.
The matriarch left and descended the tree, while Tristan remained looking out over the landscape and replaying all of the memories of his mother and grandfather he could recall. Like the time he broke his arm during weapon practice with a then-teenage Bertram, and his mother bandaged the break while Hervin spanked his half-brother. He continued to play those memories through his mind as he kept his gaze affixed on the horizon. He saw the fairy dragons flying in a small squadron off over the distant trees, which brought to mind a prominent memory. A time when his grandfather snuck him up to the roof to watch the migratory birds who were leaving for the long winter.
Remember, Tristan, his grandfather had said, if you ever feel the urge to travel, do it. There is nothing keeping you from pursuing that. Dragons emerge all over the world, and it's our job to go hunt them no matter where they may be.
Tristan heard footsteps approaching, and then Felicity cleared her throat.
May I sit?
Yes, please, Tristan replied as she sat next to him, dangling her legs over the edge of the platform.
The matriarch released me from my duties, but I would like to keep accompanying you, if you'll have me.
Of course, Tristan replied. And sorry about this morning. Oh, I woke up cuddling against you. She smiled coyly.
Oh? That is fine. Like I said, I move a lot when I sleep. It's not surprising that a strong, dominant persona like yours would unconsciously rein in my behavior.
Tristan blushed and looked away. This is a weird situation, because you're a fairy dragon who can turn into an elf-like figure.
Elfanoid.
Right, he mumbled. Forget I said anything. She crossed her legs and hummed a bit.
You've grown on me, Tristan. First you chased me, and we played chase for 2 years, which was fun, by the way, until you took a sword to my wing. But I forgive you for that. The past few weeks of travel have not been as mischief-filled as I would like, but they have been enjoyable.
She gently placed her hand on his and squeezed.
I would very much like to accompany you.
Tristan nodded as he watched the sun rise in the distance. We'll stay the day here, sleep, and then head out in the morning. I'm glad you want to keep traveling with me. Felicity stood up and shifted into her fairy dragon form.
Then, if you don't mind, I'm going for a quick fly around.
She did a small spin in the air and then dove over the edge of the platform. Tristan went over to the study and plopped down as he read through his grandfather's personal notebook that was on his person. He wasn't really studying the spells. He was reading the various journal and diary entries interspersed amongst them. He did mark the locations of the spells by inserting spare fairy dragon feathers. "Oh, my head," Tristan mumbled the next morning as he sat up. He had indulged in some of the starberry wine and fermented drinks that had been brought to him as he sat reading his grandfather's notebook. Moving to the edge of the bed, he got up and dunked himself in the pool, hoping to clear his fuzzy mind. Glancing over, he saw Felicity curled up in her fairy dragon form at the foot of the bed on one of the pillows. She must have heard him as she slowly blinked herself awake.
"Oh, last night I got drunk."
"Indeed you did. Ready to get back out there?"
Not yet. Mind us leaving midday?"
Tristan shrugged. "Sure." But on the inside, he was itching to leave. "We have to find Grandfather a healer." A few hours later, Tristan was fully outfitted with his armor and weapons. He had 100 vials of clear cool elixir, freshly made up that morning with his imbuement spell, and in Felicity's storage. They did not have the herbs required for healing or essence elixirs, and so would have to see about foraging for the herbs as they traveled. Or wait until they arrived at a town with herbalists who had stock. The horses were well rested, their coats shining from the fairy dragon's excellent grooming. The matriarch walked over in her elfinoid form.
"Safe travels, Lord Tristan. And Felicity? Thank you for electing to travel with him."
She smirked.
"I don't trust any of these other assholes with the job."
The surrounding fairy dragons lobbed insults at her, and she just grinned and took the offense-filled verbal assault with a smug look of satisfaction. She began making claw biscuits on Tristan's head. "We'll be back tonight," Tristan said. "I've got an idea for a new routine." This earned a collective groan from the surrounding fairy dragons. Tristan just chuckled in response. He spun his essence crucible and pushed essence into the ring. In a flash of white light, he vanished. In the mortal realm once more, he walked the horses out of the clearing and remounted the first horse, which he elected to name Onyx. He decided to name the other one Midnight, and both horses seemed amicable to the naming, since they both nudged him softly. Tristan began riding south for the Sapphire Coast, finding a game trail that eventually crossed paths with a main road that he turned down. Glancing back, he took in the sight of the vast, fertile expanse of the kingdom's heartland. "Goodbye," he whispered, then turned away to look forward. He felt a mix of emotions. Sorrow, as he left the land of his birth, which he knew so well, and at his grandfather's comatose state. Excitement at the prospect of what lay ahead. And a sense of finality, as he knew that he did not really belong in Bant. Not anymore. "I'm a Winterbloom elf, last lord of the Fey realm, last of my kind. I don't need the kingdom. I have a whole world to explore. And Grandfather was right. There are dragons all over the mortal realm." He spoke softly to Onyx. "Come on, boy. Let's go." The mount neighed in response, and Tristan set forth, Felicity on his head, as they ventured south. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Last Lord of the Fae, Awakening, by Sarah Streams. Narrated by Brian Troxell. Copyright 2025 by Sarah Streams. Published by arrangement with Sarah Streams, care of Fictopia LLC. Sound recording copyright 2026 by Tantor Media Incorporated. Tantor is an RB Media audio brand. This recording is protected by copyright. Unauthorized copying, sharing, or distribution is prohibited. Thank you for listening. Discover audiobook giveaways, discounts, new releases, recommendations, and more from RB Media, the largest audiobook publisher in the world. Visit rbaudio.com.